competition this year. Of course, the One Day Cup got underway yesterday with group fixtures up and down the country. I'm Scott Reid, Adrian Harms and Kevin Howells will guide you through this fixture on 5 Live Sports Extra for the first chunk of the day before the 100 games get underway a little bit later on this afternoon. And of course, every ball uninterrupted on the BBC Sport website and app. And if you're with us on Lancashire Cricket TV, the views from our media tent here at Sedbergh, where it's nice and chilly and cool on a pretty baking hot day. We were here on Tuesday for a warm-up match, Lancashire against Cumbria, and again, the temperatures were pretty scorching then. So if you're on your way into Sedbergh, if you're heading up the M6 and about to take the junction and weave your way in towards Sedbergh and listening to us on the radio now, then make sure you've got plenty of sun cream, because you might well need it. I'm delighted that Adrian Harms is alongside me.
Hi, Scott.
Good morning.
You've probably said it already, but what a setting. I've been told by our colleague Martin Emerson, who was here with Durham a few years ago, he said, you'll enjoy it at Sedbergh. He said, it is beautiful, but nothing could quite prepare me for this. I mean, this is, a cricket ground nestled under these rolling hills. Well, I think they call them fells in this part of the world, but it is absolutely magnificent. It's just difficult to describe how beautiful it is, to be honest.
And the news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they're going to have a bat first, and it's a pretty young and inexperienced Sussex side. Really young, really inexperienced. There are 9 players in the Sussex side who are making their List A debut. The only 2 players in the side who have played List A cricket before are Will Beer, the leg spinner, and Travis Head, the Australian. Other than that, there's a 16-year-old young Daniel Ibrahim. There's a 17-year-old Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, is 17 today. So there's an awful lot of experience. I guess that can go one of 2 ways. And Tom Haynes is the skipper. He's just 22. So Sussex have said continually this season they'll put their faith in younger players, and they certainly done that today against what does look a pretty experienced Lancashire side, I have to say. Here come our 2 umpires, Neil Pratt and Paul Baldwin. Lancashire in their blue one-day strip, just at the edge of the boundary rope. And, oh, blimey, this is a dash of colour, isn't it, for the Sussex one-day strip? I quite like this. Yeah. Is that kind of salmon coloured or bright pink? I think that's a great description. Bright pink, yeah. Liking that. A flash of colour. Yeah. The 2 teams, then, I've got the Lancashire side in front of me here. They've got Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. Luke Wells, of course, former Sussex player. Dane Velas is their captain. Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, George Lavelle keeps wicket. Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt and Jack Morley. So in contrast to the Sussex side, that is a pretty strong Lancashire team. I think 7 of that 11 are regulars in their T20 side and in the county championship team. So it's certainly a contrast in terms of strength from the 2 teams, isn't it? Most definitely. And I'm just looking, actually, already there's a change for Sussex in terms of who's opening the batting, because I expected that Tom Haynes would open the batting, but he's not, so the order is being juggled around. And this is a big ask, I think, for these young Sussex players today, as 9 of them making their debuts in List A cricket. We're going to see Tom Bailey open up the bowling for Lancashire from the Powell end to our right-hand side. Thick sun cream scraped across the bridge of his nose and under his eyes as the first ball is delivered. It's off the back foot by Harrison Ward. Thank you. Who hasn't got his name on the back of his shirt. And he's opening with Tom Clark. So Harrison Ward came through the Sussex have a pathway that they run with Oxfordshire, and that's how Harrison Ward has come to the club. So an all left-handed opening partnership here, Scott. And one thing that this competition, I think, will allow is sides to perhaps look at both kind of second-team players and indeed academy players, I guess. But they're just back of a length bowls. That's a good-looking shot. That's 4. Sliced away through the offside, just in front of square, out towards the point boundary. That's a lovely-looking back foot punch for 4. And Sussex are up and running. Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? A little too short, and I guess the boundary square of the wicket are not the longest, and they're quick as well, aren't they? I mean, the outfield looks really lush, but it just raced away across the outfield for the first boundary. Yeah, it's been baking in the sunshine, hasn't it? The outfield for the last week or so. barely been a drop of rain in this part of Cumbria for a week or more. It's barely a little bit fuller, and Ward gets forward and just pushes the ball out into the onside. It runs to Keaton Jennings at mid-on, and there is no run. The Sussex 4 without loss. That boundary off the bat of Harrison Ward, who wasn't introduced by that name by the
What did he
I feel really bad saying it, but now I mention it. It's Bailey in over the wicket and bowls to Ward, who drives into the offside for no run.
Yeah, so Harrison Ward, 21 years of age. He's one of 9 players, as we said, making their this day debut. Tom Clark, his opening batting colleague, is just 20.
Blimey.
So I'll do a little tot-up as we go through and get the average age of this Sussex side, but it's going to be around about 20. 20 to 21 will be the average age of the side.
Goodness.
Yeah, pushed up by Will Beer is the senior member of the side.
Is he the old boy?
Yeah, he is.
At
yeah,
the age
he
of...
is. Yeah, Will Beer's 32.
Oh, he is. Bailey in and bowls to Ward, who gets in behind it, pushing it out into the offside to extra cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. Yeah, he's senior pro, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And then the other senior pro, the only other player to have played first-class cricket is Travis Head, the Australian, who is 27 and has played Test match cricket. So you know, he's the overseas player in the Sussex ranks today. So I'd imagine he'll probably bat 4, I'm guessing.
Okay. Harrison Ward waiting as Bailey bowls. Because off the back foot, just chops out into the offside. It bounces up to extra cover, and there's no run. I think that's the first over done. It is. Tom Bailey bowling the first over of this Royal London One Day Cup fixture. Live from Sedbergh Schools in the Yorkshire Dales National Park, just at the edge of Cumbria. BBC Radio Manchester are going to join me in a second, Adrian, just for a quick update. Yeah, we're underway on time. The conditions could not be any better. The crowd inside the ground here inside the school is terrific. And Lancashire are bowling first. Sussex have won the toss, opted to have a bat first. It's a pretty inexperienced Sussex side against a very experienced Lancashire team. They go with Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, Luke Wells, Dane Villa, Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, George Lavelle, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt and Jack Morley. Sussex batting first. 1 over done, 4 without loss. And this, Adrian, from the Evans end.
From the whole end. Number 22,
definitely
Liam Hurt.
the Evans end. Then it will be Liam Hurt.
Right. Well, he's coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark. Cupper slips in position. And only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. So one of those is at fine leg. I think the other one might be away to our right at third man as in comes Hurt running in, coming into bowl to Tom Clark. And Clark is solidly forward. A ball of good length and just plays that away into the offside. And there is no run. I was driving up yesterday, Scott, and it's a fair way from the south coast up here, but I got stuck on the M6, and it was, and I was thinking to myself, you know, I wasn't prepared for it to be like this. So, you know, I was thinking, oh, this is a journey. You're stuck for hours upon hours. But actually, it was worth it, really. It was definitely worth it. There's Hurt turns, and there's a good crowd in here at Sedbergh School. He comes running in right over the wicket. Bowls to Clark, who pulled away, and he's going to be caught at mid-off. And Sussex lose their first wicket. And I have to say, it's a poor shot from Tom Clark. He was looking to clip that one away on the leg side. He got a leading edge. Dane Billis takes a comfortable catch, and the first wicket has gone down. And Sussex are 4 for 1 in the second over of the match. He was looking to clip that one through mid-wicket, leading edge, and it's a long way to come for a duck.
It is, yeah. Looked very early on in good form. He put a beautiful back foot kind of dry, didn't he? But not to be today, unfortunately.
No. So Tom Clark is on his way. And the skipper makes his way out. And a big responsibility on Tom Haynes, the skipper.
The bowling of Liam Hurt. Sussex Sharks 4 for 1. And the incoming batsman, number 20, their captain, Tom Haynes.
Tom Haynes, so captain. And quite a bit of responsibility, I guess, isn't it? You lose an early wicket with a young team.
I mean, normally Tom would open the batting. Certainly he's been Sussex's leading scorer in the county championship this season. So another left-hander, but batting at 3, which is maybe some sort of a tactical move. But when you're coming in this is the second over of the day, so big responsibility here on Tom, who takes guard. So a wicket with his second delivery from Liam Hurt. Simple catch though to Dane Billis at mid-off. Luke Wells, the former Sussex player, is standing at first slip. He's making some gestures towards Liam Hurt because he would know Tom Haynes very well from his time down at Sussex. And actually there's a gully in place now, which is interesting, as Hurt is on his way, running into bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes on a beautiful day. Bowls to Haynes, strikes him on the pad. There's a loud appeal. The ball runs out onto the onside, and there is no run. It wasn't an overly convincing appeal. Very difficult for us to see here, although we have got a big television screen on our right-hand side, which will probably give us an idea. Oh, here we go. This is a good picture. Well, it certainly wasn't on height. I can only imagine that was sliding down the leg side. Yeah,
it's kind of shaping to play it leg side, isn't he? Might give us a little clue, perhaps. Good start though by Liam Hurt.
Yeah, he's right on the money here this morning. As Hurt from the Evans end of the ground runs and big fell behind him. Bowls to Haynes, who clips this nicely through mid wicket. He picks up his first run as Tom Haynes, and I think they'll come back for a second run. Nicely timed, clip through the vacant mid wicket area, picks up a couple of runs, and the Sussex skipper is on his way. And Sussex go to 6 for 1. So I'm assuming, Scott, that the two ends of the ground are named after old boys or old headmasters or benefactors or something to do with the school, I would imagine.
I think they are, yeah. I think they're both kind of school houses.
Right, okay.
So there's the building to our left behind the bowler's arm from that end. That's the Evans, I think, house, which is where the name comes from.
In comes Hurt over the wicket bowls, and Haynes drives to mid-on, and there is no run.
Albeit I'm told locally they kind of refer to as the town end and the country end, with the town centre behind the bowler out to our left, and miles and miles of country and fields out towards our right.
Yeah. I bought my walking shoes with me. I know where we went for a little stroll round. Would you call it a village? The village of Sedbergh. It's not really a town, is it? It's too small to be a town. But I'd like to have gone walking up one of the fells.
Would you?
Yeah, I would.
In this temperature?
Yeah, in comes Hurt and bowls, and Haynes plays this to square leg and with soft hands and picks up a single to Tom Haynes. So he goes 2-3, and Sussex at the end of the second over are 7 for 1. Oh, I thought we got 7-6. I'm sure it goes up to 7 for 1.
It will,
with Haynes on 3, Ward on 4, and the man out, Tom Clark, who was caught by Dane Billis in that over for a duck.
Everybody looks relatively well dressed at the minute in terms of the amount of clothing that people are wearing, but I suspect as the day goes on, some items of clothing will be removed.
Yeah.
There'll be a bit more flesh on the show as the day heats up.
It's definitely a day for a hat, isn't it?
It absolutely is.
Hat and shorts.
Yeah. Or a brolly. Bring a brolly if you can.
Yeah. And people have bought their sort of fold-up chairs as well, haven't they? You know, you take to the beach or whatever. Wonderful. I love outground cricket. It's just fabulous. People under umbrellas as well, Scott, over the far side.
It's about the only bit of shade you've got, isn't it, if you bring a brolly. It's Tom Bailey, the third over of the Sussex innings. It's defended nicely by Haynes, just playing it right back down the pitch, and there's no run.
We've got an email address, Scott. Do you mind if I give it out?
Absolutely.
Just in case there's folks down on the south coast or wherever you're listening would like to get in touch. Or at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And a big thank you to you, because you've set all the equipment up here, and sometimes it doesn't work when you're out. And I thought, well, that won't be any internet here, but there is.
Bailey to Haynes, and right in behind it. Solid forward defence. Bailey fields off his own bowling, no run. Well, I mean, everything's plugged in, and I think everything's working.
That's amazing.
There's wires everywhere and bits of equipment, but it is all good fun, isn't it? It's one of the gems of outground cricket, and I agree entirely. I mean, it has to be, and there is, of course, a wonderful place for this. Haynes clips the ball out towards mid-wicket. It's a good start by Rob Jones. And there's no run. There's no fireworks and flames and music and such, but blimey, this is absolutely superb. great numbers inside the ground.
If you saw a photograph of this, or there was a film, you would scarcely believe that someone like this existed, really. Would you? It's just stunning.
Tom Bailey, tall right-arm seam bowler for Lancashire. Over the wicket and bowls. Just chopped away out into the offside. Backward point. Stephen Croft comes up to field, and then there's no run.
Benjamin has sent the first email of the day, and he says, I hope you're well. I'm looking forward to the one-day campaign, or they're not expecting too much from Sussex. Great opportunity for these youngsters, and if we can get a few wins along the way, that would be great. Just got a question regarding Ben Brown, which I'll read in a moment's time. He's the Sussex skipper, but not playing in this game.
And it's Bailey. Shadow follows him as he comes over the wicket and bowls to Haynes. Just eases the ball safely in front of square on the leg side. Again, Jones is stomping around at mid-wicket to field, and Haynes gets a single. The score moves on to 8 for 1.
Goes on to say, do you know why he's not playing List A cricket? Is he on a red ball only deal, or does Sussex just want to blood the youngsters? The answer to that question is, I don't know, but Ben Brown is not here. He didn't travel, and the club have said that Tom Haynes will be captaining the 50-over side throughout the entirety of the competition.
Right, OK. Well, it's a great chance for him, isn't it, to skipper the team. Bailey in. This is
well
chopped away by Ward. Yeah, that's Stephen Croft.
Wow.
At backward point. Well, that was a sharp piece of work, wasn't it? Low down, tumbling away to stop the ball. Probably thought he had enough on that kind of late cut to backward point, but excellent stop from Stephen Croft. That's the end of the third over, 8 for 1, so Sussex batting first.
So the answer to your question is, Benjamin, I don't know. All I do know is from the club statement yesterday is that Tom Haynes is captaining Sussex throughout, so whether Ben will play in other matches during the campaign, maybe as a batsman, I don't know. But certainly the feeling is they want to give the younger players a chance. And it would seem that certainly in this game, but perhaps he'll figure in some of the other games as the competition progresses, but not as captain in this. And Tom's brother, Ollie, has been in touch. And you must be very proud this morning, Ollie, because your brother is captaining the side and he's about to take strike. As he drives beautifully through mid-off, and that's the shot of the morning so far. Overpitched, driven through the offside by Tom Haynes, and that's a lovely boundary. Slightly overpitched by Liam Hurt. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. Drilled the ball through mid-off. And he picks up his first boundary. Beautiful shot. Raced away to the boundary. And Tom Haynes goes to 8 and Sussex to 12 for 1 in the 4th over.
Big fan of this Sussex top, you know. I'm liking this. It's kind of bright pink. You don't often... I mean, there's lots of blues and dark greens and blacks, aren't they? So something with a bit of colour. Quite like it.
Hurt on his way again to bowl to the Sussex skipper. He's in and bowls, and Haynes very, very nearly plays on. And just for he didn't know where that had gone. In the end, they've taken a single because the ball dribbled away down in the direction of fine leg. But he didn't know where that was, and I suspect he wasn't far away from playing that on. Haynes goes to 9 and Sussex to 13 for 1. So Ollie says, thanks again. Hoping for a brilliant day's cricket and a Sussex win. Looks like a lovely ground. Thank you as ever for the commentary. It's a pleasure, Ollie, and as I say, I'm sure everyone in the Haynes household is feeling very proud with Tom today, skippering the side.
Yeah, rightly so.
But he's got a lot of work to do because Sussex batting first. They've won the toss on a beautiful day in what looks like a good track, and they'll need a good score against a very strong, comparatively strong Lancashire side. As in comes Hurt over the wicket, bowls, and Ward up on his toes and plays quietly to backward point, footed by Croft. And there is no run.
It's quite a bold move, isn't it? Win the toss, bat first, when you've got quite a young team.
Yes. Jack has been in touch, Jack Fletcher-Price. He says, I think the average age of the Sussex side is 19.
Goodness.
So we'll have a little tot-up later.
So is it 2 16-year-olds, or is it one and a 17-year-old?
There's, so Daniel Ibrahim is 16. Archie Lenham is 17 today, the young leg spinner. Has Hurt again, right over the wicket, bowl short, pulled away by Eddie's going to be caught. No, he's not. He gets away with that. It was a short delivery. Ward was looking to pull that one away through square leg. I don't know if it came off a glove, but it ballooned onto the leg side. I thought it was going to carry through to the keeper, but it didn't. So it fell safe. It wasn't a drop, but it's certainly a full shot. And I'm wondering whether Harrison Ward was hit on the helmet because the physio is coming out.
Yeah, perhaps kind of deflected back onto the...
Let's just see, because John, the physio, has been called out. They brought him out a drink, so possibly, maybe it came off the glove into the helmet, or maybe it hit the helmet flush on. Either way, we've got a break in play.
Yeah. They're quite exciting, these two youngsters that Sussex have got. I'm really looking forward to watching the leg spinner ball.
Yeah. So he's come into the side this year. So his grandfather is Les Lenham, dad Neil Lenham, both of whom played for Sussex. 17 years old today, but played as a 16-year-old and has done really well in the T20. What's been interesting as well, Scott, is that I think particularly in the game down, there was a game at Glamorgan when Sussex were under a bit of pressure with Dan Douthwaite hitting the ball all over the place, and Luke Wright, without even a second thought, threw the ball to Archie Lenham, get us a wicket, and Douthwaite hold out down the ground. So he's a young man, he gives the ball air, he turns the ball, he's a terrific prospect. And I think you'll enjoy watching him today.
Looking forward to that.
So he's 17. James Coles is 17.
Blimey.
And Daniel Ibrahim is 16. Daniel is 17 next week, by the looks of it, or the week after next. So it looks as if Harrison Ward is okay. I didn't see a replay of that, so I don't know whether he pulled the ball into his helmet, whether he was hit flush on the helmet.
I think it just kind of mandatory check, isn't it, really, when something like that happens?
Yeah.
I think the physio comes out, checks he's okay. They'll just take a few seconds to make sure everything's all right. Glove onto helmet, I'm just being told it was.
Glove onto helmet, thank you. Yeah. So, one more ball to go in this over, two more balls to go in this over. Sussex are 13 for 1 in the fourth over, having won the toss and decided to bat first. Tom Clark, the man out, caught at mid-off by Dane Villas off the bowling of Liam Hurt without scoring, and Hurt is running in again to bowl to the left-handed Ward, who's solidly forward and plays to mid-off, fielded by Villas, and there is no run. Jeffrey in London's been in touch, as he said, have you seen Ibrahim? He's a great talent. Well, he became the youngest player to score a half-century in the history of the county championship when he scored a 50 at Headingley earlier on this season. So we've seen a bit of Daniel Ibrahim.
He's born in Burnley, wasn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he was. Yep. And plays his cricket for Preston Nomads Cricket Club just outside of Brighton. As Hurt is on his way again, bowling to Ward. He's in and bowls, and Ward hits this away, and he's going to be caught at mid-off, and Harrison Ward is on his way. And I don't know if he was unsettled by that delivery that came off the glove into the helmet, but that's a poor shot, and he's holed out to Dane Villas at mid-off, and Sussex in the fourth over are already in trouble with both openers back in the pavilion. Ward is on his way, and Sussex are 13 for 2.
Yeah, up onto his toe, just trying to slap it up over mid-off, wasn't he? But caught pretty comfortably by Dane Villas. And a good start for Lancashire with the ball. Into problems early on for Sussex to have lost 2 inside the first 4 overs.
Well, I think there's an awful lot here depending for Sussex on these two, because Tom Haynes, the skipper, and the man wandering out now, Travis Head, so another left-hander. So the top 4 of the Sussex order, all left-handers, but with the openers back in the pavilion, we've only had 4 overs. There's a big responsibility here for this pair to put some sort of a total together for Sussex. Just a couple of other emails. Scott, George, he says, hi, I'm watching in Aberdeen. What a brilliant venue with typical stone walls beyond the boundary. He says, fabulous, exclamation mark, on Northern Arundel. Well, Arundel is beautiful, but I've got to say, this is this is something else. It really is. But Sussex need to forget the views and get some runs on the board.
Indeed, yeah. Here's Bailey to start the 5th over. Haynes on strike. It's back of a length, and Haynes defends up into the offside. There's no run. Because the Royal London One Day Cup started yesterday with wins for Essex and Durham and Glamorgan and Leicestershire and Surrey. And this is the only Royal London One Day Cup fixture scheduled for today. Bailey to Haynes, who again defends, and there's no run. Lots of different ways to access the coverage on a live stream on Lancashire Cricket TV via the BBC Sport website and app. 5 Live Sports Extra with us as well. The 100 match gets underway at 3 o'clock. It's the Birmingham Phoenix against the London Spirit from 3. And then the men play at 6:30. Those games coming up a little bit later on Sports Extra. Bailey to Haynes again, who plays a forward defensive. And that's rolling up towards the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, at mid-off, and there's no run. 13 for 2 Sussex. We're halfway into the 5th. Got Tom Bailey bowling for Lancashire.
James Shuttleworth has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'll read his email in a couple of moments.
One slip in place as Bailey bowls, and it's down the leg side to Haynes, and the umpire signals are wide. Score moves on to 14 for 2.
James says, morning gents, hope you're both well. Looks like a lovely setting up there. I'm watching whilst working from home, in inverted commas, in Bolton. He says it could be worse. He says, how did the Sussex folks respond to playing up at Sedbergh?
Yeah, as you were saying, it's a fair old trek, isn't it? Bailey's in. It's left alone by Haynes. Through to the keeper, no run.
He says it's an extra 70 miles or so. One can only hope they were able to fly part way. Well, no, they didn't. They came up on a couple of coaches because of the COVID rules, having to say socially distance on the coach. So they left Hove at 9 o'clock yesterday morning and got up here latish afternoon. So I think they did better than I did.
You did have a bit of a shocker, didn't you, really? Bailey to Haynes. Just dabs the ball away. Mid-off comes up to field. And he shuttles through for a single. And he moves up to 10. The score moves on to 15 for 2. Yes, I passed them on the way up yesterday, the 2 Sussex coaches.
Yeah.
You were a few hours behind, weren't you?
Yeah, and they have to have a lot of stops, I think, because of driver hours and that sort of thing. I think you have to put off at service stations and have half an hour or so that you, the driver's within his permitted legal limit.
So Travis Head gets himself settled in. There's one slip and a gully in place. Bailey balls to Head, that's defended. And into the offside, no run, and that concludes the over. So 5 gone. Sussex are 15 for 2.
James finishes off by saying, I found it quite strange that Lancashire hosted Cumbria at Sedbergh recently. Seems like hosting your neighbour for dinner in their house peculiar. He says, have an enjoyable day.
Yes, that was on Tuesday, part of the warm-up fixtures for this Royal London competition.
Jamie's been in touch. He says, good morning to you, Adrian, watching the live stream of this game in a picture postcard location. Shame that Sussex will not be able to get out to Eastbourne, Arundel or Horsham this season. Jamie's hoping to attend all the games at Hove. He says, fingers across the Durham game will take place and not be washed out as predicted. Looking forward to see how the Sussex youngsters perform. So it is going to be Liam Hurt comes racing in and bowls a quick delivery. That was pacey, Scott, and Tom Haynes ducks underneath it. The ball rattles through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex begin their home campaign. Not much time for a turnaround. Back to the south coast, probably not until Saturday, early hours of Saturday, and then Durham visit on Sunday. Hurt wanders back to his mark. There's a couple of big flags of St George at the far end of the ground, laid out on the bank. As Hurt is on his way again to the Sussex skipper. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Haynes plays that in the air. He's going to get 4 runs, but is it going to race away 4? No, he's only going to get a couple through mid-wicket. I'm not sure he was completely in control of that shot, Tom Haynes, but he gets a couple of runs nonetheless. He goes to 10 and the total to 15 for 2. Yeah, a long time, wasn't it?
Yeah, kind of chipped it, didn't he, out through that leg side. Cries of catch.
I've had an email in from Jack Fletcher Price. Hello, Jack. And we were talking about Archie Lenham and grandfather and dad. So I'll read the email in a minute. As in comes Hurt and bowls. Haynes up on his toes and plays quietly straight back down the track. There is no run. Tom Haynes remains on 12 and Sussex are 17 for 2. He says, you never mention Archie's mum Petch when detailing his sporting pedigree, given just as many throwdowns and deserved praise. So there we are, we've done it, Jack.
Quite right.
So well done, Archie's mum, for all the throwdowns. I haven't seen much of Archie bat actually, but I'm told he's a decent little batsman. And he's certainly a very fine leg spin bowler. Now, a change in the field, and Tom Haynes clipped that shot through mid-wicket. It was in the air for a while, and now there is a mid-wicket in place as Hurt turns at the end of his run to just the one slip in place. The former Sussex man, Luke Wells, on duty there. And Hurt is racing in over the wicket. Bowls, Haynes drives without timing, straight back down the track. Hurt peels off his own bowling. Is it the end of the over? No, there's one more ball to go. Sussex 17 for 2. Both openers already back in the pavilion. Tom Clark without scoring, and Harrison Ward for 4. Both of them out in identical fashion. Both of them caught by Dane Villas, the Lancashire skipper, at mid-off of the bowling of Liam Hurt. So Sussex with a repair job to do here, having won the toss and deciding to bat first on the most glorious day. Just some high-level wispy cloud around. Other than that, bright blue skies. And Hurt is in again. Bowls. Oh, and Haynes is surprised by one that got up a little more than he expected. And that could have gone anywhere. He managed to sort of, well, try to get out of the way. But he didn't succeed, and he's quite fortunate to survive, is Tom Haynes. But that did seem to get up quite a bit from not far short of a length. Sharp
ball, wasn't it, from Hurt? As you say, he got right on top of him, didn't he? Kind of got big on him pretty quickly, fending the ball off. He is quick. He's a strong man, Liam Hurt. Balls quickly. This competition will be, again, a chance for him to feature. He's not played too much for Lancashire. A bit of blast cricket.
Well, he's bowling at a fair lick from the Evans end of the ground. The fell behind him comes in, bowls that short, and Tom Haynes ducks underneath it. The ball rattles through to the keeper. There is no run. End of the over, 17 for 2. Haynes on 12. Travis Head yet to score. Listening to live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex. 5 Live Sports Extra. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Scott Reed. Les has been in touch. He says, I can confirm it is a beautiful part of the country. I'm bright and bored in bed, but I've lived in this part of the world for the last 30 years and just love the quiet lifestyle. If you fancy a good walk up, go up Winder and have a walk along to the Calf and admire the views of the Lake District and the Yorkshire Dales. Thanks for the commentary, which is most enjoyable, says Les.
Well, you can see that on the live stream now, that the hill or the fell he's referring to, that is Winder there, at the top left of the screen. Out to our left-hand side as Bailey starts a fresh over, and Head goes off the back foot and pushes it away into the offside. No run.
So he says, Les says, walk along to the Calf and admire the views of the Lake District. So
lovely. It's a fair old climb up there, though, isn't it?
I don't know how long it'd take you to get up there. I bet it's magnificent. When I wish I'd got up here earlier yesterday and could have had a walk up there, Scott, couldn't we?
Well, you could, yeah.
Yeah, I would have been all right.
I'd still be up there trying to find my way back. Bailey balls, it's full but wide of off stump. Taken by the keeper, and there is no run. When we're here for the county championship fixture back in 2019, as you touched on, Durham were here for a week. One of the photographers that were here, it kind of went halfway, kind of at least halfway up that fell to take a picture looking back down the ground. It was a pretty spectacular picture. It was well worth the effort trying to climb up the fell to get a good aerial view. Belly in again to Head. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
This is a bit of a rebuilding job here for Sussex, Scott, isn't it? And I think an awful lot relying on these two experienced players, we have to say, in terms of the average age of the Sussex side. Skipper 22, Travis Head 27, vastly experienced test match player. And this is a day to step up, I think.
Belly in, it's down the leg side, signalled as a wide. Lancashire asking the question as to whether we got a little glance on that, but nothing on it. And the umpire, and that's Paul Baldwin, isn't it, at this end, spinning round to signal a wide. Neil Pratt, the other umpire, he's at square leg at the moment. And Alex Swan is our match referee, and I think he's in the breast tent just behind us. So
he's keeping an eye on you.
Absolutely. Bailey to Head, just trying to whip the ball away off his hip. Just deflects back down the pitch off his thigh pad, picked up by Rob Jones, who comes stomping up from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ahead it still remains on 0. 2 balls left to the 7th. Sussex 18 for 2.
Bernie Slater has been in touch, Scott, on Sussex cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's got a question for you.
Oh, it always fills me with dread.
I'll ask it after the next delivery.
Bailey, is he just squirted down to third man by Head, playing it gently, just tickling it down towards the third man boundary. There's a fielder down there for Lancashire. Just a run, but Head's off the mark with that single, and the score moves on to 19 for 2.
So Benny says, could you ask Scott why Lancs are playing in Cumbria and not at, say, Southport or Stanley Park, Blackpool, if available?
I can give you kind of an up-sum, really, of the thinking behind playing in at this venue. It's the last ball of the over, Bailey in, playing a miss from Haynes and through to the keeper, and there's no run. That is the end of the 7th over. 19 for 2 is the score. They've got obviously outground cricket at Southport, but they've not been there for a few years. Blackpool, they were scheduled to play a game there this year, but had to be rearranged to Emirates Old Trafford because of problems with the outfield. And Liverpool, which will be the base for the final round of county championship games. Lancashire are playing Hampshire in the last game of the 4 fixtures in September, and that will be at Liverpool. But I think the broader thinking with regards to this venue is just to try and kind of engage with Cumbria cricket a little bit more. There is some strong connections between Cumbria and Lancashire. Relatively recently, of course, Jordan Clark was at this very school. Played for Lancashire before moving on to Surrey. So I think it's trying to kind of access the North Lancashire kind of area and the Cumbria, South Cumbria regions as well. It's in and bowling. That's steered down to wide third man. And come back for 2. Score moves on to 21 for 2, and Travis Head moves up to 3. So I think for those reasons, just trying to get to a different part of the region. I mean, North Lancashire, likes of kind of Lancaster, Morecambe area, even further north than that. That's a long trek down to Old Trafford. Look at it, 60, 70 miles from North Lancashire down to Emirates Old Trafford. So it's just, I think, to try and engage with a broader part of the northwest, really. It'll flick away out towards backward square leg for 1 run. And the score ticks along to 22 for 2. And Head moves up to 4. So I think that's the thinking behind it. Certainly has brought up quite a bit of discussion with regards to it, because I suppose this ground's in the Yorkshire Dales. It's in Cumbria, but part of the Yorkshire Dales National Park. It's hurt. Just dabbed away into the onside, and there is no run. But yes, I think it's just to kind of access North Lancashire and Cumbria. There's a lot of Cumbria cricket followers who travel down and watch Lancashire. A lot of Cumbrian players who have played for Lancashire. Liam Livingston is a Cumbria lad, so I think that's the thinking. I've got to say, I'm not complaining. It's worth it when you get here. Oh, this is hooked down towards backward square leg. It's going to be picked up inside the boundary by Danny Lamb. Tom Haynes moves on to 14 with that, 24 for 2. Live at Sedbergh School. It's Lancashire Sussex. It's the Royal London One Day Cup fixture. It's the opening group game for both these two sides. Competition starting yesterday. We've got Liam Hurt for Lancashire bowling from the Evans end. He's over the wicket and bowling to Haynes, who takes the bat away, nestles into the gloves of George Lavelle, who has a chance to keep wicket for Lancashire. George Lavelle, because Alex Davis is away with the 100. He's with a Southern Brave. Obviously, Alex is leaving Lancashire at the end of the season. He signed a 3-year deal with Warwickshire. So a great opportunity for George Lavelle in this next month or so to really make a big impact on the Lancashire team. And again, the most expansive looking shot, like trying to cut the ball is Tom Haynes, down on one knee, trying to slash it away through the offside, but playing a miss and through to the keeper as well. So that's the end of the 8th over. 24 for 2, 8 overs gone. Sussex winning the toss. Batting first. There's a whole stack of list day debutants. A couple for Lancashire. George Lavelle and Jack Morley are both making their list day debut, but then the list is pretty long for Sussex, with Archie Lennon and Daniel Abraham, Harrison Ward, Henry Crocombe, James Cole, Oliver Carter. Fairly in the forward press by Travis Head. Ball just deflects out into the offside, and Bohannon comes up to field. And there is no run. We're watching or commentating square on. We're in our executive marquee. This big white executive marquee. There we are. There are our colleagues from the written press, the scorers inside the box as well. The analysts are all in here. There's lots of activity. His head trying to guide the ball down towards backward point, but there is no run. We do have a nice big monitor, so we can see the pictures as you see them if you're with us on the live stream. Adrian about to do an update for BBC Sussex, gearing up towards my right hand side. He's all plugged into the matrix. He's Adrian Harms, ready to do his update. There is Bailey. This is his 5th over. And Head just goes back and guides the ball safely back towards Bailey off his own bowling, and there's no run. Might be a case of maybe using bowlers in 4 or 5 over spells. It is a pretty hot day. Bailey's got that sunscreen smeared over the bridge of his nose and underneath his eyes. Keep the sun away, keep the sun out the eyes as well. And we got Hurt bowling from the other end, but this is Bailey's 5th over. That's through to the keeper, George Lavelle, and there is no run. So it's a mid-off and a mid-on for Tom Bailey, with Rob Jones at mid-wicket. See if we can try and pick everybody out here. We've got Keaton Jennings at mid-on, short sleeves, hands on his hips. Skipper is at mid-off, Dame Villa. Josh Bohannon at extra cover. Rob Jones at mid-wicket. Croft backward of point. It's driven down the ground. I don't know whether it's stopped by Bailey, but I don't know how much he kind of intended that, or whether he just kind of happened to be in the way of it. It was a nice looking straight drive, but the big man Bailey got in behind it to stop it, and there's no run. We've got a 3rd man who is an awful long way from me. I think that's Jack Morley in front of the sight screen on the far side of the ground, directly opposite from where we're broadcasting from. It's a nice shot, tucked away off the hip. Liam Hurt comes from backward square-legged to just about pick up the ball. It was a bit of a fumble, but able to come back for 2. Takes his cap off and tosses it out over the rope because he's going to continue. Is Liam Hurt. That's the completion of Bailey's 5th over. He's gone for 11 from his 5. And we've had 9 overs of the Sussex innings, 26 for 2, with Head on 6 and Haynes on 14. As it will be Hurt to continue. Lancashire's team and bowling options. Well, Daniel Lamb will give Lancashire another option. Right arm medium pace. Keaton Jennings, he bowled a little bit in the warm-up match. Again, we might see him feature. And then there's some spinning options there as well. Luke Wells, Stephen Croft, Rob Jones going to chip in with the ball. Spinning options. Jack Morley's the frontline spinner though for Lancashire. Left arm spinner. Tom Haynes is on strike. Something not quite right with... I think Liam Hurt just got a bit of sweat perhaps on his left hand and just dries it on the one of the pitches at the edge of the square. And he'll come charging in from that Evans end. From just over the wall, one or two spectators peering over the wall, sheltering under a tree, a bit of shade. Got a good view watching Hurt in and bowling. It's guided down to a backward point where Stephen Croft fields, and there is no run. Actually, a public footpath runs directly behind the end that Liam Hurt's running in from. But you can see one or two people just making their way into town, do a little bit of shopping in Sedbergh, just over the wall. That's a public footpath that'll take you into the town centre. Hurt in, forward goes Haynes, and that's pushed up to mid-off where Dane Villas fields, and there is no run. So you've got to be kind of alert if you're walking on that public footpath, because you might be going for a casual walk to go and pick up your groceries, and there's a cricket ball hurtling in your direction if you're not quite paying attention. We're in the 10th over, Sussex 26 for 2. There's Liam Hurt in and bowling. Nice shot, just guided down backward of point towards wide third man. Picked up by Keaton Jennings. And Tom Haynes moves up to 15. The score moves on to 27 for 2. Brings Travis Head back on strike. And Adrian's back alongside me.
Yeah, apologies for that. John Malone's been in touch from Bexhill-on-Sea. He says, "Hi Adrian, Scott, it looks a fantastic setting." He said, "I must report the camera and sound coverage, which so far is outstanding." So well done to everyone who's worked hard to get the pictures as good as they are. They do look terrific.
Hurt in, flicked off the hip
Shot
down to backward square leg. That's 4 runs. Tucked away off his hip. Little roll of the wrist. Guided down towards the fine leg boundary of 4. That was a good looking shot, wasn't it?
It was a really classy shot. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and Travis Head, I'm sure, would agree that things haven't really worked out particularly well for Travis in terms of the volume of runs that he'd have wanted to have scored for Sussex, both in the Championship and also T20. We've got a little glimpse down at Canterbury in the last Championship game of what a fine player he can be, and I have to say that was a quality shot. It was beautifully timed, and Sussex will want much more of that today as well.
It's off the back foot up onto the toes goes Travis Head and steers it down to Stephen Croft, backward of point, no run.
He was annoyed then, wasn't he? Could tell that if that had been a yard either side of Stephen Croft, that would have probably raced away for 4 runs. So John just goes on to say, we just need Sussex to settle down and build a partnership, which is what these two are attempting to do, having been 13 for 2.
Final ball of the 10th. Yeah, that's exactly what these two are doing, aren't they? Try and just calm things down, get a partnership after a couple of early wickets. He's Hurt. Guided off the back foot into the offside to extra cover. No runs. 10 overs done. We might see a couple of bowling changes. Bailey's bowled 5 overs for 11. Is he going to have another one? Hurt's now bowled 5 overs, 2 for 20. We're going to have a sanitising break. 2 not-out batsmen there. Harrison Ward for 4 and Tom Clark for 0. You can see the number of balls that Haynes and Head have faced. 30 for Haynes for his 15 and 17 balls faced for Travis Head's 10 runs. 10 overs gone, 31 for 2.
Laurie Colliver has been in touch from Adelaide. Hello, Laurie. He says a good day from Adelaide, hoping our lad Travis Head can get a few for Sussex today. He says, hope you are. I'm fine, Laurie. Hope you are too. I think in South Australia and large parts of Australia, I think, are back in lockdown, aren't they?
Yeah,
and I think South Australia might be one of those, so it may well be. And I'd imagine at this time of year, Laurie, perhaps just going into the spring, perhaps, or still in winter. But hope all well down in South Australia. Change of bowling, is this? Is this Danny Lamb who's coming into the attack?
Yep.
So you'll be pleased to know, Laurie, one lovely shot that Travis Head played for 4, but as I say, a rebuilding job needed for Sussex. 31 for 2. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. As Danny Lamb is going to come into bowl to the Sussex skipper, Tom Haynes, for those just joining us. Sussex winning the toss on the most glorious morning here in Cumbria. Losing 2 early wickets, both openers back in the pavilion with just 13 on the board as Lamb, right arm over, runs in, bowling his fast medium, just short delivery, clipped away by Haynes through mid-wicket and picks up a single as it's fielded here on the mid-wicket boundary by Liam Hurt. Tom Haynes goes to 16 and Sussex to 32 for 2. And brings Travis Head on to strike. Not quite sure when the Australian season starts. I know that generally sort of September time, I think. As in comes Lamb and bowl. Short pull away by Head. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's going to go away for 4 runs. It was in the air a long time. It was flicked away. It was short. It was helped on its way down towards fine leg. Almost on the 45. I just thought for a minute that was in the air a little too long. There is a fielder away to our left-hand side that I can just about see just peering round the edge of the tent where we're commentating from. But it was in between the two fielders. That was safe enough, and Travis Head picks up another boundary. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 36 for 2. Just in the air a while, wasn't it, Scott?
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 men back, aren't they, on that leg side boundary.
So there's a deep square leg. There is a fine leg who's perhaps on about the 45 degree. In fact, he's now been moved to more of a 45 degree angle. Travis Head does a bit of gardening, still the one slip in place. And Lamb is back to his mark and running into bowl to Travis Head. He bowls and Head is forward with a solid 4 defensive to mid-off, and there is no run. Malcolm's been in touch from Manchester, and he says, I'm enjoying the coverage on 5 Live Sports Extra. I'm a Lancashire member, but can you explain how the comp works this year? Is it the top 2 of each group, semis, and then a final question mark? Also with 100, what are your thoughts on the long-term future of 50-over cricket, especially as both run concurrently and counties will not be playing their strongest teams? As in comes Lamb running in bowls, and Head plays this firmly to backward point, fielded there by Croft. And there is no run. Well, the format of the competition is 2 divisions of 9, and the top 4 will go through to a quarter-final, then a semi-final, and a final, which I believe is at Trent Bridge.
It is, yeah.
But the quarter-finals and semi, I mean, they're very close together, aren't they?
Yeah, all happens pretty quickly, doesn't it? It's done within the next kind of month or so.
It is, yep. The whole thing is done. As in comes Lamb running in and bowls, and Head is forward and plays straight back down the track. Lamb fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Yes, it's done and dusted by the time the T20 Blast resumes, which is in the week beginning, I think, the 23rd of August. Both Sussex and Lancashire have made it into the quarter-final stages. So 8 group matches, possibly a quarter-final, semi-final and final. So potentially counties could have 11 games. As in comes Lamb bowls, and Head works this through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Does Travis Head? He goes to 15 and the total to 37 for 2.
Yeah, you don't play everybody home and away, so the 2 groups of 9 teams. You play 4 at home, 4 away. And then the knockout stages, quarter-finals on the 14th of August, semi-finals on the 17th of August, final on the 19th of August at Trent Bridge. So yeah, it's all done within the next month. Pretty quick competition. It's quite good. I quite like that.
Yeah. And I was looking at some of the counties yesterday. I mean, Sussex have got a very young side here they're playing this week, but that's because there's other players they could have picked. I mean, they've lost a lot of players to the 100, but certainly giving youth a chance. But I was looking at some of the sides yesterday, Scott, and some of the counties are putting out strong sides. Essex in particular had a strong side. Alistair Cook was playing in that game. Hampshire seemed to have a pretty strong side, and this is a strong Lancashire side here as well. Yeah,
wins yesterday for Essex against Hampshire, for Durham at Kent, Glamorgan beating Warwickshire, Leicestershire beating Derbyshire,
Lancashire at the Evans end.
Surrey beating Yorkshire.
Replacing number 22, Liam Hurst. Number 18, Jack Morley.
We'll see some left arm spin for the first time. Jack Morley, who did play right at the end of last year in the Bob Willis Trophy final, made his Lancashire debut in the last game of the Bob Willis competition last year. Lancashire obviously didn't get to the final, didn't get out the group stage, but he played in that match at Derbyshire and picked up, I think, 5 wickets actually. So that's his chance now in the One Day Cup. Bit of left arm spin. What's he got? We've got the keeper crouching up, short fine, short third man, backward point as well. A little flick away through the onside by Travis Head, just in front of square, and he gets through for a single. The score moves on to 38 for 2, and Head moves up to 16. Brings Haynes on strike. The field hasn't changed with that deep square, short third man, short fine leg, backward point, short mid wicket, mid off. There's a long on, deep extra cover. Forward goes Tom Haynes and defends, and it's rolling back down the pitch, gathered by Morley off his own bowling. Skipping in again, twirls in and bowls. It's forced through mid-on for a single. A long on fielder comes up. And the score ticks along to 39 for 2. Yeah, 39 for 2. And Morley in and bowling. And that's play back towards Morley off his own bowling, and there's no run. We're halfway into the 12th over. First of a left arm spin from Jack Morley. Back in again. Just turned away behind square on the leg side by Head. And he gets through for 1. And the score moves on to 40 for 2 in the 12th.
We've had a nice message in from Gregor.
Oh, hello.
Who's over in Sydney. It's good of you. Good to hear from you, Gregor. And I'll read your message at the end of the over. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email.
There's Morley in, guided away through the onside by Tom Haynes for 1 run, just eased away towards deep square, and that's the end of Morley's first over. It's 12 gone, 41 for 2.
So Gregor says, just another message from an Australian here in Sydney. We've had the worst day of the recent outbreak, and with the West Indies and Australian tour being halted, I wasn't aware of that. And no Australian cricket at the moment. Having this has really given a glimpse of happiness in a dark time. Thank you so much for the amazing commentary and coverage. So it's very nice of you, Gregor, over in Sydney, to send us an email. Yeah, we'd heard that a lot of Australia is back into lockdown. And I'm glad you're... I wish you well and hope you're enjoying the coverage. As in comes Danny Lamb, racing in at right arm over the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes, who punches that into the covers. There is no run. Still the 1 slip in place as the third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as Danny Lamb wanders back to his mark. We're commentating from mid-wicket, but we have got the benefit of a big television screen to our right-hand side, so we'll have some idea of LBWs as we watch that. But in comes Lamb and bowls, and Haynes is forward, but looking to run that one down towards third man, and got himself in a bit of a muddle. The ball just dribbles out on the offside, and there is no run. Sussex 41 for 2, having won the toss this morning, but losing both openers, Clark for a duck and Harrison Ward for 4. Both back in the pavilion with the score on 13. So recovery by these two as in comes Lamb bowls, and Haynes pulls that through wideish. It's going to race away for 4 runs. We can't quite see it, gone for 4, because we need to peer around the corner of the tent, so we can't quite see that particular part of the ground, but it was too short from Lamb and pulled away by Tom Haynes through wideish mid-wicket for 4 runs. Good shot by the Sussex skipper. He goes to 17, and Sussex to 45 for 2. But Haynes goes to 22. I do apologise. Travis Head is on 17. Haynes just waits and just surveys the field. Danny Lamb at the end of his run-up throws the ball from hand to hand and comes running in Yet again, bowling to Haynes, and Haynes with a poor shot. Well, I guess I say a poor shot. Had he hammered that through and it gone racing through extra cover for 4, I'd have said, what a beautiful shot. But from here, he was looking to hammer the ball away, and it whistled past the outside edge through to keeper George Lavelle, and there is no run. Moral victory for the bowler. And the Sussex total remains on 45 for 2. Lamb in again, bowls, and Haynes tucks this one off the hip down towards fine leg. They've taken 1, and that's all they're going to take. It's fielded down in the distance by Liam Hurt, who gets in the throw. One more to Haynes, who goes to 23, and Sussex to 46 for 2.
Jamie Bowman, cricket writer, is listening to us, and he was here for the game in 2019, and he camped. He brought his tent, he pitched a tent in a local field, and he camped every day, which is just outstanding.
In comes Lamb, bowl short, pulled away by Head down towards that fine leg field, who's Liam Hurt, who's been kept very busy down there and does very well. Gets around the boundary quickly, gets in the throw. Just 1 to Travis Head. He goes to 18, and the total to 47 for 2 at the end of the 13th over.
Jamie says, bringing back some wonderful memories of the trip there a few years ago. Wishing I'd brought a tent this week. Jamie, in these temperatures, blimey, that'd have been a sticky night, wouldn't it, in a tent?
So I wonder where he pinned, was there a campsite? Did he?
It was a campsite.
Did he oh, right, okay.
I think it was a campsite, but I seem to remember him telling me I think he may have been the only one on it. And he was kind of at the back of a field near us. I think he was near a stream, he said. He loved it. It was a fantastic idea, because there's basically 2 B&Bs in Sedbergh. So you've got to get in early if you want to try and get a B&B. Obviously, you can kind of like Airbnb it, because some cottages are available to rent around the ground. There's Morley bowls to Head. And that's worked her way out towards backward square leg for a single. Head moves to 19. The score moves on to 48 for 2. But I think Jamie couldn't get a B&B, or he couldn't find a kind of a cottage to rent or something. So he went his half to bring the tent, pitch up. Absolutely superb. Worked up towards square leg, just rocking up onto the toes, Tom Haynes, and clipping the ball out to Luke Wells, who you said hello to, didn't you, this morning? Luke Wells, former Sussex man. Nice
to see him. I thought he looked very fit, actually. He was, saying how much he's enjoyed the move up here. He's playing in all formats of the game, and said he's thoroughly enjoying his cricket. Good to see him.
Morley fizzes this one in a little bit flatter and quicker. And Head again rocking back and working the ball behind square on the leg side. Shuffling pretty quickly through for a single. Brings up the 50 for Sussex, 50 for 2. We're in the 14th over. It's a rebuilding job here, really, for Sussex, but these two have played quite nicely. 24 to Haynes, 20 to Head. Morley bowls. He plays a little forward defensive, Tom Haynes. Back to the left arm spinner, Jack Morley. And there is no run. Changing his field a little bit. What does he want here? There's Luke Wells on that leg side boundary. He's coming in. So there's a mid-wicket now, as well as a mid-on. And a deep backward square leg. Ease off the back foot by Haynes, guiding it out into the onside. Velas comes up from mid-on to field, and there's no run.
He's out into a really nice line of length here, isn't he, Morley? Very impressive.
Yeah, I mentioned that game he played in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, final group game. Well, this is a much quicker ball by Jack Morley. Full, quick, and through to the keeper in the end after Haynes tries to drive the ball away. End of the over, 14 gone, 50 for 2. It's against Derbyshire at Egbert in Liverpool. Jack Morley in the first innings 1 for 9 from 10 overs, and in the second innings 4 for 62. That was his first class debut.
Very good. Ollie's been in touch from Hertfordshire. Hello, Ollie. He said, I've been a Sussex fan ever since I was young. I'm now 17. Very nice to see the youngsters getting their opportunities in the team, and great to see a player like Travis Head there with the experience as well. The stream is very good today. That's the second compliment we've had about the stream today, so well done all involved with that. Hopefully a good day of cricket and a Sussex victory, says Ollie. If you want to join our conversation, send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to hear from you, whatever you're doing on this glorious summer's day. Barely a cloud in the sky and this magnificent setting at Sedbergh School. As in comes Danny Lamb over the wicket, bowls to Travis Head, who runs that down to third man, picks up a single, just Travis Head. He goes to 21 and Sussex to 51 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Lancashire, 5 Live Sports Extra. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Scott Reed. It's better weather than we were at Old Trafford, Scott, for the first county championship game of the season, which was eventually called off on the 4th day because it snowed. Do you remember? And the Sussex lads were building snowmen. In comes Lamb around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who punches that straight back down the track. Lamb built up his own bowling, and there is no run.
They did, didn't they? They built a little snowman just on the edge of the outfield, the Sussex boys.
Yeah. And I think they might have put a Sussex cap, or they put something on it.
They did, yeah. And I think a little stump for a nose. Yeah. Actually, quite a big nose.
The weather couldn't be more different as Lamb is in around the wicket, bowls and pulled away by Tom Haynes down towards fine leg. He's just going to get a single. Another very good bit of fielding by Liam Hurt, who's been kept very busy down on that fine leg boundary, but he was very quickly round, and for a big man he was down picking the ball up and getting the throw in quickly as well, and just restricting Haynes to a single. The Sussex skipper going to 25, Sussex to 52 for 2. It was freezing as well.
It's ridiculous, wasn't it? Was that the match where the heating didn't work in the media centre? Yeah, we're all in our...
Yeah, well, not in our commentary box anyway. As in comes Lamb, and Head looking to play that one away on the offside. The throw comes in. Well, that was almost a catalogue of errors. He was looking to play that one away through extra cover, Travis Head. He didn't time it properly. The ball dribbled onto the onside. Tom Haynes called his partner through for a single. The throw came in from, I think it was Rob Jones.
It was, yeah.
And Travis Head was just momentarily struggling. As it happened, the ball missed the stumps, and I think Head would have just about been home, but that was a lot of to-do about a single. 53 for 2. Lamb again, round the wicket, bowls, and Haynes tucks that one onto the leg side. I wonder if that was a leg by. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Leg by. No, Tom Haynes must have got a bit of a bat on that. He goes to 26, I think that's going to go to. Yes, and Sussex to 54 for 2. Partnership now of 41 between these two, having lost Tom Clark without scoring in the second over, and Harrison Ward in the 4th over for 4. Sussex 13 for 2 at that stage. In comes Lamb around the wicket, bowls, pulled away by Head, and that's going to go all the way, I think, for a maximum.
Yeah, Sussex looking to rebuild here as this first 6 of the game is pulled out through mid-wicket. And Sussex move on to 60 for 2 after a couple of early wickets. They've settled down. They have a partnership between Tom Haynes and Travis Head. We've had 15 overs and Sussex are 60 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't quite say it went for 6. I mean, I hesitated because away to our right-hand side, we're inside a gazebo here, a very big gazebo, tent, whatever you want to call it. It was pulled away. I thought, oh, it's going for 6. Then we lost sight of it before it crossed the boundary. But it went for 6. About a foot, we're being told.
Excellent. Kevin Howes is going to come in for half an hour. Have you got a 12:30 update?
I have. So shall I? Do
you want to leave and then come back after your update?
Yeah, I will. I'll tell you what, Scott. I'll just leave the laptop there because you might get a few more emails coming in as well.
No problem. So we've had an hour of play, and that's 15 overs into the Sussex innings, and this is a good partnership that they've got a base for here. It's something to build on. It's a young team. We've mentioned that a few times, but these two are now edging towards a half-century partnership, and the crucial one for Sussex. Left-arm spin of Jack Morley to continue. That's flicked away out through the onside, and score moves on to 61 for 2. It's a partnership on to 47. Yes, keep your messages coming through. It's always great to hear from you, wherever you may be listening to us.
Wherever it is, it won't be as nice as here.
Oh, you've enjoyed your day so far, haven't you?
I'm on my alls.
I feel like you've just smiled for the last 2 hours, which is lovely. They sit off the back foot and driven up to mid-off. They get through for one. They think of a second, but the throw goes past the keeper, but no extra damage done. And the score moves on to 62 for 2. Kevin Howells, hello.
It's not quite as dangerous as Cheltenham, where we're square on there at this level. Here, I mean, that one's quite close, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Just to our right-hand side. You've got to keep our eye on it.
A lot of expensive cameras and stuff around here as well.
It is,
Haynes, in front of his toes, flicks the ball just a fraction behind square out towards Luke Wells, and Haynes moves to 28. Score moves on to 63 for 2. How many pictures do you reckon you've taken so far?
I don't know. I've actively encouraged my many followers on Twitter to mute me for 24 hours because I've taken too many photographs.
Because the volume of tweets.
Photos?
Oh, photos, sorry. Travis Head just rolls us off the face of the bat down towards backward point, kind of wide third man. Jogs back for a second. 65 for 2.
The best of which was, because I did get here quite early,
right,
was the way that the cloud lifted over the fell in the distance, which I do believe is Bow Fell. Seriously, that was just brilliant. Like an envelope. Oh, beautiful. As it rose over the top.
Morley bowling that's slapped away into the offside. Keaton Jennings is at short extra cover to field, and there's no run.
You were getting a bit old John Betchman on us about half an hour ago as well.
Did I?
Oh, yeah.
What was I saying?
Well, I don't know, but it was something about the surrounding areas and its natural beauty.
Was I getting all excited?
Yeah.
It's hard not to, though, isn't it?
It is.
65 for 2. Playing a miss. There's Travis Head goes back, looks to try and cut the ball, but through to the keeper. Clips off the bails, but no damage done. End of the over. What have we had now? 16 overs. Sussex are 65 for 2. There's drinks are brought out. It's a warm day. Some refreshments for the 2 batsmen.
Quite pleasant here, though.
Oh,
although controversial from you, Reedmeister, controversial.
Yeah.
I did say to you that was it time at midday, not for our first pint, because we're not like that, but for our first ice cream. And you said too early for an ice cream at midday. I think that's controversial. You know, one of our umpires out there, Mr. Paul Baldwin, I had a little chat with him, and I said, do you reckon that this is the most beautiful ground you've ever officiated at? And he said, in this country, maybe yes. Just in beauty. It's not to say there's some lovely grounds around the country. He said, but abroad, he said, the only one I could perhaps say was Queenstown, which is on the South Island of New Zealand there, which has got a section of mountains called the Remarkables, isn't it, behind that. And you get the planes flying in. You can actually quite a lot of photographs of planes flying low. Not surprising, I've taken a few of those as well. But it's right up there with that. It really is. The Remarkables, of course, quite jagged. This is all quite flowing, beautiful flowing fells. In this place, it's got a funny old mixed identity, hasn't it? It's a bit of Cumbria. It's a bit of Yorkshire Dales. We've got to say now it's a bit of Lancashire as well, in its own way. So I'm going to see Stephen Croft brought into the action with his spin. Oh, he was the centre of something the other night, wasn't he, in that T20 in the end? On that, when Joe Root, when he fell.
Oh, blimey, yes. Oh, yeah.
Gosh, that caused quite a stir.
It did, didn't it?
It was a stir. It was a proper stir. Yeah. And just like everything else in the world of cricket, it seems a million miles away from what we're looking at now. There just seems no comparison, does there, between that and this? Anyway, he's in, and Bowles comes around the wicket and fires his first delivery in the air. Perhaps a leading edge, but it's going to be safe. Out through mid-on, and there will be a run. Can I also just say, it's if you're listening to us on 5 Live Sports Extra, you carry on doing so, because it's obviously something I hope you're enjoying. But the stream service, how beautiful does that also make this place look? It's just fantastic. And around the wicket, in Bowles, and leans back, and that's hammered away. That's a glorious back foot shot from Travis Head. I wonder what he makes of it. The Australian Travis Head here, and he powers that one to the boundary. So another 4 here for Sussex. you know, you look at the inexperience of this Sussex side, you know, compare the experience that Lancashire actually are turning out in their 11. I know there's some debutants, but, you know, the experience of the two teams. Yet, at the moment, you've got two very fine batters out there in Travis Head, who's just moved to 35. The Sussex score to 70 for 2. Haynes younger, but has had a good season, of course. Croft around the wicket in bowls and played square on the offside again by Travis Head. He'll just get a single for it this time. So he moves to 36 and the score up to 71 for 2.
Yes, I recall him playing quite well against Lancashire actually early on this season, Haynes.
Next ball, full and edge, but there's a fielder down there behind square on the offside and no run.
He got 155.
That's why you remember
That's
it.
why I remembered it.
There's been a lot of cricket since. Croft again. Right to left in front of us, and that's driven through mid-off. There is a man out on the deep. And there will be 1 run. In the bad old days of broadcasting, we would have made a note of every single proprietor of hot dogs, fish, chips, burgers on the right hand side. The next delivery is bowled and played back and driven into the offside, and we would have given them a mention just in case they'd given us a free piece of food later. But we don't do that these days. I'm going way back when the world was not such a good place. Sussex 72 for 2 now. Haynes is on 30, Head on 36.
I mean, on your suggestion of going for an ice cream this early, might not be a bad show, because
well, I was here at 8:15, so I'm not too sure as it is that early.
Well, it's just gone midday. You were suggesting it before midday for an ice cream, but I remember in the championship match here against Durham, they sold out quite early.
Well, if ever there was a reason to back me up. Oh, hello, ladies. On the stars, had a lovely umbrella. Look at that brolly.
Superb. All the colours.
And to keep the sun off her head.
There's Jack Morley, left arm spinner. That's guided down towards the third man. Daniel Lamb will catch up with it, and they'll come back for a second by the time the throw comes in. 74 for 2. Haynes moves up to 32 not out.
I heard they ran out by 3 o'clock. Is that one day here?
I think, yeah, they run out pretty early. It's one of these kind of artisan type ice creams. It's a fancy one. It's not this is worked out through the onside for a single, just a little clip off the toes by Haynes in front of square. 76.
Now you got me worried.
Yeah, it's kind of like fancy type things, with weird and wonderful flavours. I mean, you might be able to get just like plain vanilla with a flake in it or something, but I think it's beetroot flavoured and stuff like that. There's weird and wonderful. Off the back foot, slapped away through extra cover for a single by Travis Head. Score ticks along to 76 for 2.
I took the very first bacon bap off the vendor.
Noticed that,
this morning, and a flat white.
Very nice.
I used to do cappuccino. I think it's you that's got me onto the flat whites.
Yeah,
I think so.
Morley balls, and Haynes just leans forward and works the ball to the leg side and gets through for 1.
One of the most difficult things, and I must do this now, is to concentrate on a very important game of cricket. Here at the start of this competition, there were some interesting games yesterday. What about that 400 that Durham got against Kent and at Beckenham?
Morley bowls, and Head goes back and just snaps the ball out into the offside, and there's no run.
And another thing to just make sure everybody's aware of is the fixtures for September for the championship are out now. If you go on the BBC cricket website, they're all there for you.
Head will punch this next delivery from Morley through mid-on for a single. 78 for 2.
Warwickshire first up for your boys, I think, isn't it? Warwickshire, Lancashire, I think. Have you looked?
Is it?
Have I got that wrong? I'm going to look it up myself now. I thought.
Oh, you could be. Yeah, I think you are right. Yeah, I think it is Warwickshire at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And then Notts away, Somerset away.
Well, I've already got my name penciled in for a bit of Scarborough action the second week, I think.
Oh, lovely.
Bit of Yorkshire versus Somerset. And then, too early to call for the third round, I reckon, because by that stage, you never know. There could be, if somebody's had a really good, strong 2 weeks and they began towards the top, they may already be in championship title territory. Croft bowls and turned away in front of square on the leg side. And Liam Hurt, who I tell you what, he looks a strong bowler when we've been looking at him at Emirates Old Trafford from a height, but I tell you what, he's a unit, isn't he? He's a powerful unit there. Close up, he's just making his way back towards the boundary at square leg, and a little turn around the corner. Good running. Oh, it's a good throw, but that's far for me to suggest, Mr. Pratt, the umpire, that is not out, but I hope you agree with me, because I thought it was good running, but only good because they got in, and a decent piece of fielding as well. Keaton Jennings, whose career has just not looked back since he appeared on our TMS podcast earlier this year. We need to get him back before the end of the term. I think he quite enjoyed himself, didn't he?
I think he did, yeah. He was the first one, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Not had him on since.
Well, no, because they'd be queuing up to join us. Croft in bowls and worked away on the onside by Travis Head, who's on 39. Haynes is 35. The score 80 for 2. It's in the 19th over. 50 overs Royal London One Day Cup in the beautiful surroundings of Sedbergh School. Use of feet, good use of feet to drive the ball along the ground towards the boundary. There's a fielder out there with the right arm throw. That is Danny Lamb. And more runs on the board.
Sussex, when Super September starts.
Well, I've got a point to make on that. There's Croft in, bowls and pushed into the offside. 81 for 2 it remains. Hayne on 35, not out.
Start with a trip to Worcestershire on the 30th of August.
Around the wicket. Bowls pushed into the offside. And no run again from Haynes. That completes 19 overs with Sussex at 81 for 2. Tom Haynes on 35. Travis Head on 40, not out. Go on.
And then Middlesex at the county ground in Hove, followed by a trip to Leicestershire. And then the final game for Sussex is at home again against Derbyshire. I'm just going to double check the Lancashire fixtures, but I think we got them right.
Polly change at the Evans end, coming on number 3, Luke Wells.
See a bit of Luke Wells.
Luke Wells, who's got a Keaton Jennings look of last year or the year before, hasn't he?
Yes, a bit, yeah.
Shaven-headed against his former team. Against his former team, of course.
Yeah, Lancashire got Warwickshire at Emirates Old Trafford, and then it is a trip to Nottinghamshire, and then to Somerset, and then the final game is at Liverpool, and they play Hampshire.
That could be a biggie, that one. That's right.
Could be a biggie. Could be a biggie.
Luke Wells, who's going to come on and replace Morley, and he's bowling from the Evans end. And it's the Evans end, which is your end, I do believe.
I've got to say, I love your hat.
Thank you.
There's that Luke Wells bowls. Ooh, just kind of tentatively pushing forward. Travis Head, the ball beats him through to the keeper, and there's no. There it is. Look at that. That's a magnificent cap.
It's my Verve hat. I don't know what it is. What was his name? I should know. Lead singer of
was it Ashcroft?
Richard Ashcroft. It's my Ashcroft hat. Okay. I don't think he had quite the look with the glasses, to be honest. But
the back foot just steered away through the offside, bouncing out towards the point boundary where Liam Hurt comes up to field. It is kind of very early
90s.
Yeah, kind of Oasis, Blur, Verve era. Yeah.
Verve, if you don't, it's Verve.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You don't have to do all that other stuff.
No, I think it all kind of.
Nah, Verve.
Okay, all right, we'll go for that. Your Verve hat. Wells again. This is chopped out through extra cover by Haynes through.
During the interval, I might do one of those videos when I just walk down the street of Sedbergh, the main street of Sedbergh, like they did on that bit of Symphony, was it? Yeah, that one. Just walk down. Yeah.
Wasn't he barefooted, no?
Oh, I'm not doing that.
Flicked out towards mid-wicket by Travis Head, stopped by Dane Villas, and there's no run. 83 for 2, we're in the 20th over.
He wasn't barefooted, was
he? Was he not? I mean, I'm thinking of another video.
He had an attitude on him.
Well, that he did a bit of a strut, didn't he?
Yeah.
He cut out through the offside, and that's a good stop. That's Keaton Jennings there, tumbling low down to his right to stop the ball.
How hot is it today?
Scorchio.
Players are going to be feeling it out there today.
Wells again, and Head just trying to push away, sent back by Haynes. He wanted a quick single. The ball squirts down to short fine leg. That's the end of the first over done by Luke Wells. It's gone for 2.
Yeah.
83 for 2. 20 overs gone. Head 41, Haynes 36.
Yeah. So, yeah, second day of competition, the two groups. The final, of course, is to be played at Trent Bridge.
Great service to the club over a great many years. Stephen Parry for his testimonial.
Stephen Parry's testimonial.
Around the ground today,
buckets going round.
Thank you very much.
I just thought I'd give it a mention. On the grounds I couldn't think myself if anything else was that. The announcer was addressing the nation. Worked square. Croft it is, bowling to Haynes. He'll get a single there through square leg. It's ticking along the score here at the moment, isn't it? Lancashire 83 for 2. There's no racing away with it in this 21st over, but steady at the moment from the Sussex pair. Use of the feet, it's in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it's one bounce into the hands on the man down there straight on the boundary. So one run, almost got hold of it too well because it just bounced nicely into his hand. 83 for 2 is the score. Up Croft in bowls, fired along the ground out towards extra cover, and again another single, so keeping the board moving along. One more to the total, up to 86 for 2. I presume they're mentioned with Adrian, Arundel obviously is another just glorious, gorgeous ground, but it's different. It's a different sort of beauty. This one is driven again on the onside of straight. I'm not too sure he got hold of it that well, but it's a single all the same. And at the moment, singles are coming on every delivery. 87 for 2. 4 balls into this 21st over. Croft around the wicket again. This time he's bowling to Haynes. Good stop. Oh, no, this is a run out, and it's Jones with a throw and a real mix-up, and it's Haynes who's been run out for 38. Sent back by Head, and rightly so, because he went straight to the field, and Head just was not interested in a run, and that's just one of those horrid run outs where you, especially when you're at ground level, you do not want to catch the eye of the batter as he's making his way to the pavilion. A horrid moment, isn't it? That a real mix-up, but it's the third wicket down, and it's 87 for 3 in the 21st over.
I think that was a partnership of 74, I think, partnership that.
Good stop, good throw.
It was, yeah, bit of confusion, yes, no type thing. Oh dear.
Well, you say yes, no. I think it was pretty much no. It's just
no. You're right, it's a no.
It was a no, and I'm not so sure there was ever a yes.
I think you're quite right. Well, maybe
he was just begging him for with his own mind, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a shame, because they were looking at a fairly steady pair there.
Throw coming in from Rob Jones.
Paul says it's never too early for an ice cream.
No, quite right, Paul.
Thanks for your message.
3, and the incoming batsman, number 30, James Coles.
And according to Daniel, who's listening, Noel Gallagher wrote Cast No Shadow about Richard Ashcroft.
Really?
And the Bittersweet Sympathy video is Ashcroft being a northerner in London.
No, that's in London.
That's what he reckons. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to dispute it. I thought he was walking the streets of Wigan. Well, that's my lesson for today. Every day is a school day, and that's my lesson on the final day before the summer holidays. That's my lesson I'm going to learn today. Thank you, Daniel. There we are. So, we now have a new batter in.
Yes, Coles is in. It's James Coles for Sussex.
Croft balls to him now. Oh, very nearly gets an edge into the gloves of the keeper, and it's the end of an over where the singles were being accumulated, and then that run out and the wicket falls. So at the end of 21 overs, the score is at 87 for 3. So Harrison Ward made 4. Tom Clark failed to score. Tom Haynes run out with a throw from Rob Jones. 38 off 61 balls, 2 4s, leaving Travis Head not out on 43 from 51 deliveries, and James Coles faced just that 1 ball. Just 2 wides in the extras so far, but 21 overs, and Sussex trying to get into this innings and was seemingly making some progress, and then lost a wicket.
Luke Wells continuing. Travis Head going for a big shot over extra cover, and it bounces this side of the rope. It's gone for 4 runs. James Cole's one of 9 Sussex players on debut.
It's exciting, though, Sussex this year, isn't it? It's very easy for an observer from distance to say that, because, of course, if you're a supporter of Sussex, you're excited by that, but also you'll be a bit frustrated. You've lost some of your more experienced players. You want to be competitive, and, you know, that's the one thing these youngsters have been. They have been competitive.
Luke Wells continuing. Head shuffles right back into his crease. It's a good-looking shot through extra cover along the ground this time. And Liam Hurt comes from deep point, probably 30 yards to his left around the boundary edge to scoop up the ball. And Head comes back for 2. 93-4-3.
But, you know, you're lacking something when you're losing some of your big key players in white ball cricket.
Head just nudges this one around the corner for a single. Takes his total, I think, now up to 50. He does. That's a half century for Travis Head. Off 54 balls, I think. What will confirm the detail. Yeah, 54 balls, 4 fours and a 6.
I'm going to call Harmsy in here because he needs to do an update.
He does. He's got 12:30.
Yeah.
There's Wells in and bowling, and that's James Cole just guiding the ball safely to backward point where Stephen Croft fields, and there is no run. Wells in again, a little bit quicker, touch flatter. Cole's looks to try and cut the ball, but a play and a miss gathered by George Lavelle. And there's no run. Oh, that's hit the pad. Kind of tentatively onto the front foot. James Coles. Ball just deflects out into the onside. And Luke Wells asking the question as to whether that would be LBW, but umpire Neil Pratt says not out. And it's the end of the 22nd over.
Travis Head's 50 came up off 54 balls in 67 minutes, contained 4 fours and 1 6.
Luke Wells has now bowled 2 overs for 9. Lancashire do have a lot of spinning options. Stephen Croft going to start his 4th over. Luke Wells has bowled 2. Jack Morley, the left-arm spinner, has sent down 4 overs. Still got potentially Rob Jones to bowl a bit of leg spin if they want to as well. It's driven off the front foot, but stopped at extra cover by Dane Villas, Lancashire's captain. And there's no run. Travis Head on 50 not out. Sussex at 94 for 3, goes rocking back into his crease, pulls the ball through the onside. That's 4 runs. Got a hold of that one, did Travis Head. Just give himself a bit of room by going back. And they really did force it away through kind of wide, kind of mid-on, down towards the boundary. There is a short mid-wicket in place, which is Rob Jones tried to leap away to stop the ball, but it went underneath his body. He's looking shot for 4. He moves to 54, edging towards 3 figures now, 98 for 3. The ball needs to be sanitised. Gone in towards the spectators, who are being encouraged where possible not to pick it up and just kind of boot it back. Croft is in. Travis Head driving into the offside to extra cover. No, oh, they've gone through for a little quick single there. Scampering through for 1. Travis Head moves up to 55. Score moves on to 99 for 3. We're in the 23rd over of the Sussex innings. It's the Royal London One Day Cup. And we are live from Sedbergh School in Cumbria. And it's Croft to Coles. And he tucks the ball off his pads into the onside. No run. Croft with his sunglasses in. Comes in and bowls. And just turned out to square leg. And jogs through for a single. That brings up the 100. 3 figures on the board. 100 for 3. Head back on strike. He drives through mid-off. Josh Bahanam fields for Lancashire. Head gets a single. And he's pinched a strike as well. That's the end of the over. 23 gone. It's 100 for 3. Head has 56. James Cole on his list day debut for Sussex, unbeaten on 1. Wickets of Harrison Ward, caught by Dane Villas off Liam Hurt for 4. Tom Clark caught Villas bowled Hurt for 0. And Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, run out by Rob Jones for 38. 3 Sussex wickets, which have fallen so far. Travis Head on 55 and James Cole on 1. Got Luke Wells, tall leg spinner, former Sussex man, spent a decade or more on the south coast with Sussex. Strong family connections, of course, with the club, but very much a Lancashire player now, playing all 3 formats and enjoying his cricket. In bowling his leg spin to Travis Head, who's up onto his toes, just working the ball down to backward square leg, where Stephen Croft feels no run. So you've got a short fine leg, short third man, backward point, deep backward square leg, long on, mid off, short extra cover, deep extra cover. Is that a little edge? It is. Luke Wells has the wicket, and Travis Head, the man out. I don't think he actually wanted to play the shot. I think he kind of tried to withdraw the bat at the last moment. Oh, he's had a little flirt with it there, hasn't he? Little flick perhaps off the toe end of the bat, and Head departs. That's a big wicket for Lancashire. It's a big blow for Sussex. I mean, just got to 50, Travis Head. They'd have been hoping for that he could go on and turn 50 into 100, but Wells strikes. 4th wicket to fall. 24. The 24th over. It's 101 for 4. So a long walk back towards the dressing room for Travis Head. Good take by George Lavelle.
Travis Head caught by George Lavelle off the bowling of Luke Wells for 56. Sussex Sharks 101 for 4, and the incoming batsman, number 11, Ollie Carter.
Travis Head 56 off 60 balls, 5 fours and a 6. A partnership with Tom Haynes is worth 74 runs, and that run out breaking that partnership, Haynes departing, and then Head following shortly after. Well, we'll mention about looking at some of the Sussex youngsters, some players making their debut, a chance to impress. Here's another one. Ollie Carter joining James Coles. This young Sussex team are 4 down already. 101 for 4. Wells bowls, and that's dropped away into the offside. And there is no run. Gathered by Wells, who comes bouncing back in, bowls again. Forced away. Nice looking shot through extra cover out towards that scoreboard. Oh, it's a terrific effort on the boundary edge to flick the ball back. Score moves on to 104 for 4. Saving a run there. Good work out in the distance. Good dive, fingertips underneath the ball, flicks it away. This is cut out through the offside for a single. The score moves on to 105 for 4. Ollie Carter back on strike. Slip in place. Luke Wells is just pushing Stephen Croft back towards the long on boundary. So there's a long off and a long on. Carter works his ball behind square on the leg side for 1. And Danny Lamb comes round and completes the fielding. It's the end of the over. 24 gone. 106 for 4. Carter's on 4 and Cole's on 2. Looks like Croft is going to continue for Lancashire. Slap on the sun cream. Get it over. Get it on the shoulders. Shorts are on. T-shirts. Ooh, shirts and ties as well in the executive enclosure. Alan says, good catch that by George Lavelle. Looks the part behind the stumps. Just hope he can impress with the bat. Stephen Croft bowls. This is played out towards backward point, and there's no run. He'll have a chance, George Lavelle, keeping wicket for Lancashire in this competition. Of course, Alex Davis leaving at the end of the season. Off the front foot, just squeezed into the offside. Pick up from Jack Morley. Thinks about having a shot at the stumps. Decides against it. They get through for a single. Score moves on to 107 for 4. And Croft in bowling. Little step down the pitch, and that's sliced away through the offside out towards deep backward point. Liam Hurt comes round to complete the fielding. 108 for 4 with Croft bowling. I can assure you that Kevin Howells and Adrian Harms are not sunbathing. Well, Kevin might be, but Adrian's about to do an update. So I'm not on my own. They'll be back with us at some point, as this is punched through mid-on for a single. 109 for 4. Croft past the umpire, in and bowls. Played back down the pitch by James Cole, and a tumbling stop by Stephen Croft out towards his left-hand side. Cole's got back, just trying to run it down to third man, but fielded inside the ring by Jack Morley. And that is the end of the over. 25 gone, so that we're at the halfway stage of the Sussex innings. See what's happened so far. An hour and 40 minutes into this Royal London One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Sussex. We're live from Sedbergh School in Cumbria, in the glorious Yorkshire Dales National Park, on a stonking day, really. Blue sky and sunshine and spectacular surrounding. Sussex were in the toss and wanting to have a bat first. 9 debutants in their team. And they've lost the wickets of Ward for 4, Clark for 0, Haynes for 38, and Travis Head, the last man out, for 56. A good catch by Lavelle. He's having a little flirt with the ball outside his off stump and taken by the keeper. Cries of catch as Luke Wells continues. That's worked out into the onside. Score moves on to 111 for 4. Carter back on strike. Here's Wells in and bowling his leg spin. It's a foolish ball. Brings Carter forward in defence. That's pushed out into the offside. Dane Villas fields at extra cover, no run. In again, Wells. Oh, it's a full toss, which is pulled down to a deep backward square leg. And that's gone for 4 runs. (115 for 4 now.
Yes, Sussex 115 for 4. We're in the 26th over. They've just lost a couple of wickets. They were going on very nicely on 87 for 2, but Tom Haynes was run out and mixed up with Travis Head. Tom Haynes
Carter moves on to 12 with that.
Travis Head caught behind off the bowling.
Wells in again. Forward goes Carter.
55, so another rebuilding job now for
Just
Carter.
Pushing the ball away through the offside. Rob Jones comes up from backward point to field. And there's no run. Wells 1 for 20 in his 4th over. Balls once more. Forward goes Carter. Drops it into the offside. James Cole through for a single. 116 for 4. Adrian Harms back from possibly the longest update in BBC local radio history, as Wales is in, worked away into the onside, and there is no run off. We had now 26 overs gone. That's the end of that one. The latest from Luke Wells, his 4th. 116 for 4. And since you were last with us, Adrian, Sussex have lost their 2 key men. Haynes and Head were going along quite nicely.
They were. But
a run out for Haynes, and then caught behind by Lavelle dismissing Head, and that's just changed it after a pretty period of kind of calm and careful rebuilding.
I think both batsmen were disappointed. There was a real mix-up between the two, wasn't it, for the run out, and then Travis Head he looked like he was really playing nicely, and he'd be really disappointed. I think you were right. It was always like he wasn't going to play the shot, and at the last minute, a little nick through to the keeper. So Jack Morley had a few emails in, which I'll try and rattle through. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Duncan has been in touch. He says, "Dear Adrian, it's the top 3 from each group, with the winners going straight through to the semi-finals." I thought it was the top 4 that went through. Or was it?
No, top 3. Top 3, yeah.
Okay. So thank you for that, Duncan. So it's going to be Jack Morley who's going to come in. So a couple of Sussex youngsters here. Ollie Carter, just 19 years of age. Jack Cole, 17. Really looking to rebuild. And Sussex 116 for 4. As Morley bowling his left-arm spin. Coming in around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Ollie Carter, who drives through the offside. Picks up a single, does Carter, fielded out just in front of us here. Sweeping on the cover boundary is... Who's that out
George there? Balderson is on the 12th man.
Literally away to our left-hand side as we look out of our gazebo here, as in comes Morley bowls. And down the wicket driving is Coles. I wonder if that was a chance. It was driven firmly by James Coles. Morley diving away to his right-hand side. Just the reaction of the close fielders was that might have been a chance. We may get another chance to have an opportunity to have a look at that. 118 for 4. Coles goes to 4. Morley on his way again in the 27th over. Sussex 118 for 4 in and bowls. And Carter plays nicely straight down the ground to long on. Fielded in the distance by Danny Lamb. Another single to Carter, who goes to 15. And Sussex to 119 for 4. Morley around the wicket. Bowls, and that's going to be signalled a wide, I think. Is it? Did he signal the wide?
Did he just
signal? There we go.
A bit of a late signal, wasn't it?
It was a late signal, sliding down the leg side. So Sussex benefit by... I think the scoreboard has recognised it. Benefit by 1, as in comes Morley again. Bowls, and Carter plays straight back down the track. Morley feels like his own bowling, and there is no run. Coles on 4, Carter on 15. Sussex 119 for 4. So left arm spinner Morley comes in around the wicket again. Bowls and cut away. Now was that a mis-stumping? The bails were whipped off, I think, by Lavelle. Or perhaps he didn't.
No, I don't think he did he? It looked like he kind of shaped to clip him off. I don't think he did.
And he didn't. Morley again, good over around the wicket. Bowls, and Coles just covers up, plays quietly into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of a good over from Jack Morley, at the end of which Sussex are 120 for 4 with Coles on 4, Carter on 15. Listening to live cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Scott Reed.
Well, we've not yet had our first ice cream, but I don't think it's going to be too far away.
Various listeners. We've had listeners in Australia.
Oh, lovely.
David Rodriguez has been in touch from New Zealand. He said, "I'm enjoying the live stream coverage from Wellington in New Zealand. Catching a few overs before going to bed. Great to watch your county live. I still follow Lancashire from afar."
Excellent.
So that's good.
Lancashire had a recent connection with Wellington, actually, because Finn Allen, as Luke Wells continues, and Carter gets forward in defence, and there's no run, who's signed for the Blast and will play in the 100 as well. He's a Wellington-based player. come across from New Zealand to play cricket in the UK. Oh, this is lofted up towards, or back down the ground, and running between the two fielders, running across from long on and long off.
Go for 6.
Well, the umpires are just having a little look. I think they want some assistance from the
fielders.
They
give it 6.
Yeah,
well done, fellas.
Yeah, Rob Jones with his arms aloft to help out the umpire. 6 hit well by Carter.
Well, it's a good shot, I mean, because there's 2 players out. There's a long off and a long on. It was right between. It was gun barrel straight, wasn't it? Straight down the ground from Ollie Carter. Good shot.
Wells in, a little bit flatter and quick, and perhaps no surprise with that. This is played away just behind square on the leg side. Keaton Jennings comes round to field, and there's no run. Carter moves up to 21 with that 6. It's 126 for 4. Drill along the ground. Croft sweeping across from long on to scoop up the ball. Score ticks along by a single. 127 for 4. Brings James Coles on strike. Slip comes back in place now. Keaton Jennings at first slip. Lavelle crouches down. He goes for the reverse. Oh no, he gets it away superbly. Nicely timed on that reverse sweep towards the boundary. And 4 runs. Good looking shot. He moves to 8. 131 for 4.
Yeah, and James Cole's another of these, as with Harrison Ward, has come through this partnership that Sussex have with Oxfordshire. That was a lovely shot. I always think it always looks a risky shot, but I guess these players practice it so much, Scott, that was beautifully played.
It's quite a popular kind of shot, certainly in one day in T20 cricket, isn't it? That kind of reverse sweep. See a lot of that, I think, from Keaton Jennings when he comes out to bat.
So this is in Australia and New Zealand. We've now got a listener in Laos.
Ooh.
Who is Stuart, who's been in touch.
James Coles taps the bat. Luke Wells in. And that's ballooned up to the left of the keeper. Down towards short. Fine leg. No run. End of the over. 28 gone. 131 for 4. James Coles has 8. And Ollie Carter 22 not out.
So hi Adrian and Scott, Stuart here from a very wet Laos as we're in the middle of the wet season. Thunderstorms are plenty. I've managed to watch many Sussex matches this season, but the venue today is absolutely stunning. Makes a nice change from the stadiums. Not the best start from Sussex, but great to see the youngsters given a chance to play against quality opposition. Hopefully we'll benefit from this in the coming seasons. Keep it going, says Stuart from in Laos.
Lovely.
So good to hear from you. We really are going across the world today. It's going to be Jack Morley who's going to carry on. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Ollie Carter, bowling his left-arm spin around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Carter is forward, punches that straight down the ground. He started well here as Ollie Carter. He goes to 23, and Sussex to 132 for 4. Henry's been in touch. He's a Lancashire member in Moston. Where's Moston, Scott?
Greater Manchester.
In comes Morley round the wicket, bowls, and Coles tucks this one back to the square on the leg side. He's going to pick up 1. They'll think about 2, but there isn't a second there as Luke Wells comes running in from deep mid-wicket to field. Henry goes on to say, so many young players embarking on their careers, and good luck to them all. I wonder if any of them were inspired by fathers or even grandfathers who told them of the night Lancashire beat Gloucestershire in the semi-final of the Gillette Cup, that famous match with David Hughes. As in comes Morley, bowls, driven back down the ground by Carter. And there is no run. Yeah, that was a memorable evening. I remember watching that on the telly back in the day. In comes Morley, bowl, and driven nicely by Carter. Went to the offside. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2. But a very fine bit of fielding just down in front of us by Liam Hurt, who was very quickly round, sweeping on the cover boundary. Restricts Carter to a single. He goes to 24. And Sussex to 134 for 4 in the 29th over.
It's one of those games where everyone tells you they were there. It must have been a crowd of 200,000 people watching that.
Morley bowls and is allowed appeal, and James Coles sweeping across the line, and he is given out LBW, and Sussex have lost another wicket. They're 134 for 5. James Coles is on his way, and we're just looking at the replay of that. And he almost walked before he almost didn't wait for the umpire's decision.
Well, as you described in commentary, Adrian, you see the replay of that now. That looks a pretty fair decision. Yeah, as you say, he's gone, hasn't he? Almost before the umpire puts his finger up.
I'm afraid that's not a great shot from James Coles.
No.
He's 17, and I'm sure he will learn from that experience, but that really isn't a good shot. Just as Sussex need to rebuild.
I mean, this is crikey. This is tough, isn't it, now for these lads coming in?
Yeah. Steve Dines has been in touch. He says, I'm a Northamptonshire member, but we don't have a game today. He says, the streaming at BBC coverage have been an absolute lifeline. Long may it continue. Really enjoying listening to you and your colleagues around the country. Special mention to Radders at Northamptonshire. Sedbergh looks an absolute delight. Well done, guys. First-class coverage, says Steve. So thank you, Steve.
Excellent, thank you.
And well done, Radders. One of these Radders is listening today. He's probably got better thing to do than listen to you and I expect. So, the new batsman is 16-year-old Daniel Ibrahim, the youngest ever player to score a half-century in county championship cricket. And Sussex could do with something now, because 134 for 5 isn't going to be enough. Well, looks like a pretty good track to me. And I would say, in terms of the recognised batsman, I mean, Will Beer can bat. Perfectly capable batsman. He's opened in championship cricket, but the recognised batsman at the top of the order, I would say these are the final two. So big responsibility here on Ollie Carter and Daniel Ibrahim. But well bowled Jack Morley. As Ibrahim takes strike, there's a slip in place. And Morley's coming in around the wicket to bowl to Dan Ibrahim. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim just works that one straight back down the track. There's a howl from Jack Morley. It is the end of the over. Good over as well. 134 for 5 are Sussex. Ibrahim is yet to score. Ollie Carter is on 24. Jack Morley figures of 1 for 25 in his. I'm not sure where he's bowled, actually. I'm just looking away to my right-hand side. But he's been a good spell of bowling.
6 overs, 1 for 25.
Thank you. David's been in touch. He says, how great to hear the A-Team united today with yourself and Scott Reed. How about that, David? How about that? Can't listen to much, can he? With the added joy of Kevin Howell. Seems a long time since the game at Hove when Scott was being bullied by the local Seagulls.
Oh,
now, remember that?
Nightmare.
Yeah, you were, when you were down at the front. However, Sedbergh, a perfect location for you to do some rambling. Oh, do you remember someone got in touch and said, I was rambling?
Well, you've not got a shortage of options to ramble in these parts, have you? No. There's lots of routes.
Danny Lamb is going to come back into the Lancashire attack from the Evans end of the ground. Running in and bowls, and Carter is going to... Was that an edge? If so, it was an edge. Yeah. It went to the right of keeper Lavelle. We'll probably see the replay in a minute and see how close that was, but it's an edge from Ollie Carter. He goes to 28 and Sussex to 138 for 5.
I remember those seagulls on the south coast back in about a month or so ago, wasn't it? It was one in particular was tormenting me.
Yeah, I remember you saying.
Every morning when I was having breakfast, he stood there staring me out. It got into my mind. It really did affect me. It's like something from Jurassic Park. It was huge.
Carter goes to 28. Sussex 138 for 5. Comes and bowls, and Carter with a play and a miss outside the off stump. And Sussex are living dangerously here. 5 wickets down. Carter on 28. In fact, talk about Ollie Carter. Jack has been in touch. Jack Fletcher Prices. I don't know if you've noticed Ollie Carter's locks, but he's a huge Britney Spears fan. Really? And bleaches his hair to look like his idol. I'm not sure that's right. We'll ask Ollie after the game.
It would be great if that was true.
Yeah, he goes on to say, I don't know if this is true or not, so we'll have to be careful what we say, but he comes. Lamb over the wicket bowls to Carter, who pushes into the offside, takes a quick single as the ball runs past Stephen Croft to point one more to Carter. He goes to 29. Goes on to say, I know he used to hang a poster of her up in his dressing room at Eastbourne, and he even had a signed photograph. I don't believe you, Jack. But if we get a chance to speak to Ollie, and maybe today might be Ollie Carter's day, he's on 29. 139 for 5 are Sussex into the 30th over. Mike Goodyear has been in touch. There's Lamb. He's on his way, just the one slip in place. Lamb's in and bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, works that down to third man, picks up a single. Does Daniel Ibrahim? He's on his way. Sussex to 140 for 5. He says, without meaning to disparage either today's venue or Arundel, Have you ever seen Linton and Lynmouth's ground in North Devon? Far and away the loveliest setting I know of.
No.
Have you been to Linton?
No, I haven't.
Or Lynmouth? Thank you very much for your email. Marcus in comes Lamb again over the wicket bowls, and his hit is Ollie Carter somewhere very painful. And he's taking a bit of time out, and he's on his haunches just down in front of us. That looked nasty. Yeah. I don't think I want to watch the replay of that.
I don't think he does neither.
No.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's painful. He's been hit very. Yeah, the physio's coming out with a. In fact, the 12th man's coming out. I think that's Alistair Orr who's running out with a drink.
Well, because he's taken his helmet off, I can now see this quite spectacular hairdo.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of a blonde mullet type thing, isn't it? A streak of blonde at the back. Oh, that is outstanding.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. We've got a break in play because Ollie Carter has been hit somewhere very painful. The 19-year-old who plays his cricket down in Eastbourne.
Needs a minute, doesn't he?
Yeah. Daniel Ibrahim is probably sort of offering words of advice like...
crack on with it.
Gives an opportunity to run through the cards. So Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat. They lost Tom Clark in the second over of the day without scoring. Harrison Ward for 4. That was 13 for 2. And a good partnership between Travis Head and the skipper Tom Haynes. Before Haynes was run out for 38 after a partnership of 74. Travis Head followed shortly afterwards, caught behind for 56 after the bowling of Luke Wells, the ex-Sussex player. James Coles has just been LBW to Jack Morley for 9. Sussex 140 for 5. Ollie Carter on 29. Daniel Ibrahim on 1. As Lamb is on his way. Carter is okay, and Lamb is in bowls, and Carter works this one to backward point, fielded by Stephen Croft. Gets in the throw at the non-striker's end. Well backed up, and there is no run. It's the end of Danny Lamb's over. Sussex 140 for 5, and in a moment's time I'll give you the bowling figures as well. If I can get them up on my screen. Yeah, here we go. So Danny Lamb, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 28. Tom Bailey, 5 overs, 0 for 11, very economical early on. Liam Hurt, 5 overs, 2 for 20, picked up both openers. Jack Morley, 6 overs, 1 for 25. Stephen Croft, 5 overs, 0 for 24. And Luke Wells, 5 overs, 1 for 32.
Yes, and fresh from picking up his first list day wicket. Jack Morley will continue. Ibrahim on strike. 140 for 5, as Adrian mentioned. Morley in and bowling. Dabbed away up towards mid-on for no run by Daniel Ibrahim. Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain. Fields hands the ball back to Morley, who's skipping in and bowling. Ibrahim goes back. Play that into the offside this time. Rob Jones with an underarm throw back to the bowler. Rob Jones has got plenty of sun cream on as well. He's got it caked across his cheeks. There's Jones. Forward goes Ibrahim. Jones once more, bouncing around to field the ball. Hands it back to Morley. Skips his way in again, left arm around the wicket. Oh, little paddle sweep. Oh, nicely played for 4. Beats Tom Bailey inside the ring at short fine leg. Nice little paddle shot down towards the boundary for 4 runs.
Andy James has tweeted and says, it looks stunning, the live stream is brilliant. So well done the guys on the live stream. Steve says, Sedbergh School, it's okay, but I can't see a beer tent. I'm sure there is a beer tent.
Oh, there will be a beer tent.
There'll be a beer tent, won't there?
There'll be a beer tent somewhere, yeah. You can't have all these folks in the ground and not have a beer tent, can you? To try and cut this time, Ibrahim, but a play and a miss. A little bit of extra bounce for Morley, taken by Lavelle, and there's no run. Final ball of the over, 144 for 5. Morley bowls. Oh, and that's...
That looked like it might have turned a bit.
It's played forward. The ball's off the edge of the bat, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. We'll see now on the replay as he just gets onto that front foot. Yeah, a little thin edge down towards the boundary. See how hard and dry and firm the outfield is. The ball bouncing, bobbling its way towards the rope. End of the 31st over. Ibrahim has 9. Carter's back on strike for the next over from Danny Lamb. And Sussex are 148 for 5.
Yeah. I mean, it looks a pretty good wicket, doesn't it? Scott and Sussex are, you know, somewhat. You know, it looks at least a 250, 300 wicket. This really. So Sussex with a lot of work to do. 19 overs remaining. Danny Lamb is going to bowl the next over from the Evans end of the ground, coming running into bowl to the right-handed Ollie Carter. Carter is forward and plays quietly to backward point, and there is no run. David's been in touch. He says, of the debutants today, which do you hold the highest hopes for? As a Lancs fan, can say testament to development at Sussex that young players like George Garton, who might have thought they would play here today, are now in fact needed elsewhere. So George is playing in the 100, I presume. He was away with England as well a couple of weeks ago. As in comes Lamb again bowls, and Carter again plays to point, fielded again by Croft, and again it is a dot ball. Yeah, 9 debutants today for Sussex in terms of List A cricket. The only 2 who have played are Will Beer and Travis Head. As Carter waits, the slip is in place, and bowls, and Carter just works this through the gap on the offside between cover point and cover, and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to Carter. He goes to 30. And Sussex to 149 for 5. Does look a good track though, Scott, doesn't it? I mean, Sussex are well under par here.
Yeah,
They're going to need, you know, at least another 100 to give themselves something to bowl at.
Yeah, Lancashire in command at the minute, certainly.
Lamb right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Ibrahim looks to flick that on the leg side. The ball bounces and hits him in the thigh pad. Lamb fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. If you want to send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We've had listeners all over the place: Australia, Laos, New Zealand. On a glorious day here in Cumbria. As Danny Lamb is on his way. Bowls to Ibrahim, and Ibrahim is forward to a ball of good length and just punches that straight back down the ground. There is no run.
Looks pretty tidy with the bat, Ibrahim.
Yeah, batted really nicely when he made his half-century at Headingley. So the risk of repeating, he became the youngest ever player to score a county championship that half-century. He batted really nicely against a good Yorkshire attack as well. As in comes Lamb, bowls, and Ibrahim works that down to third man. I'm not entirely sure he's in control of the shot, but he picks up a single. And he goes to 10, and the Sussex 150 is up. 150 for 5 at the end of Lamb's over. So 18 overs to go. Ollie Carter on 30, Ibrahim on 10. And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex, 5 Live Sport Extra. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Scott Reed.
Yeah, it's a Sussex youngsters, isn't it, here, having to try and get something on the board for Sussex to try and defend. The kids are trying to get some runs on the board. Ibrahim and Carter. Going to be Jack Morley. This will be his 8th over. Here he comes, twirling in and bowling. That's a nice shot, eased away through mid-wicket by Ibrahim. Gets 1 run for it. Long on comes round to complete the fielding. 1 run added. Yeah, in complete control really, Lancashire here. Sussex 151 for 5 with 2 wickets for Liam Hurt, 1 for Jack Morley, 1 for Luke Wells as well. Travis Head with a top score so far, making 56 in the 33rd over, and Sussex are 151 for 5. And this particular over, the 33rd, has been bowled by Jack Morley, who's in again, and that's cut uppishly but safe enough out towards point.
Well fielded.
Liam Hurt getting across the ground quickly, and they've come back and run 2, so it's a decent shot. It was well fielded and good running. 1-5-3 for 5.
Big fella, isn't he, Liam Hurt? not only did he stop before, but he got the throw in quickly as well. And in the end, Ollie Carter was having a hurry to make sure he got back for the second run. Philip's been in touch. He says, superb stream from a glorious English location. Unbeatable, he says. So lots of plaudits for the stream, Scott.
Yes, the guys do a terrific job producing the live stream. It's a little nudge down towards short fine leg where Bailey fields, and there's no run. Carter remains on 32. Morley left arm around the wicket, ball swept. Bailey stops it inside the ring at short fine leg. And do get through for a single. Carter moves to 33, not out. Score moves on to 154 for 5.
Simon's been in touch from Thailand. Read the discussion about the ends of the ground.
Oh, right, okay. Morley to Ibrahim as defender back down the pitch, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. 33 gone, 154 for 5.
So Simon says, read your discussion about the two ends. Evans House is at the town end, and Powell, pronounced Pole House, at the country end. The fellas at the town end, sorry, the fells at the town end are left to right, winder, crook, sickers and knot. Beautiful except when you need to run up them in the horizontal wind and rain. Enjoying the coverage here in Thailand, says Simon.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Good local knowledge.
Yes, I don't know if he went to the school. Suppose you could let us know, Simon, how do you know about these fells?
I'm going to leave you.
Are you?
But not forever, but I'll be back.
It's going to be Danny Lamb who's going to come in from the Evans end, as we were just discussing. The fells behind him. Fabulous backdrop with the blue skies. In comes Lamb and bowls, and Carter flicks this one through square leg, picks up a single, fielded literally down in front of us by Liam Hurt, who gets in the throw. One ball to Ollie Carter. He goes to 34. Sussex to 155 for 5. And brings Daniel Ibrahim onto strike. He's on 11. Danny Lamb, he's going to come in again. And Kenneth Howells, he's going to join us on commentary as in comes Lamb. Over the wicket bowls, Ibrahim forward, plays it onto the onside, picks up a single, and Ibrahim goes to 12, and Sussex to 156 for 5. Hello, Kevin.
Harmsy. What a day to be sitting next to you as well. Hey?
Oh,
what a lovely ground this is. Worth the journey, wasn't it?
It was worth it. Yeah, I wasn't saying that when I was stuck on the M6 yesterday, but it was.
No, and we can't broadcast what you were saying when you were stuck on the M6 yesterday, but now you're here. Fantastic.
Yeah. In comes Lamb and bowls, and Carter is forward, plays that through square leg. They pick up another single, Ollie Carter. He goes to 35 at 157 for 5. George and James have been in touch, Kevin, and they say they're really enjoying listening to the cricket today. Nice to see the young Sussex lads getting a chance.
Oh, it's catching the atmosphere of everyone, really, I think, outside of Sussex as well. You know, people really sitting up and taking note of what's going on there with the youngsters this season. Really, they are.
Daniel Ibrahim is one of those. He's just 16. He waits as in comes Danny Lamb, running in right arm over the wicket bowls, and Ibrahim is forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. They go on to say, glad you have the weather on your side today after quite a few washouts for Sussex recently. Spare us a thought. We are currently decorating an apartment in the sweltering heat here in Bahrain. At least it beats the sandstorm last week. Keep up the good work and enjoy the ice cream, say George and James. Well, George and James, you can keep your Bahrain, to be perfectly frank. This is where you should be doing your apartment up. This is brilliant here. In comes Lamb over the wicket bowls, and Ibrahim looks to flick that towards fine leg. It might have come off the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Is it a leg by? Yes, it is a leg by, and the total goes to 158 for 5. So I wonder how hot it is in Bahrain. It's a sweltering Bahrain. Yeah, we do. You know, it's sweltering here, isn't it? This is warm for us, this. I don't know if there are any gold in those fells or oil in the fells there, but even if there is, they can stay there. I've never been to Sedbergh before, you can't believe it. What a beautiful part of the country. In comes Lamb, bowls, and Carter works this backward a square. They're going to take another single, and Ollie Carter goes to 36, Sussex to 159 for 5. Really, you've never been here before, but you don't live a million miles from here, do you, Kev?
No, I don't, no. Well, I suppose that's one of the reasons why...
No, it's fair enough.
Well, I mean, it isn't that far away distance-wise, but as you will have gathered from the latter part of your journey, whilst you may have been sitting in traffic on the M6, you may have been moving but slowly on some of the smaller roads around this part. But this is part of the Yorkshire Dales, and I lived in the place that sells itself as being the gateway to the Dales, the Yorkshire Dale, and that's Skipton. But that is somewhere where, I mean, you know, there is within the county that I live, obviously the ground over at Scarborough is actually in North Yorkshire, the same county I live, but it's one of the furthest grounds I have to travel to in the same county, because it takes such a long time to get across there. Such a big county is North Yorkshire, but this, I think, is technically Cumbria now, isn't it? We're in at the moment. So Carter's on 36 and Sussex 159 for 5, and it's Morley bowling his spin and forward and into the offside. There will be no run. I've questions, if I may, to you from an outsider of Sussex. The excitement we're feeling looking at Sussex from the outside, and all the youngsters playing, Carter being one of them, 36. When he manages to cut that one square, he'll get a single. He'll move on to 37 and take the score up to 160 for 5. Is there that excitement within the Sussex members and the supporters, or is there just a little bit of resentment and disappointment that some of the experienced people aren't around to help them out? What is the general mood as maybe you've gathered it? Because for us, it's just terrific to see the youngsters playing, and the next delivery fired in and equally fired along the ground, but straight to the fielder for no run. Carter remains on 36.
I think because Sussex said at the beginning of the season this was going to happen and they were going to give younger players a chance, I think the expectations are probably quite low. Yeah,
right, okay. And maybe you've been more than met then. A little bit more air and looks to turn that one around the corner, but the keeper takes it low down.
But that being said, Sussex finished bottom of their group in the county championship.
I know.
So I think that the feeling is let's give the young players time to develop, but I don't think that will last forever, Kevin.
Well, no, of course not. No, of course not. Ibrahim's on 12, and that's punched back up to the bowler, no run. But obviously the final placing isn't what the county were after, but competitive in sessions, on days, and just fell away in certain sessions. How did it sort of play out? The next delivery bowled a little quicker, worked onto the onside, but again straight to the fielder. No run, can't get it past the fielders at the moment. Score remains 160 for 5.
Well, I think there have been occasions
end of the over.
I think there have been occasions when all the younger players have performed. So we talk about Ibrahim making his 50 at Headingley. Jamie Atkins, the young quick bowler, has taken 2 fifers. Alistair Orr, who's not playing in this game, left-handed opening batsman, made runs at Headingley and made 100 at Canterbury. So individually, in different matches, they've all done well. Maybe not collectively have they all done well in the same game. But I think you look at all the youngsters and say, actually, he did really well in that game and he did well in that game. So if they can bring all that together into one performance, they probably wouldn't have finished where they have in the championship. But I just think in general terms, because this is going to be the Sussex way for a little while now, that the members are cutting the young players some slack. And I think because they're seeing some performances as well, that'll continue. That being said, Kevin, I think it was important Sussex got to the quarterfinals of the T20. I know that's with a completely different set of players, but it almost sort of keeps the season bubbling along. In fact, they've got that semi-final to look forward to against Yorkshire in a few weeks' time.
And who knows what's going to happen here in the 50 overs.
Yeah.
I mean, they're up against one of the more experienced teams they'll face in the competition, you'd imagine, in Lancashire here today, because they've still got quite a lot of experienced players. They've lost a lot, but they've still got a lot.
And I noticed actually elsewhere in this group, Essex put out a good side yesterday. That's a strong side. Hampshire had a strong side, and they're all in this group. So there's going to be some tough.
There will be.
Game. Tom Bailey is back into the attack for Lancashire. 5 overs, no wicket for 11. He comes running in, right arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Ollie Carter, who's forward and plays that quietly down the offside of the pitch. And there is no run. Ollie Carter will be keeping wicket a little later on. He's on 37. Sussex 160 for 5. With just 15 overs remaining, as Carter surveys that offside field. And Tom Bailey from the Evans end, the wonderful fells behind him, lovely blue sky, comes into bowl to Carter, and Carter is hit again somewhere painful, I think, or maybe not. He got hit somewhere very painful a couple of overs ago.
I was just the top of the leg.
Right.
He's just rubbing that there.
Okay.
So he'll be all right there.
If you want to send us an email, please do. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Simon has done that. Simon Adams. Hello, Simon. Who got in touch earlier on to tell us about the various fells and what they're called. As in comes Bailey, and Carter is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Tom Bailey, and who was rather groping for that was Ollie Carter outside the off stump. There is no run. And Simon says, I was 5 years at the school between 1963 and 1968. Lovely in the summer. but it could be hard in the winter, particularly as in those days we all wore shorts and open neck shirts.
But it made you the men that you are today.
And he says then, of course, Sedbergh was in Yorkshire.
Oh, well.
So I don't know about that, presumably. In comes Bailey over the wicket bowl. Slower delivery, and Carter picks it and drives down the ground. And needs to be quick as the throw comes in. Misses the stumps, but I think Carter would have been home. Anyway, he goes to 38 and Sussex to 161 for 5. So thank you, Simon, for telling us about that.
Yeah, we don't want to get involved with whose flag we should be putting up on the ground.
So perhaps formerly it was in Yorkshire.
Oh, it's got to be.
Bailey.
Well, it's the Yorkshire Dales it's known as, isn't it?
Over the wicket bowls and down the leg side. Is that going to be signalled a wide? Yes, it is going to be signalled a wide. So the score advances by 162 for 5. Ibrahim on 12, Carter on 38. For those just joining us, Sussex winning the toss earlier on today, electing to bat. But we're very quickly 13 for 2, but rescued by a partnership of 74 between Travis Head and Tom Haynes. Haynes out for 38, run out in a mix-up with Travis Head. Head making 55. As Bailey in the game bowls, and Ibrahim tucks that one away down to fine leg. He's going to take one, and that's all he's going to take. He goes to 13 and Sussex to 163 for 5.
Now, I was over at Chester Street with this county select 11, taking on the Indian team, who are preparing for the Test series coming up in a couple of weeks. And there was one Jack Carson in that county 11. I wondered if he and I, separately, would be making the same journey across here, but he's not here. Yeah.
In comes Bailey bowls, and Carter again is forward, plays quietly back down the track. There is no run. End of Bailey's over, who's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 13 at the end of the over. Sussex 162 for 5, 14 overs remaining in their innings, 38 to Carter, 13 to Ibrahim. Yes, I did wonder that myself.
But he isn't.
No, he isn't.
So at the end of the day, will you be putting on your Jeremy Paxman type style, for which you've become quite widely known for now, to interrogate the coaching staff as to why Carson's not? But he had a good 3 days, you know.
Did he bowl well? Picked up wickets?
I told you, don't forget this bit. When you next speak to him, when you next interview him, ask him what the net was like bowling to Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli, because he had a bit of stiffness in his back on Monday, didn't play in the game, but he had a net on the square on the second day. And I'd love to find out, actually, Jack Carson was bowling to him. Was it a specific request on whose part that he should do that? First ball of this next over, driven straight back past the bowler Morley. There will be a single off the bat of Ibrahim. He moves to 14 and the score 164 for 5. Because it was wonderful to watch. It wasn't just Jack. I mean, Jack did well in the game, but that moment of bowling to Virat Kohli, that must have been very special. And then he got some extra coaching advice from one of the great spinning all-rounders. Next delivery in the air, out through mid-wicket. That's going to be safe. And is it going to be one bounce into the boards? Yes, it is. And it's a 4 out through mid-wicket. This time it's for Carter with a boundary. Yeah, very good shot. Anyway, so you ask him what all that was about, and Ravi Shastri giving him because he's team manager there with India, he gave him a few words. John Lewis, of course, former Sussex man himself, was part of the coaching staff. He went out, if you like, with Jack to oversee the bowling to Virat. I'd love to know what he made of it. Next delivery bowled and a little bit quicker, defensively pushed by Carter, who's now on to 42, but we'll get nothing for that.
How long was he bowling to him for, Kevin?
Well, for lunchtime. It was like the 35 minutes of that lunchtime break, yeah. So not so much what somebody said to him, I mean, trade secrets. Next delivery again, that's even quicker, top edge. Is this going to be out? There's a fielder out there, he's not going to be able to get to it. I think that's Keaton Jennings running to his right hand side. They'll get a couple of runs. Steady 2 there for Carter, moves to 44 and takes the Sussex score to 170 for 5 in this 37th over. But that must have been a wonderful moment for him.
Fantastic. Well, we will ask him. We'll ask Jack next time we see him. I know that last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, he didn't play against Essex, but Simon Harmer spent some time with Jack as well. So he's getting some terrific tuition.
But he... not the sort that would be nervous, or you think you would be nervous? How do you think you get either requested to or whatever, somehow you there find yourself bowling in the nets to Virat Kohli? Next delivery, balls again, quite quick, LBW appeal, umpire Baldwin not out.
Do you know what? I think he would have probably been nervous, but I think he would have absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
I bet if they said, would you like to? I bet he would have snapped their hand off. Oh, yeah, definitely. When can I do it? He's so keen to learn.
Well, they would have seen him bowling in that first innings, you see, so I reckon the request would have come in. And this one is played behind square on the offside. Hurt will go to his left-hand side and right arm throw.
I'll run.
Good running. And the score moves to 172 for 5 now. Carter 44. And Morley's bowled 1 for 45.
Jack might be listening.
Well, I suppose he might.
If you're listening, Jack, perhaps you could send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.
Even if it says, none of your business. None of your business.
Or send us a tweet, Jack, and let us know. How did that come about? And what was it like? End of the over. Tim's been in touch, Kevin. He says, Tim here in the heat. He's in Spain. Too hot to play cricket, but just right to lounge by my pool with a drink and listen to you guys. Great coverage. Adios, amigo. Adios, amigo, says Tim. Come on, Lancs. So thank you, Tim. I wonder if that's your villa that he says by my pool. So it sounds like he's got a villa with a pool. How nice. Yeah. It's going to be Tom Bailey, who's running into bowl to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim, who drives pleasantly through the offside. That's a lovely-looking shot by Ibrahim. He picks up a single fielded at mid-off, but not before Ibrahim goes through for his 15th run. And Sussex to 173 for 5.
I've got an old boy of the school. All the old boys are getting in touch with us from Sedbergh. Steve Marchant's been on Twitter saying, I used to go to that school. He's not complaining about shorts.
In comes Bailey. Over the wicket bowls, forward comes Carter, plays into the offside. There is no run. Martin's been in touch. He says, further to Kevin's question as regards Sussex fans' thoughts on the youngsters, well, we can get something from the horse's mouth. He says, I, for one, can appreciate what Sussex are doing this season. And I agree with Adrian that it was very important for Sussex to make the quarterfinals of the T20 Blast. Time will tell if in the coming years the youth policy plays off. He says, I'm hoping they will emulate the famous Busby Babes, and in 2 to 3 years' time, Sussex will be challenging in every format. And Martin's enjoying the commentary. Thank you for getting in touch as Bailey comes in and bowls, and Carter, I think he was looking to run that one down to third man. That wasn't a great shot, and the ball whistles through to keep George Lavelle, and there is no run. Carter on 46. Thank you, Martin, for getting in touch. As Bailey tosses the ball from hand to hand. Tall man. He's going to come running in to bowl to the right-handed Ollie Carter. 4 runs short of his half-century bowls, and Carter pulls that away on the leg side. Doesn't time it. He was looking to play that squarer, and he played it straight to Jones, who fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Very fine bowler, but for me, pulled up one of the most memorable catches in one of the most understated games of T20 cricket. I think actually it rained. It was Lancashire at Leicester was it last year? Yes, it was only last year. T20 game, and look how tall he is, and he grabbed it low down, and he was standing just on the edge of the strip, and he was hit with really quick, really good grab and catch.
Bailey in bowls, and Carter drives. It's in the air. Now, did Tom Bailey get a hand to that? I think he might have done. It would have been a brilliant catch if he'd taken it. We might see a replay. It was driven by Ollie Carter, but it was in the air. Tom Bailey went to grab it with his left hand. I don't know if we are going to see a replay. Oh, yes, here we go. So let's see if it was a chance. It would have been a brilliant catch, Kevin. Let's just see again. He got his right hand to it, but he couldn't hang on. No. But it would have been brilliant had he held on. Carter to 47.
Just I was talking about a catch, but a completely different one, which was, he wasn't bowling. It wasn't off his own bowling, that one at Leicester, but it was, fantastic. I'll never forget, really good. Few memorable catches you get. Really enjoyed it.
174 for 5. Bailey in again, bowls, and I think they could be buys. Let's just wait. A diving George Lavelle, and they are given as leg buys. Keeper diving away to his left-hand side, and a welcome boundary for Sussex. Go to 178 for 5 at the end of Tom Bailey's over. He's bowled 7 overs. And has taken none for 16 at the end of the over. Sussex are 178 for 5 with Carter on 47. Ibrahim is on 15. These two coming together when the score was 134 for 5. So decent partnership between these two, worth 44. And Sussex have needed it, Kevin.
Well, they have. Not only have Sussex needed it, but I've needed it.
Have you?
When those first 2 wickets went down quite quickly, and then there was another little rush just about 45 minutes ago, I'm thinking, do they not know just how nice it is watching cricket here? I don't want any quick game here. We don't want anything over quickly here. Come on.
And I'm sure the spectators don't either.
No. Anyway, they're doing us proud right now, Carter and Ibrahim, and it's Carter facing on 47, 178 for 5, and it's Lamb bowling, and change of bowling here. Lamb's back on, and that's pushed on the onside of straight, and a single. Carter to 48, and the score on to 179 for 5. So 2 groups. Get yourself into the top 2. There'll be semi-finals, and then the final at Trent Bridge. All of that coming up next month, of course. I think the final of the 50 overs is 2 days before the final of the 100, I think. So the 2 competitions running side by side. Next delivery, defensively played by Ibrahim.
And I think I gave out some Duff Gen earlier.
Oh, good.
I was saying that it's 2 groups of 9, and then the top 4 make up the quarterfinals, but they don't apparently. That's not right.
I think it's just semi-finals for this one.
Yeah, well, I think there is a quarterfinal, but someone's saying it's the top 3 in each go through. Yeah. I had an email on it earlier on. So
this is drama.
Yeah.
Lamb comes in past the umpire, in bowls and angled down towards third man, and there is a man down there, but there's a single for that, and the score moves to 179 for 5. 180 with that single, beg your pardon, 180 for 5.
Johnny's been in touch. He says the standard of the live stream is exceptional, and it really is. Had lots of comments on the live stream, so well done, guys. It's a brilliant picture, and made even better by this beautiful setting.
Next ball bowled and into the offside, and Jones with the underarm throw. I tell you what, he's useful there. he's missed, but the movement of just picking up the ball and sort of underarm with like a belly flop almost, the way he threw it in, therefore just putting a bit of pressure on the Sussex pair to make their ground.
I think he might have been gone, you know, Kevin.
If it had hit.
Yeah, I think he might have been.
Yeah, it was sharp, but he couldn't quite get it on target. 181 for 5. Ibrahim facing on 16, and Lamb continues to bowl, and that's down the leg side, as confirmed by the signal of wide from umpire Baldwin. That's this right hand side as we look from right to left. Marquee. This isn't a marquee, it's a mini marquee. It's small. It's
bigger than a tent.
It's bigger than a three-person tent, isn't it? Definitely. Next delivery and driven past the LDS on the onside through mid-wicket. There's a chase out there. Will he be able to pull it back inside the rope? Yes, I think he does. Pulls it back in, and with a throw, they will go through for
3.
Yeah, 3 in the end.
I think that's the 50 partnership as well between these 2.
With the score now at 184 for 5.
Yes, it is the 50 partnership. So these 2 have done well, coming together when it was 134 for 5.
And as we say, this is the future of Sussex we're witnessing in front of us as well. Carter on 49, played back. Oh, and that very nearly, that's a decent looking delivery, is that? Very nearly gets a little nick through to the keeper. So that's the end of that over. Sussex 185 for 5. So Harrison Ward 4, Tom Clark without scoring, Tom Haynes a 38 off 61. That was a shame because again there was a partnership starting to build, and Rob Jones involved with that run out. Travis Head with a 56 caught behind off Luke Wells off 60 deliveries. Again, he was looking so good, going along very nicely with 5 4s and a 6. James Coles lasted 19 for his 9 LBW to Jack Morley, and we see this pair of Ibrahim and Carter with Bailey to continue, or a change of bowling here. Perhaps we're going to see Hurt brought into the action, are we?
I think we are going to see Liam back in. We picked up a couple of wickets early on, picked up both openers.
Change of bowling at the Evans end, replacing Tom Bailey, number 22, Liam Hurt.
It is the Evans end and the Pole end. Pole to the right hand side. Spelt, see where I come from, you'd say that was the Powell end, because it's P-O-W-E-L-L, but apparently it's around here it's Pole. Got to get these things right, Adrian.
In comes Hurt, running in to bowl to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim, and Ibrahim blazes quietly through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. Ibrahim goes to 9-20, I think that is on the scoreboard over on the far side. The total to 180. Yeah, 186 for 5. Rob Jones in front of us. He's got sun cream smeared right across his face.
Yeah. Well, I like it when they put a fielder here, just in front of us in case the ball comes down. It's just a little bit of protection.
It always looks like makeup, doesn't it? It's smeared right across his face in sun cream on a lovely day.
Quite aggressive.
In comes Hurt, running in and bowls to Carter, and Carter plays 2 mid-on, and that's going to be a half-century for young 19-year-old Ollie Carter in his List A debut, and gets a nice round of applause from
Rob. Yeah.
Rob Jones, who's just fielding in
You
front
don't
of
always
us.
get that for a 50.
No, you don't.
So well done, my friend.
Yeah.
Spirit of Cricket Award could be coming your way there for that little applause.
Yeah, and a good knock from Ollie Carter. First time he's played in a 50-over List A game for Sussex, and a very good half-century, and just when Sussex needed it as well. Sussex to 187 for 5. Carter on 50. Ibrahim on 20. As Hurt is in, bowled short, pulled away by Ibrahim, 1 bounce and fielded by Rob Jones, literally in front of us. Gets in the throw, and just a 1 to Ibrahim. He goes to 21, and Sussex to 188 for 5.
See, what you don't realise, and I realise, is that Rob, who's standing here in front of us right now, just a couple of weeks ago, was in that very same position. He had the Western Stand at Headingley behind him. So if we give him the similar sort of jip that he got from the Yorkshire supporters, make him feel at home. I bet I'm almost tempted to shout out to him, which you prefer, here or the Western Stand?
In comes Hurt bowls, worked away by Carter down to third man. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but the former Sussex man, Luke Wells, is quickly in and throws in on the bounce to George Lavelle. 1 more to Coles. He goes to 51, and Sussex to 189 for 5 here on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Howells. And we keep telling everyone, people are probably fed up saying how lovely it is here, but it is absolutely stunning that the fells behind Hurt as he comes running in, blue sky, magnificent as Hurt's in bowls, and that's a brilliant catch at backward point, is it? No. Well, you were talking about sporting cricket. That was terrific there from Stephen Cross, because I thought that Dan Ibrahim had been caught at backward point. He was diving away to his left with Stephen Croft. The chance went down.
Through his hands.
Yeah, and he was very quick to say that's not out.
Well, of course, he was involved with another of the Spirit of Cricket thingies the other week, with the Joe Root incident, when, of course, he went down in a pile. He was going through a run. Do you remember he felt it collapsed? And Joe Root didn't run him out, and he could have done in a T20 game. So I'm not saying that's why he then did what he did then, and sort of saying that wasn't a catch. He would have done it anyway, but he has been involved in an incident similar recently.
So, a chance as Hurt is in bowls to Ibrahim, who plays firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. So Daniel Ibrahim dropped on 21 when the total was 189 for 5. It is the end of the over. I've got to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time with Ollie Carter on 51, Daniel Ibrahim on 21. Sussex 189 for 5 with 10 overs remaining.
And I'm going to sit here next to you whilst you wait to do your report, Adrian, because quite frankly, they have been very shoddy in their timekeeping on the last 2, and
see you in quarter of an hour then.
Well, exactly. But I'm just going to keep my eye on you and make sure you stay calm and collected, okay? Because it can be a bit frustrating. I'm sure it can. So, glorious it is. 189 for 5. Carter with this 51. Ibrahim just been given a chance on 21, and Lamb no wicket for 41. At Sedbergh School, which I imagine pupils have left for their summer holes a few weeks ago. But it's still a glorious ground and site here, and this is in the air. It's down towards third man. It's going to bounce a couple of times. It's going to beat the fielder down. Then that's going to be 4 runs. 4 more runs to Carter. He moves to 55 and takes the Sussex score up to 193. Beg your pardon, 183 of course for 5. In this 41st over. If you're wondering about spectators here today, by the way, and of course there is talk, and rightly so, about COVID and the like, socially distanced. If you have to be these days, I'm not too sure what the ruling is on sort of venues, but this is obviously a very open area, and people just surrounding the ground, whether it be down right on ground level or up on a little banking area. There in the top corner, next delivery bowl down the leg side. Is that a catch? Yes, little feather, and Carter's gone. Caught by the keeper. He's gone for 55. Oh, I think that's just a little tickle down the leg side. We'll take a look at the replay of this, but it's a wicket for Lamb, and it's a wicket loss there for Sussex. Yeah, just got a little trying to work it away on the leg side, and caught by the keeper, and a breakthrough, and needed, because Sussex were just starting to go through a little bit of a gear change there. At 193 now, for the loss of 6 wickets, and we'll take a look on the replay. It just the slightest touch as he tried to work it away. Just need to get a little bit more on it to push it wide of the keeper, but didn't do so. So a 4 followed by a wicket in this over, in the 41st over.
Called by George Lavelle off the bowling of Danny Lamb for 55. The Sussex Sharks 193 for 6. And the incoming batsman, number 18, Will Beer.
I don't know, we're so close to the PA now, so I feel I could almost do a Wimbledon on it and allow the match referee to give you some of the details. But it is Will Beer who is coming out next. Yeah, so just to go through, I must admit that I've got a little bit confused with the standings here with the Royal London. The 2 group winners will immediately qualify for a home draw in the semi-finals. The team finishing second in each group will receive a home draw in the playoffs against the team finishing third in the opposite group. The playoff winners will then play away in the semi-finals. Semi-final ties as follows. So it is the top 3 you need to get into, and if you finish top, you'll go straight through to the semi-final. If you finish in the second and third positions, you have an extra match to qualify then for the semi-finals. And there are 2 groups, and we're very much in the early stages, only the second day of the group stage, with Lamb coming into bowl here for Lancashire against Sussex, with Sussex now at 193 for 6, and this is the 41st over. So run through that again for you. 2 group winners, Group A and B, will immediately qualify for a home draw in the semi-finals. The team finishing second in each group will receive a home draw in the playoffs and play against the team finishing third in the opposite group. Lamb in bowls and push square on the offside, and Croft doing the fielding with a right arm throw, and there will be no run. So we get there in the end. Can be a little bit confusing as to what goes on with these various groups as set up, trying still, I think, to make sure we get through COVID as easily and as pain-free as possible. There's Lamb bowls, and plenty behind that defensively. Beer into the offside. So Lamb's got a real spring in his step now, following that wicket he took with the second ball of this over. And Adrian is back, and I have to say, they were a little bit better on their timekeeping there, Adrian.
They were. That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I gave him a ring after that.
Did you?
A stern word. Stern word, I said to them, come on.
I was surprised how quick it was, actually.
Lamb bowls and worked away neatly. Beer onto the leg side, and he'll get a single. Yes, so just whilst you were away, Adrian, so to speak, I just read out the rules and regs, which maybe I should have done ahead of the game. But anyway, the 2 group winners will immediately qualify for a home draw in the semi-finals. The team finishing second in each group will receive a home draw in the playoffs and play against the team finishing third in the opposite group. Okay. Are you following?
Yeah. So
Thank you.
So it's not the top 4 then? No, that was my mistake. Okay.
Yep.
So you've got to finish in the top 3.
Nobody loves somebody that's perfect.
No. And also what's happened since I was doing that update is that Ollie Carter's out.
Yes. Yes, although it wasn't your fault.
No. So, Will Beer is the new batsman. Perfectly capable Will Beer. He's opened the batting for Sussex on occasions in the county championship when he's needed to, but he really needs to stay here now and shepherd Daniel Ibrahim through, because Sussex will want to make sure they bat these remaining 9 overs.
Yeah.
It's going to be Liam Hurt who's going to come racing in to bowl to the right-handed Will Beer, and Beer tucks this one down towards fine leg. We can't see if that's going to go for a 4, if it's just a single. Yes, we can watch the big telly, and it is just a single to Will Beer. He goes to 2, and the Sussex total to 195 for 6.
We're all just getting used to the fact that there's certain places, and this says a lot actually for the setup, doesn't it, here, of both Lancashire and the school and everything, that of all the places to get the most fantastic service
Absolutely.
to commentate from, it should be the middle of a field in the Yorkshire
the middle of
National
nowhere.
Dales. Yeah.
And the internet is fantastic and everything works really well.
Well done, everybody. Well done.
They've done a great job.
Some of those, think about those city centre venues we're at where you get nothing.
Liam Hurt's in his 7th over, figures of 2-4-25, and he's running in to bowl to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim squirts this one away down to third man, fielded down in the distance there by the familiar figure to Sussex supporters of Luke Wells, who gets the throw in on the bounce to George Lavelle. One more to Ibrahim, he goes to 22, Sussex to 196 for 6. Main contributors Travis Head and Ollie Carter, both of whom made 55. Tom Haynes making 38. But I think Sussex need a few more than 196, Kevin.
Yeah,
It's a quick outfield, looks like a good track as well.
And really experienced top order for Lancashire, aren't they?
In comes Hurt again, bowls, and nudges that onto the onside, through square leg. They've taken one. And Rob Jones very quickly in, literally from fielding in front of us. He races to mid-wicket, fields the ball, one more to the total.
I could have done that though, Adrian. And you could have done. We can cover that ground.
He was quick though, wasn't he?
He's a quick lad. That's why he's here. He's quick.
197 for 6. Daniel Ibrahim waits. He's on 22. Will Beer is on 3. 197 for 6 are Sussex in the 42nd over. As Liam Hurt, with 2 wickets to his name, comes racing in again, bowls, and Ibrahim again works that nicely down to third man. They've taken one, they'll think about 2 here. It's gone through Luke Wells. Well, it went very quickly to Luke Wells. He was round the boundary very quickly, but in sort of trying to field the ball, perhaps took his eye off it, and it was got over the boundary ropes for 4 runs. So a welcome boundary for Sussex, and a boundary that takes them to the 201 for 4, and Ibrahim to 26.
He's a tall lad, so I'm going to make a few excuses for him there, or reasonings. He's running around a bit of it, so he's a tall lad, tries to get down, just as he goes to a bit of a bobble, and it's straight through in this, over the boundary. Yeah.
Down there with his hands on his knees now is Luke Wells. But a welcome boundary for Daniel Ibrahim. 201 for 6. Hurt in again, bowls, slower delivery, and Ibrahim looks to work that one down the leg side. He looks at the umpire as if to say, well, wasn't that a wide? But umpire, is that Baldwin at that end? Signals.
Where are we?
Doesn't signal a wide.
That end?
Yes.
That's umpire Pratt. It's umpire Baldwin in front of us. Umpire Pratt, Neil Pratt. From these parts almost, part of the Pratt family of Durham. And you may remember Gary and his antics in the Trembridge Test match.
All those years ago.
Yeah.
There's Liam Hurt is on his way. Bowl short, pulled away by Ibrahim, not really intended to go at all. He was looking to pull that short delivery over mid-wicket, but in the end, he almost flat-batted the ball to mid-off. But he takes a single, he looks rather ruefully at his bat. At the end of that Liam Hurt over, figures of 2 for 31 for Liam Hurt in his 7 overs. Sussex 202 for 6, with Ibrahim on 27, is that
6.
26, and Will Beer is on 3. And I think it's just gone over to
27.
27, yeah.
Yeah.
Ibrahim on 27, Beer on 3. Sussex with 8 overs remaining. First priority is to bat the overs, but secondly, they're going to need to make sure they score a few more runs as well. I don't think 200. Well, you'd have thought, Kevin, you'd want 250, at least give yourself something to bowl at.
I think you're right. I want to say hello to David Archer. David's been on with a message. Tom Bailey's going to come back on, going to bowl from this pole end, the right side of the ground as we look out here. But David, thanks for getting in touch. He's living in Chester, well, working from home in Chester. Well, yes, so he's living and working there in Chester, and he's been in touch. Thank you very much. So, Bailey in, and a play across the line, and it's going to race past him and the keeper, and it's going to be 4 runs, and signalled as 4 late byes. So a little clip off the pads there to start off with, and a little bit of a joke between the bowler and the umpire there.
Jamie Bowman's been in touch, and I was told about this last night. There's a thing here called the Wilson Run. Have you spoken about that so far today?
Nope.
It's a run that's there's a plaque on the wall over there, all about the Wilson Run.
Okay. Bailey in bowls, and that's guided down towards the field. There's a man down, the third man. It'll just be one. Ibrahim to 28, 207 for 6 in the 43rd over.
So our friend who got in touch, who used to go to Sedbergh School, will probably know all about it. But Jamie says, have you heard about the Wilson Run, a rather quirky piece of Sedbergh history?
The answer to that is no.
Right, OK, so I'll tell you about the Wilson. I think it's about 10 miles that you have to run. And
How far?
There's a plaque over on the wall that tells you the fastest time it's been running.
What about the slowest time it's been running? Ibrahim's on 27. Bailey bowling now. In bowls and pushed on the one side to mid-on. No run.
So this... So it says, everything you need to know about the lung-shredding cross-country ordeal endured annually by the pupils of Sedbergh School in Cumbria. It's the oldest and arguably toughest school run in the country, sometimes known as the 10. Yeah, a 10-mile course. It's been going on for 135 years, apparently.
Bailey bowls and worked away on the onside, but for no run. Wells doing the fielding. That'd be nothing to you and me, but obviously these are young lads they're talking about, which is probably why it's more of a challenge to them than it would be for us. Adrian, is that fair?
Well, it's only been cancelled 3 times, apparently.
Cancelled?
Yeah, in 1936 because of an epidemic, snow in 1947, and foot and mouth in 2001.
Oh gosh, yes. Oh, don't remind me of that. Despite what you might think, I don't remember the first 2 of those games, but I do remember foot and mouth in 2001. Beers on 3. And Bailey now bowls to him. And this is in the air. There's a fielder out there, but it's going to fall short of him at square leg. Maybe a little fortunate, but Beer moves to 4, and the Sussex score to 208 for 6.
The 10 is held at the end of the Lent term and is open to boys and girls in the 6th form. However, a handful of old Sedberghians, parents and curious locals run the course every year before the official race gets underway.
Curious locals, did you say?
That's what I said.
Fantastic.
So thank you for letting us know about that. I think it was Jamie sent that in.
Ibrahim's 28. Next ball. And he's trying to heave that away, but doesn't get hold of it. In fact, he tried to heave it away on the leg side. It's ended up here on the offside. Rob Jones does the fielding. It's the end of that over. That's 208 for 6. Ibrahim's on 28. Beer on 4.
Is it my turn to go?
No, I don't think so. Gosh, no.
David Hurren's been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, what do you see as a par score on this pitch? So we'll have to ask Kevin.
Hey? Par score?
Yeah.
What? I mean, it looks a good surface to me. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you've already mentioned the 250 mark, haven't you? We could do a live interview with Rob Jones right now in front of us. What do you reckon the par score is, Rob? But he's on. What do you reckon the par score is, Rob? Oh, he's thinking about it, bless him. Oh, he's thinking about it. Good lad. 260. 260. Thanks, Rob.
The horse's mouth.
I've just got one more question for you after this ball, Rob. Which do you prefer, us being behind you or the Western Stand at Leeds? I think we've got his answer.
Here comes Liam Hurt, bowls
That's
to
down the leg side, and they'll be
a signal wide to Will Beer. Kevin's having a conversation here.
Sorry,
with Rob
I've never been abused as much as by us two. Oh no, by the Western Stand at Headingley. Oh well. Yeah, no, you stick. We'll be all right, lad. Don't you worry. We'll look after you. 209 for 6. Beer on 4, and he's facing with Hurt bowling.
Is it you or me?
It's you.
Comes running in, bowls to Will Beer, and Will Beer turns that in the air through square leg. Rom Jones needs to leave his fielding position just in front of us. We get to throw one more to Beer. He goes to 6, Sussex to 211 for 6. We've had listeners so far, Kevin, in New Zealand, Australia, Laos. We've now got one in Japan, Thailand as well. Andrew says, I'm enjoying the commentary in the live stream, but where are the fireworks and the DJs? He says, do I have to make do with the glorious fells, or will you gentlemen be rapping during the break?
Rapping during the break, yes. I've got a few of my favourite numbers lined up.
Few moves.
Oh, yeah, I've got a few moves.
In comes Hurt over the wicket, bowls, and Ibrahim plays nicely through mid-wicket, picks up another single, does Daniel Ibrahim. He goes to 29, Sussex to 211 for 6 in the 44th over, so just 6 overs left after this.
It is the thing. Just briefly to go back to that Leeds comparison when Rob was just a couple of weeks ago. You know how many different environments these players play in. different grounds, I mean, it really is such a variety. I mean, it was Stuart Law who dubbed the Western Stand when Lancashire played, bearing in mind, of course, this is Rosa's rivalry we're talking about there.
Bowls and pulled away by will be a nice looking shot. Rob Jones goes quickly to his right to field, gets in the field. That's a really good bit of fielding by Rob Jones. And I'm not just saying that because he's fielding in front of us, but he was round really quickly to backward square, fielded the ball, got in the throw. One more to Beer. He goes to 6, Sussex 212 for 6.
No, I think we're inspiring him, quite frankly. But the thing is, it was Stuart Law that compared that Western Stand to Galatasaray.
Really?
It was a few years ago now, but it stuck as that. Yes, the Galatasaray of cricket.
He comes. Hurt again, right over the wicket, bowl pulled away by Ibrahim. He was virtually had both feet off the floor when he played that shot. He pulls it through mid-wicket and picks up another single. Does Daniel Ibrahim? He goes to 30. Sussex to 213 for 6. We have to remember that Dan Ibrahim is only 16 years of age.
Oh, well, I know. Then this is fantastic,
and he's batting really nicely.
And presumably he's on his summer holidays, is he?
I would imagine, yeah, his birthday's next month. Yeah, it will be on his summer holidays. In fact, I think when he got his half-century at Headingley...
That was half-term.
Well, I think it was, actually.
Brilliant.
He's on 30, Sussex 213 for 6. In comes Hurt Bowles, and Wilbur places nicely down towards third man. Luke Wells emerges from the third man boundary, and Fields throws in on the bounce to George Lavelle. One more to Beer. He goes to 7. Sussex to 214 for 6. And there is one ball left of this 44th over, then 6 overs remaining. Rob was saying he thought around about 260. I think Sussex will need all of that on what's a very fast outfield and a very strong Lancashire batting lineup as well. Keaton Jennings, Dane Villas, Stephen Croft, Luke Wells, Rob Jones. Plenty of batting in this Lancashire lineup as in comes Hurt Bowles and driven nicely by Ibrahim straight down the ground. He's going to pick up a single to mid-on. Off the last ball of the over, Daniel Ibrahim goes to 31, Sussex to 215 for 6, with 6 overs remaining in the Sussex innings, having won the toss and decided to bat here this morning, losing both openers with just 13 on the ball, but a good partnership of 74 between Tom Haynes and Travis Head. Seemed to have got things back Sussex's way before Tom Haynes was run out for 38. Travis Head made 55. And then another good partnership between Ollie Carter and Daniel Ibrahim before Carter was out for 55. But now these two, Will Beer and Daniel Ibrahim, just trying to steer Sussex towards a defendable total here on this most glorious day at Sedbergh. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Howells, who's just made way for Scott Reed. As in comes Bailey, bowls to Ibrahim down the leg side, and that is going to be signalled a wide. And the total advances by 1 to 216 for 6. Have you been for a little stroll, Scott?
Well, I was supposed to get Kevin an ice cream, and I realised I've not got it.
Oh.
Sorry, Kevin.
Why did you fail?
I got chatting to someone.
Oh, did you?
And then by the time I realised what time it was, I had to come back and later on in the day.
Bailey in again, bowls. Ibrahim drives nicely down the ground to long on, fielded there by who's that? Is that Josh Bohannon all the way out there?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Single to Ibrahim. He goes to 32. 217 for 6. But a strange innings that sort of stops and starts, hasn't it? A couple of good partnerships. 3 Sussex players have got in. Carter with a very fine 55. Travis Head with 55. Tom Haynes made 38, but no one's got on to play the really big innings.
No, that was the partnership, wasn't it? Haynes and Head.
Comes Bailey again. Over the wicket, bowls pulled by Wilby. Doesn't time that, but still's going to get a single down to the sweep to deep backward square. And Beer goes to 9. I think that's going to click over to 218. 6. Sorry, no, we're to 8.
This lad's batted well, though, hasn't he? Ibrahim.
Yep.
Impressive young man he is. He's been terrific.
In comes Bailey again, running in over the wicket, bowls and pulled away. That's it. Is it going to be caught? No, he's not. Luke Wells fielding at deep mid-wicket. He thought about going for the catch, then decided just to wait for the ball for bounce and got in the throw. And it's one more to Ibrahim. He goes to 33, 219 for 6. Jean and Barry have been in touch. They're saying we're enjoying the commentary whilst travelling from holiday in Sussex to our home in Lancashire. The M6 may be bad, but it's taken us almost 3 hours to go from Battle to the M40 via the M25.
Oh.
They say enjoy the beautiful Cumbrian countryside. Well, I wish you well in your journey back up here. I feel your pain after yesterday, Jean and Barry.
7 hours for you, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was. In comes Bailey again. That's a slower delivery, pulled away by Wilbeer. Again, it's to Luke Wells, who's fielding on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and again he fumbles it, does Luke Wells. That's the second time that Luke Wells has done that, and the ball bounces away for 4 runs. Welcome boundary for Sussex. Wilbeer goes to 16, I think that's going to go over to, and Sussex to 223 for 6. They'll be disappointed about that, Luke Wells. He got to the ball, but then fumbled it, and the ball went over the boundary for 4. Beer to 12. I apologise, the scoreboard was quicker than I thought. 223 for 6. All welcome runs for Sussex as Bailey is in again. Bowl short, and Beer looks to pull, but then lets the ball sail through to George Lavelle behind the stumps, and there is no run. We've spoken about our international listeners today. And Luke is another one.
Oh.
He says, hi Adrian and the rest of the team. Can you add to your list of international viewers? I'm watching the live stream in Manila in the Philippines. We've had torrential rain and flooding for days. I wish I could be there at the stunning ground in person. So I think it was raining in Laos. I think Laos and the Philippines are not a million miles apart. It's that sort of area of the world. As in comes Bailey, bowls, and Beer turns this backward of square on the leg side and picks up a single to deep backward square. Fielded there by Morley, who gets in the throw. One more to Beer. He goes to 13, 224 for 6.
That'll be hot and humid one in the Philippines. Rainy, hot, sticky, humid day. But at least you got the cricket.
End of the over. 224 for 6. Beer on 13. Ibrahim on 33.
Yeah, 5 left. Little hand sanitising break. See the Lancashire 12th man coming on with a wee bit of a squirt of some gel. Danny Lamb is going to come back into the attack from the Evans end of the ground. 224 for 6. Beer 13. Ibrahim on 33.
Well, thank you, Scott. Thank you for your email, Chris, who's been in touch regarding the format of the competition, which I apologise we mistakenly thought was the top 4 from each group going into the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, but that isn't the case, has been pointed out. So, Chris, thank you for getting in touch. Thank you for your email. And apologies to anybody who was misled by that.
Yeah, then there's the quarterfinals, semi-finals and the final, all done before the end of August.
Yes, indeed.
Finals at Trent Bridge this year as well.
Yep.
So, Lords. It should be good. Always get a good atmosphere at Trent Bridge and plenty of people in. Oh, this is chipped up out towards Rob Jones, who's scooting around from deep backward square leg, but the ball bounces between him and Josh Bohannon, who comes in from deep mid wicket. Score ticks along to 225 for 6.
Richie has been in touch from southwest London. He says, sorry, I can't offer anything more exotic.
That's okay.
I'll read your email in a moment, Richie.
Doesn't need to be exotic, does it?
No, not at all.
We welcome listeners and viewers all over. There's Ibrahim up onto his toes. Jabbed up to mid-off and there's no run.
He said, I've been watching the various excellent live cricket streams since last summer. I would like to add my vote to the feed from Sedbergh being the highest quality so far. Congratulations to all involved. There's a big vote of thanks to the guys around Lancashire Cricket Club, and I say the quality of the stream is absolutely top class.
Yep, Colin and the team do a great job. This is Ibrahim weaving the ball away through the onside towards deep mid-wicket, just for a single. 2-2-6 for 6.
Richie goes on to say, on a related note, live streaming means that for the very first time last summer I was able to watch an entire first-class game from beginning to end, and I've been glued to the live stream ever since. My wife has expressed concern.
With his Lamb bowling. It's nudged away by Beer just off his hip. And Rob Jones fields, and there's a run, 227 for 6. Certainly the kind of accessibility, visibility of the domestic game has probably never been better, has it? I mean, the BBC ball-by-ball coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, the live stream's available from all the counties. I think the engagement is as good as it's been. I think the BBC Sport Online pages for the first month of the county championship, Ibrahim drills the ball up toward long on for one run to 28 for 6, with just under 20 million page views on the BBC Sport website and app. That was just for the county championship. So you couple that with all the brilliant streaming services, there's loads of ways to kind of keep across and be involved in the game, even if you aren't able to get to the matches. So let's hope that all continues. Oh, it's gone high out towards long on. Who's underneath that? Keaton Jennings leaping for it. And it's gone for 6. The ball's disappeared underneath a little wooden bench on that wide long on boundary, and Keaton Jennings having to hurdle it to try and retrieve the ball because the spectators can't pick it up.
Good shot from Will Beer. Beautifully timed over long on, and just what Sussex needed here. With 4 overs remaining after this one, Rob Jones was saying earlier on, just fielding in front of us, he thought, 260 would be. I mean, I think that's probably the bare minimum. To be honest, Rob was saying he thought that was par. But with 4 overs to go after this one, Sussex will perhaps have their eyes on something slightly more.
2, 3, 4 for 6. 4 overs left. I think you'll see a bit more of that, won't we, from Sussex. 4 wickets left, 4 overs to get to go. A few more shots of that kind of ilk from Beer and Ibrahim, who's playing a little blinding knock here for Sussex at 35 not out.
Yes, and he certainly doesn't play. I mean, I don't know how you would expect a 16-year-old to play necessarily, Scott, but he plays with an awful lot of composure and maturity, and that was very evident during his innings Headingley in the Championship in June, and he's played a very nice knock here, just holding this middle order together for Sussex. So, it's going to be Liam Hurt who's going to bowl the next over. He hasn't bowled from this pool end of the ground so far, but he's now going to bowl from this end. He's in his 9th over, 8 overs, 2 for 39, and he's going to be bowling to Daniel Ibrahim, who's on 35. 234 for 6, 4 overs remaining in the innings. And it is going to be Liam Hurt. Right arm over the wicket, medium quick. Runs in and bowls to Ibrahim Mahu, that's down the leg side, and that's going to be signalled a wide. One more to the total, 235 for 6 here on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Scott Reed and Kevin Howells.
Republic 98 on Twitter says, greetings from sunny Florida.
Oh, that's another country to tick off the list.
I'm hosting a breakfast for my US pals to watch their first cricket match.
Oh.
Rules, laws and all. From Martin and Caldy.
Hurt again in bowls and driven by Ibrahim without timing it particularly to wideish mid-on. They just pick up a single, fielded out in the distance by Josh Bohannon, who gets in the throw. One more to Ibrahim. He goes to 36. Sussex 236 for 6.
Excellent. So breakfast with his mates in Florida, watching the cricket. And to Jack, who's listening to us in Edinburgh, he says, does Scotland add to the list of international areas watching the stream?
Yes.
Jack's up in Edinburgh.
Yeah, I reckon that counts. I wonder what a Floridian breakfast is like. I'd imagine it's lots of healthy fruit. And would you think so?
Not like your breakfast this morning.
Not like my breakfast this morning. No, that was a. In comes Hurt and bowls and pulled away by Wilby. That's a nice-looking shot through wideish mid-wicket, and it's gone away for a couple more runs to Wilby. He goes to 23, and Sussex to 238 for 6. Yes, to my shame, I ordered an English breakfast.
No, it was a Yorkshire breakfast.
A Yorkshire breakfast, yeah, and I couldn't eat it all.
I mean, it was pretty sizable, to be fair to you. Plus, you'd had an enormous bowl of yoghurt and granola, so I'm not surprised.
Good partnership, this, Scott, worth 45 between these two, coming together when Sussex were 193 for 6 in the 41st over. Now 238 for 6, as in comes Hurt and bowls. Short, pulled away by Beer again through mid-wicket, just going to get a single.
Yeah, 4 overs left, and Sussex are 239 for 6. So far, top scorer in the match is Travis Head, who made 56. Daniel Ibrahim's unbeaten on 36, and Will Beer on 24. 2 wickets for Liam Hurt, 1 each for Lamb, Morley and Wells. 4 overs left for Sussex, 239 for 6.
Hurt is on his way to bowl to the right-handed Ibrahim with a flick of the wrist, plays that to deep backwards square. Luke Wells comes charging in off the boundary, this time fields the ball cleanly, gets the other throw in on the bounce to George Lavelle. It's one more to the total, one more to Ibrahim, who goes to 36, I think that is now. No, 37, yeah, the scoreboard just looks like a 1 on the scoreboard in the distance, Scott, doesn't it? Unless my eyes deceive me. Ibrahim to 37, Sussex to 240 for 6. Partnership between these two now worth 47. Very important runs for Sussex. Hurt is in again, bowls, and Will Beer swats that one away on the leg side. It was short and pulled to deep mid-wicket. Beer picks up another single. He goes to 25, Sussex to 241 for 6. Will Beer, one of only 2 players in this Sussex side who have played List A cricket before, but the other being the Australian Travis Head, who made a very polished 55 today, and it looked like he was on his way to a really big score before he was caught behind a loose shot outside the off stump.
Good catch, wasn't it, by Lavelle, the keeper?
Hurt in again, bowls, and Ibrahim flicks this beautifully through mid-wicket. That's going to race away, I think, for 4 runs. There are 2 fielders out there, and that's wonderful placement by Daniel Ibrahim. There was a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and it was clipped away beautifully with a roll of the wrists. And Ibrahim goes to 41, Sussex to 245 for 6. And that brings up the 50 partnership between the two. That's come in really quick time as well. These two coming together at 193 for 6 in the 41st over. Now Sussex 245 for 6 in the 47th. And these are very useful runs for Sussex.
Our friend from Florida has been back in touch. The breakfast, fruit and champagne.
Really?
But the barbecue steak kebabs, scrambled eggs and biscuits with home fries won. Now biscuits in America, it's like a scone, isn't it? I think that. He's actually sent a picture.
That's a great picture, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks pretty decent.
Yeah, there we are. So it was quite healthy then. Some lovely Florida sunshine. It probably goes some to beat here today, though, Scott, to be honest.
No champagne here, is there?
No.
Actually, probably is in the executive marquee to our right. Champagne will be flowing. There's Bailey in and bowling to Beer. There's plenty of beer. This is driven down the ground, picked up by Bailey off his own bowling, and there's no run.
He's in his last over, Tom Bailey, so I wonder who's going to bowl out here. He's bowled, it could spell it, he's bowled 9 overs, 0 for 27, Tom Bailey. Lamb's got 1 to bowl.
Hurt's got 1 to bowl, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Bailey in. Muscled out through mid-wicket.
Good shot.
Yeah, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Lady in the deck chair has come well prepared with a hat on and big blanket to sit on. Just get out of the way of that, as that will rattling towards a good shot, slapped away through mid-wicket for 4.
Lovely little cameo this, you know, from Will Beer. He's moved on to 29.
Score moves on to 249 for 6. Bailey bowls, he goes high back down the ground, bounce in front of Keaton Jennings, who comes up from long on. Brings up the 250 for Sussex, 250 for 6 in the 48th over. Will Beer moves on to 30. Daniel Ibrahim, 41 not out. Bailey for Lancashire, right arm over the wicket, bowls. It's punched up towards Keaton Jennings on the long on boundary just for a single. 251 for 6 now.
We can add another country to our list, Wales. So Stephen's been in touch. Hi Stephen, he says, hi from sunny Wales, enjoying the commentary. I've been chuckling all day. He says he's been chuckling at Kevin Howells. Actually,
well,
so,
who doesn't chuckle at Kevin Howells? Everyone chuckles at Kevin Howells. Bailey in. Oh, do you want a little scoop shot?
Shots.
Yeah, nicely played. Run it off the face of the bat. Up and over the keeper. It's a good looking shot. In position nice and early. And then flick. Down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Good looking shot. 255 for 6. These are good runs for Sussex.
They are good runs. I mean, as I say, when you said in the 40th over, they were 193 for 6. And we were discussing, and we asked Rob what he thought was a good score. We were talking about 260. Well, Sussex, you know, barring something calamitous happening, to get all of that. I mean, I think they'll need them as well. It's a quick outfield. But at least Sussex have given themselves something to bowl at.
Yes, they have. They've got something to work with, haven't they? It's I think a pretty decent effort from a young and inexperienced side. Adding to their total now, as Beer works the ball away through the onside for 1 run. And that is the end of the over. I think that's the end of Bailey, isn't it now? Yeah, he's bowled his 10 overs. Gone for 38 from his 10 overs. So we have 2 remaining. 256 for 6. With Beer on 35 and Ibrahim on 42.
Ray Yates has been in touch. Hello, Ray. He says, I'm really enjoying the cricket. Just want to add my superlatives to all those who have commented on the live stream. Also possibly put in my bid for the listener furthest north, as I'm in Inverness. But it's beautiful up there today, Scott. So, I think Danny Lamb's going to bowl this 49th over.
He is, yep.
Will Beer is going to be taking strike. He's on 35, Will Beer, off of not very many balls. Let me just see if I can get an update on how many balls Will Beer has faced. I think 27 balls.
Decent effort, isn't it?
Yep.
Much needed runs. Good little cameo, this.
Yep, 3 4s and a 6 for Will Beer, who's the oldest man in the Sussex side at 32. As I say, one of only 2 players who have played 50 over cricket before. First list A cricket, I should say. I can hear Kevin Howells chuckling away.
Yeah, he is.
In comes Danny Lamb over the wicket, bowls, and Beer gets a big top edge. It flies down towards third man, and has that gone all the way for 6? We just have to wait.
I think 4.
For the, no, it's been signalled as a 4. So thick outside edge, can't set a field to that. And Beer goes to 39. Sussex are 260 for 6.
Well, he's kind of slashed at that, hasn't he? But with the fielder inside the circle, down on the kind of inside short third manish, you can flash at it pretty hard, and that balloon down towards the boundary.
Frustration for Danny Lamb. 260 for 6. Lamb in again, bowls, and Beer hammers this one away on the leg side. They're going to take 1 out to the sweeper on the cover on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who is Liam Hurt, gets in the throw. 1 more bit to Beer, he goes to 40. And this partnership is now worth 68 between these two. And it's come in just 7 overs. Lamb is back to his mark, and he's going to bowl to young Daniel Ibrahim, just 16 years of age. He's on 42. Lamb around the wicket bowls, and Ibrahim digs that out. It's a good delivery by Danny Lamb, right up in the block hole. Not much Ibrahim could do about that. But he managed to dig the ball out. There's a puff of dust, and Lamb fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Daniel Lamb was saying before the game that obviously there was no 50 over cricket last year. He didn't play any 50 over cricket in 2019. He's pretty sure the last time he played a 50 over match was back in 2018.
Wow, in comes Lamb round the wicket bowls, and that's down the leg side, and I think, will that be signalled a wide? Well, Daniel Ibrahim is looking at the umpire, who has now decided that it is a wide. It was a very late call, wasn't it?
He was just taking his time. He's
quite
a relaxed approach. I like that. I'll signal it in my own time. The scorers are in our 10th, so he's spinning round and signalling the wide to the scorers.
In comes Lamb again, bowls, driven down the ground. Lovely looking shot by Daniel Ibrahim. They've taken 1, they'll come back for the second. Will Beer running to the non-strikers end as Ibrahim goes back for his second run. He goes to 44 and Sussex to 233 for 6. Nice looking shot by Ibrahim, drilling the ball back down the ground. Callum's been in touch. He says, is cricket coming home? I'm loving this on the video feed. Just what I needed after being at the Oval last night for the 100. It's like the cricket equivalent of recovering from a migraine. Says Callum. In comes Lamb again, bowls, and again driven down the ground by Daniel Ibrahim, who's going to get a single down to long on, fielded all the way down there by Josh Bohannon. 1 more to Ibrahim, he goes to 45. Sussex to 264 for 6. I think there's 1 more ball, yes, 1 more ball remaining in this, the penultimate over of the Sussex innings. And it's going to be Will Beer on strike, who's on 40. Terrific knock by the Sussex leg spinner. And he waits as Lamb is in. Around the wicket bowls, and Beer drives. Oh, what a brilliant piece of fielding. That's an exceptional caught and bowled by Danny Lamb. That was drilled back down the ground by Will Beer. And it was a terrific catch, waist high by Danny Lamb, following through terrific reflexes. And Will Beer is on his way. Super knock by the Sussex number 8. But he goes for 40. And Sussex 265 for 7 with 1 over remaining. Good cricket. Brilliant catch.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Both feet off the ground. Hit it pretty firmly, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Good knock that though, wasn't it? Really important runs for Sussex. Good partnership with Ibrahim. So he's done his bit. Hoping to get Sussex up to and beyond that 250 mark.
Bowled by Danny Lamb for 40.
Good work by Danny Lamb off his own bowling.
265 for 7.
Just to mention the 100 game last night that one of our listeners was at. For those with us on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon, there's first of a double header coming up, another women's and men's match. So this is at Edgbaston, Birmingham Phoenix against London Spirit from 3 o'clock, and then from 6:30 the men play as well. Have you changed your mind? You said 260, Rob, yeah. Rob Jones is changing his mind. What a par scorers.
Well, probably important here that Daniel Ibrahim takes most of. Sorry, you were saying about the game that's coming up.
So there are 2 fixtures: 3 o'clock and 6:30. Birmingham Phoenix against London Spirit. The women first, the men up second. Both those games, 5 Live Sports Extra. We see Liam Hurt, don't we? Bailey's bowled out, so Hurt's going to come bowl his final over to Ibrahim. Oh, trying to work the ball into the onside. The ball just deflects into the offside. Oh, and then the pick up and throw from Hurt. It hits the stumps, and they think of going through for 1 inside against it.
Yeah, that was a bit of a comment. Actually, Henry Crocombe can bat. He made a 40 in a championship game earlier on this season, but I think probably he'll be thinking about giving the strike to Daniel Ibrahim, who's batted really nicely for his 45 and has been responsible really for holding his middle orders together and giving Sussex a total they'll feel that they've got a chance of defending.
Well, I mean, they've had to rely on the youngsters, and they've delivered, haven't they? I mean, Carter 55, Ibrahim 45. He drilled out through the onside. There is a man in the deep. I think Ibrahim felt he'd timed that for 4.
Yes.
But Josh Bahanam, deep mid-wicket, coming round to field the ball. Score moves to 266 for 7. 4 balls left. And Crocombe on strike with Liam Hurt bowling from the Evans end on a gloriously hot day at Sedbergh School, with the fells towering up behind him in the distance. Rob Jones was saying to me on Tuesday he quite fancies walking up one of these fells. It's a long way up there. Ooh. Banged in short and wide.
That was quick as well.
Through to the keeper. No rum.
We had a listener who was talking about being up in Inverness, and George has been in touch. He says, Inverness, my sister is listening in Forres, I think that's how you pronounce it, okay. Forres, northeast of Inverness. The Australians played there, another beautiful ground, in 1926 and 1934, thanks to a local biscuit magnet sponsor, says George. So thank you very much.
Very nice. 3 balls left for Sussex, 266 for 7. Crocombe on strike. Oh, that's flashed away past the dive of George Lavelle. He's got a little thin edge on that.
Yes, he did.
It's gone for 4, down towards the fine third-man boundary. Yeah, too far to the right of Lavelle, leaping out to his right, glove outstretched, trying to get something on it. Down towards the boundary for 4 runs. 270 on the board now. 270 for 7. 2 balls left.
Richard's been in touch. He's in Malvern. He says, down the road from New Road in Worcestershire and flicking between the Olympic opening ceremony, preparing our new camper van for our first trip away tomorrow, and trying to spot my Sussex supporting son who's there in the crowd at Sedbergh. Says Richard. Thank you for getting in touch, Richard.
He's hurt. Balls to Crocombe. Get up onto his toes. Oh, he's through to the keeper. He could be run out here. He is run out. And Crocombe departs. That was banged in short. I think Crocombe tried to kind of uppercut it. We'll see back on the replay now. Stepping down the pitch and uppercut it, went through to the keeper, and then he's trying to get through for a bye and pick up and throw. And Crocombe departs. So 8 down, 270 for 8. I think we've got 1 ball left. I think of the innings. Step back into the crease by Crocombe, trying to uppercut it. missed it, through to the keeper, he threw to Hurt, Hurt threw the stumps down.
Sussex charge 270.
270 for
And
7.
the incoming batsman, number 41, Archie Lennon.
So what can Archie Lennon and Daniel Ibrahim do with the final ball of the innings? It's full, it's gone high, it's gone out to extra cover, and it's been caught. And Sussex, I think, will finish on 270 for 9 from their 50 overs. Adrian Harms has morphed into Kevin Howells.
Which is not nice for him, and he will be back very shortly. Just a little note really for 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, with confirmation of 270 for 9. Commentary, of course, will continue. Right now it'll continue online. If you go to the BBC Sport website and also the app and on the radio frequencies as well. But for Sports Extra listeners, we're going to take ourselves back to 1981 for the next 25 minutes or so, and then off the back of that, Sports Extra listeners will move from the Royal London One Day Cup into the 100, which comes from Birmingham today on day 3. So they will pick up off the back of that. If there is chance, and there may or there may not be, depending on the timings of things, you may be popping back here for some more commentary. Certainly they'll bring you some score updates, I'm sure, throughout the afternoon as well. But it'll be the 100 in around about 25 minutes or so from now, and Royal London One Day Cup commentary and coverage will continue. But for listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra, it's a rather special week of memories of 40 years ago to this week that one of the greatest test matches came to a thrilling climax. Headingley 81 will always be remembered as an incredible game, as an England side inspired by Ian Botham, as he was then, now of course Lord Botham, and the late Bob Willis won the 3rd Ashes test despite being forced to follow on. The captain was Mike Brealey, and he tells the story of that game.
Very well done, Kevin. For everybody else, it's time to have a little break. Sussex finishing on 270 for 9 from their 50 overs. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
James Coles, LBW.
they're the umpires, which means we're not too far away from the start of the Lancashire reply. Graham Onions, one of the Lancashire coaching staff, speaking to Keaton Jennings. Crikey, those two have known each other for a long time. Played with each other at Durham, and now working together at Lancashire. So Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings walking out to the middle. The Sussex players in their little huddle with their very fancy kind of bright pink coloured shirts. He's nattering away there in the middle, probably the skipper.
And the Lancashire openers, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon.
A few last-minute words to the teammates. Jennings, of course, here on Tuesday, got himself a century in the warm-up fixture. Lancashire playing Cumbria. I think Sussex played Oxfordshire. I think, yeah. Adrian, give me the thumbs up in their 50-over warm-up match as well. Joffre played, didn't he, in that game? Blimey. Imagine being the Oxfordshire opening batsman and Joffre's coming steaming in at you. Goodness. Adrian Arms is back alongside. We'll hear from Kevin Howells a little bit later on. Just enjoying some minestrone soup. Got to say thank you again to everybody at Sedbergh for all your for your hospitality.
It's magnificent. I was just wandering around at lunchtime. There's a huge amount of work goes into putting on a day's cricket like this. You know, I was thinking about basic things like the loos and that sort of thing. You know, the generators and just the PA system.
There's a lot goes into it, isn't it? I mean,
huge amount.
To turn these venues into a kind of first-class status for this particular fixture. To be able to host this game. There's a lot going in. You don't just kind of rock up these, put on a few chairs and crack on with it. It's a bit of a logistical issue. Anyway, we'll see whether 270 is enough for Sussex or not.
And it's going to be Joe Sarrow who's going to get things underway for Sussex, another one of these young teenagers, 19 years of age. I think the threat from Sussex might come when the spinners come on with Lennon, Beer, Coles, maybe Travis Head as well, but for the time being it's going to be the seamers, and it's Joe Sarrow who's starting off, bowls the first ball of the innings, and a nicely pitched up delivery that's played out into the offside by Keaton Jennings to extra cover, fielded there by Harrison Ward, and there is no run. So Sussex making 270 for 9. Travis Head top scoring with 56, Ollie Carter making 55, Dan Ibrahim 46, Will Beer 40, Tom Haynes 38. Lots of players got in, but didn't go on to make the big score, which perhaps Sussex may rue that. But at least they posted a score from a Sussex perspective. They've got a chance of defending as Sarrow's in bowls, and Jennings just works this into the offside again, fielded by Ward, and there is no run.
What can you tell us about Joe Sarrow then?
Not a huge amount. He played in the county, made his debut in the county championship game at Northamptonshire.
Okay.
Signed terms this season, but really hasn't featured a great deal. But he's one of the many sort of young bowlers who given opportunity. Henry Crocombe will be opening from the other end as in comes Sarrow bowls, and Jennings just works that to backward point, fielded there by the eager Travis Head, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's a player that we've, Lancashire have seen already this season. Crocombe playing in that fixture in Hove.
Yeah. So Sussex, I mean, the other quick bowlers who have been around have been Jamie Atkins, who I think got a shoulder injury, Sean Hunt, who played up at Old Trafford in the opening game of the season, left arm over, he's not playing in this match. In comes Sarrow bowls, wide of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and that's the first run of the innings, and it's a wide outside of the off stump, let go by Keaton Jennings, taken by Carter, but much too wide. And umpire Baldwin decides that is a wide, and it's the first run of the Lancashire reply, needing 270 to win.
I agree with you with regards to kind of players did get in, unable to go on and get big scores, but I think there's some really impressive performances there for Sussex.
Sarrow in again bowls, and Jennings plays that too short fine leg. They think about a single, but Archie Lenham is there and prevents a run being taken. Yeah, absolutely. And I did slightly wonder when Travis Head was out. Shortly after Tom Haynes, I thought, I wonder whether there was enough in the middle order, but a nice little cameo, and actually one of the experienced players, Will Beer, the oldest player in the side, really coming to the party. That 40 came off just 30 balls. And it gave Daniel Ibrahim a bit of support in the middle order. Good knock from Ollie Carter, making 55. Sarrow in again, bowls, and driven nicely by Keaton Jennings, who's a very elegant batsman. Played into the covers, fielded by Harrison Ward, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was impressive the way that Carter and Ibrahim battered.
Yes.
You know,
Sussex were in trouble then, weren't they?
Absolutely were, yeah. When the Haynes and Head partnership came to an end, and then James Cole kind of followed quickly afterwards. But those two were excellent for Sussex.
Sarrow in again, bowls, and Jennings works this down to third man, and there is a third man all the way down by the scoreboard in the far distance. The throw comes in from Henry Crocombe, and that's the end of a good opening over from Joe Sarrow. Just cuts a couple of runs, a wide, and that single play down to third man. So Lancashire on their way, 2 without loss. If you'd like to join our conversation, it'd be great to hear your contributions throughout the days. In fact, Josh Bohannon has just been bought out a new bat. He hasn't faced a ball yet, but he's got a new bat. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It'd be great to get your emails, and thanks for the many that we've had so far today as well. And lots of compliments about the live stream. So yet again, well done to everybody here, because they've set a very high bar for streaming of these matches.
Evans End, number 5, Henry Crocombe.
So, young Henry Crocombe is going to come in from the Evans end of the ground with the Fells behind him.
Yes, you can see the Fells on the live stream.
Yeah.
Towering up above the bowler. The Evans end, that's the town of Sedbergh on your screen now for those watching on with the pictures. The little town of Sedbergh. So here's Crocombe in and bowling, and Jennings getting forward, looking to drive the ball with a play and a miss. And taken by Carter.
Yes, Ollie Carter.
2 slips in place as well, which is nice and positive from Sussex, as you probably expect, certainly early on with this new white ball. If it's going to do a bit, it'll do a bit early on. So 2 slips with Gully, point. Crocombe bowls, it's wide and left and through to the keeper, no run. It's a mid-off and a mid-on. Deep, square leg, short, fine leg, and I presume third man? Oh no, because there's a second slip in.
Yeah, that partnership between Beer and Ibrahim was worth 72, and it was made in just a little shy of 8 overs. We'll be making 40 of those.
Crocombe in and bowls. Jennings, who's playing forward, playing nicely, easing the ball up to mid-off. And he gets through for 1. Takes Lancashire on to 3 without loss.
Any idea how many people are here, Scott?
Actually, no. Let's see if we can try and...
Quite a lot of people I saw just sort of... We can't see away to our right-hand side because we're in the tent, but I was quite surprised when I wandered out. There's quite a lot of people in hospitality. And
Yep. Yeah, there's lots of people on there buzzing around, lots of seats being filled. I think they've got a couple of thousand here for the county championship match back in 2019. So plenty busy enough. It's Crocombe to Bohannon this time. Shoulders, arms through to Carter. And there is no run.
He bowls at a lively pace, Henry Crocombe. He's, in comparison to Joe Sarrow, they're both a completely different build. Joe Sarrow more solidly built. Henry Crocombe is more sort of wiry. But no less pace for that. He does bowl with good speed, Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, he's a slim chap, isn't he? And he forces Bohannon to defend, and there's no run. He'll fill out a bit the older he gets, perhaps.
Yeah, and I spoke to him, I forget which game it was this season, and he was talking about, how he saw Ollie Robinson very much as somebody who'd like to model his, his bowling around. Fast bowlers talk a lot, don't they, about hitting the top of off. And always a Sussex by the Sea flag. Where's that, I wonder? Somewhere behind. Oh, there it is. No, it isn't.
It's Crocombe bowling to Bohannon, left and through to the keeper. No run. Must be behind the bowler somewhere.
I think it's hidden by the sight screen.
Oh, yes. Sussex by the Sea. Excellent. Actually, I had a little wander around during the interval, and I saw a couple of Sussex shirts. So there's either local Sussex supporters or perhaps time it for a little break, a little holiday away.
Yeah, well, actually, it's probably not a bad weekend, because I think the weather forecast, I was listening on our news a bit earlier, for the weekend down in the south is not good.
Oh,
warnings of storms and all sorts of things over the weekend.
Blimey.
So I think the weather is meant to be much better up in this direction. But it's going to be Joe Sarrow who's going to carry on. The Sussex Tech bowls to Jennings, who plays very straight. He's very elegant, isn't he? Keaton Jennings playing that off drive to mid-off, fielded there by Will Beer, and there is no run. Sarrow in his second over. Figures of 0 for 2. A couple more emails we've had over the lunch break, which is rather nice. One from Duncan, which I shall read in a moment, as in comes Sarrow and bowls. And Jennings has a good stop by Ollie Carter behind the side. I think that was an under edge from Keaton Jennings that rattled through to Ollie Carter, who took that well, diving away to his right. A slightly full shot from Keaton Jennings, who's 2 not out. Lancashire 3 without loss. And Duncan was saying, listening to some of your comments before lunch from northerly listeners listening in Inverness and Forres, and I think I can outdo that by 100 miles or so. I'm originally from Lancashire, but watching the stream from home in Evie, up in Orkney. In comes Sarrow bowls, and Jennings again drives to mid-off, fielded by Beer. Again, there is no run. So I'm watching the stream from home in Evie, E-V-I-E, up in Orkney, and my mate Kevin from Sussex is a few miles down the road watching in Firth, in Orkney. Split loyalties, but loving the coverage. Thank you, Duncan. That's very kind of you for getting in touch. You've been to the Orkney, Scott?
I haven't, no. It's a place I need to venture to. You can hardly just nip up for a day, can you?
No. No, it takes a bit of planning.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
In comes Sarrow bowls. That's right up in the block hole, played by Jennings to mid-off. Again, fielded by Beer, and there is no run. Good opening by the Sussex bowlers. They're keeping it tight. Yes, it's great to hear all these different people who get in touch with us and tell us where they are and where they're living, but it makes me think, I need to go there, I need to go there, I need to go there.
Need to retire.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, I think we do, yeah, but you need some money, don't you?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
The thing, Scott.
That's a tricky thing, yeah.
Lancashire 3 without loss in the third over, as Joe Sarrow runs in again to bowl to Keaton Jennings, and Jennings again drives, and again a repeat performance to Will Beer at mid-off, and again there is no run. So good start from these young Sussex seniors. Keaton Jennings just having a look at the bowling, no panic. Lancashire needing to score a little over, about 5.5 and over to win the game. Quick outfield. And he won't have faced, I guess, they certainly won't have faced Joe Sarrow before, who's running away from us. Number 29 on the back of his pink shirt bowls. Oh, and Keaton Jennings plays on. And that's a big breakthrough for Sussex. Joe Sarrow picks up the wicket in the third over of the Lancashire reply. And it's Keaton Jennings who's on his way, playing on to Joe Sarrow. He has gone, and Lancashire are 3 for 1.
Good start. If there's a few nerves in the belly of Joe Sarrow, and it would be understandable if there was, that will help settle things. Big wicket, as Adrian mentioned. Keaton Jennings for 2. Got a century in the warm-up match here on Tuesday. And has been in good form both with the white ball and in the red ball this season. So an important early breakthrough for Sussex. Yeah, Lancashire are chasing 271 to win this game, but they have just lost their first wicket. Keaton Jennings and the man out bowled for 3. So Lancashire in reply to Sussex 270 for 9, or 3 for 1 after 3 overs.
We've had another listener from another place in the globe, or around the globe, I should say. New York is the latest.
All right.
Chris Richardson. Ooh. He's enjoying the proper cricket. Thank you for the excellent coverage. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Chris.
Very nice.
I think it's been very hot in that part of the world as well in recent weeks.
It definitely has over on the west coast, hasn't it? There's been some horrible temperatures.
Well, that was the end of the over. 3 for 1. And it's going to be Henry Crocombe. Is it you or me?
I think it's me. But you can go if you want to.
No, you go. You go.
Bohannon's on strike. Crocombe comes in and bowls. It'll flick off the hip. Down toward long leg. James Coles is...
Well fielded.
Yeah, he's set off like a train to get to it, didn't he? Led up the ground really well. And they've run 3, but he saved a run there for his side. Did well. Lost his cap in the process as he tore up the ground down in front of us.
He's a little older than 17, isn't he, James Coles?
He does, yeah. You wouldn't be checking his ID, would you?
No.
6-for-1. In the 4th over. Got Crocombe from the Evans end of the ground out towards our left-hand side. A twirl of the bat from Luke Wells, former Sussex man. Settles into his crease. Crocombe bowls. It's fizzed in down the leg side and signalled as a wide by umpire Pratt. And there's one additional run to the score.
Chris Hughes has been in touch.
Hello, Chris.
He says, I'm loving the stream, top quality, all the shout-outs coming in from exotic locations such as Bahrain, Thailand, Laos and Florida. I'm sat watching the game in glorious Ellesmere Port. And am I jealous? Yes.
Well, glad you're with us. Now they're asking if this is a little fiddle down the leg side. Good take by the keeper, maybe just flicked off some part of the pad perhaps, or the thigh pad. Let's look on the replay here. Is it deflected off something, didn't it? Carter with the appeal.
Well, Chris finishes by saying, but the sun's out and the cricket's on, so all is well.
Very nice. 7-for-1 in the 4th. Wells looks to try and drive away through the offside, but ball squirts out to backward square leg, and Wells gets off the mark with that. A little streak. He's not quite where he was aiming, but gets a run. Score moves on to 8-for-1. Brings Josh Bohannon on strike. Bohannon's got behind him the keeper and 2 slips, and a third man and a short fine leg and a backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square leg. Rocks back, looks to try and pull the ball. It actually just deflects that into the onside. I think he bottom edged that onto his pad, and it rolls out towards mid-wicket. So he's got through for a single. He moves up to 4.
I think Henry Croker might have hurt his leg.
Oh.
He just pulled up after he delivered that ball, and he just seemed to be walking a little gingerly back to his mark. Just seemed to be feeling his hamstring a bit.
Oh dear, yeah, that's not good. Keep an eye on that. With a few stretches. Had a bowler picking up an injury on Tuesday, actually, as Wells gets forward in defence and there's no run. Jack Blatherwick, you think when he got into his 4th over and he felt something go in his side in the warm-up match against Cumbria, and he's been ruled out because of injury as a result of that. Looks like he's moving okay.
Yes,
now,
he does. He looks better now, doesn't he? And so, actually, Sussex in terms of seam bowling, Sarro, Crocombe, Dan Ibrahim. Perhaps a bit of Tom Haynes, but not a huge amount of seam bowling in the side.
It Wells from the crease, plays a straight bat, pushing it back towards the bowler. And there's no runs. That's the end of the over. What have we had now? 4. 4 of the Lancashire reply. 9-for-1. The target is 271 to win this Royal London One-Day Cup fixture live from Sedbergh School. Lancashire against Sussex. Lancashire Cricket TV, the live streaming service, and the ball-by-ball commentary with BBC Sport Online via the website and the app. Josh Bohannon has a little problem.
Yeah, he does. He's feeling his right hand, I think, and he looked in some discomfort there. The physio sort of came over and said, "Does this hurt?" And I think he went, "Yes, it does."
Yes. Yeah.
So I don't know whether he was perhaps trying to pull a delivery or.
Well, he did pull one, didn't he? Out the kind of bottom edge, pulled it out towards his mid-wicket region a few deliveries ago. But whatever the issue is, it's his right arm, isn't he? Just feeling his forearm there.
Yeah. So was it an elbow or? He does look in a bit of discomfort. A chance for some more drinks to be bought on.
Well, why not? It's a hot day. Physio's gone into his little bag of magic tricks. Josh Bannon's peeling off his T-shirt here, so I don't know what.
Yes, this doesn't look very good actually, does it? I wonder if this. I think it's looking at his elbow. He's given him.
Right route around there, isn't he?
Looks as if he gave him perhaps some sort of a painkiller to take or something. Definitely he was a. Oh yeah, you could see then he went out.
Bit, isn't he? Yeah,
he did. He's in a bit of pain there, is Josh Bohannon. think it was around the wrist.
Well, yeah, they keep squeezing his hand, doesn't they? They keep kind of going up and squeezing his forearm. Magic spray is coming out. Get a bit of magic spray on there. That'll do the trick. Give it a spray. It's a WD-40.
He does look at a bit of discomfort, doesn't he? I think he's probably going to stay on.
Looks that way.
Yeah, he's putting his top back on now, Scott. So just a reminder, Sussex making 270 for 9. Travis Head top scoring with 56. Ollie Carter 55, Dan Ibrahim 46, Wilbeer 40, Haynes 38. Wickets pretty evenly shared around as far as Lancashire were concerned. 3 for Liam Hurt, 2 for Danny Lamb, 1 for Jack Morley, 1 for Luke Wells against his former county. A couple of run-outs as well. The most unfortunate for Sussex being Tom Haynes, who was run out when he and Travis Head were going along very nicely. A partnership of 74 between those two for the 3rd wicket before Haynes was run out. Josh Bohannon looks like he's okay. Well, he's certainly going to carry on. Whether he's okay is a different question, but he's certainly going to carry on batting. So that's good news. The other good news is that it's just such a glorious day. There's a bit of sort of high-level wispy cloud, but that's about it. Other than that, beautiful blue sky all above the fells. Haven't seen anybody walking up the fells. We were discussing whether we'd like to do that, Scott. I thought we might sort of see a line of people making their way up as the day's gone on, but I haven't seen anyone. Perhaps it's a bit too steep or a bit too hot. But it's Joe Sarrow who's going to come in for Sussex, running into bowl to Bohannon. Bohannon is forward and plays quietly to backward point, fielded there by Travis Head. And there is no run, as Scott was saying, a couple of slips in place. What do you...
We've seen this tweet from our colleague, Kevin Hand. So he screen grabbed the picture of that's on the stream when they've got the camera pointing in towards our tent. And he's gone, no one needs these 3 in widescreen. I mean, and the picture of me, you and Kevin Howells. It's outrageous.
In comes Sarrow over the wicket bowls and driven beautifully by Bohannon, and that's the shot of the innings so far. Over pitch by Joe Sarrow, and Bohannon wasn't going to miss out on that. He hammered that ball away through straight mid-off, and the ball races away for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Bohannon. He goes to 8, and Lancashire to 13 for 1. Lots of chuckling going on, you know.
Yeah, it is, and lots of jokes going around.
Sarrow, back to his now. They just got another delay here. I think that's probably because perhaps someone from the public fielded the ball, and so we've got to have the hand sanitizer on. Oh, what's that? Is that a buzzard or something? Or?
No, it's like a paraglider or something, isn't it? There's 2 of them on the live stream.
You've got better eyes than I have.
Well, I can see them on the TV to me, right.
Right.
I don't know whereabouts the... oh, there they are. Now, just above the
In comes
fell.
Sarrow bowls, and Bohannon plays quietly to mid-wicket. Good tumbling save over there by... Is that over there? Harrison Ward, there is no run.
So is it? I think it's is it a paraglide, that?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's 2 of them. So what a day to do that. The view must be spectacular.
Yeah, it must be, yeah. Well, there we are.
There they are.
You're dead right, yeah. Would you fancy doing that?
Absolutely not.
Sarrow on his way. Bowls. Oh, and he beats man outside the off stump. He's got a little nick on that, and Joe Sarrow picks up his 2nd wicket. And it's Josh Bohannon who's on his way for 8. And just as Sussex were 13 for 2, so are Lancashire 13 for 2. And both openers back in the pavilion.
Beautiful delivery, wasn't it? Lovely line and length from Sarah. Bohannon has to depart. He's obviously feeling a little bit uncomfortable, a bit of discomfort, so we've got a problem with his elbow or his forearm, but he can no longer add any further runs for Lancashire. This is Dane Villas, who's replacing him, Lancashire's captain. 13 for 2. Lovely start, isn't it, by Joe Sarrow?
Cheers.
Bohannon caught by Ollie Carter off the bowling of Joe Sarrow.
Little edge through to the keeper.
Lancashire 13 for 2, and incoming batsman.
13 for 2, great start for Sussex. Oh, blimey, gave that plenty, didn't the PA announcer? Goodness. Walk a few people up in the ground.
Well, Dane Villas made a big 100, if I remember right, Scott, when we were up in Old Trafford in April in that drawn game. So the skipper coming in just with Lancashire needing to just consolidate here as Sussex did. Now there's 3 slips in place, no, 2 slips in place. In comes Sarrow to bowl to the Lancashire skipper. He's in and bowls, and Villas is forward and plays to backward point, fielded there by Travis Head, and there is no run. 13 for 2, Villas yet to score. Luke Wells on 1. 2 wickets for Joe Sarrow. He's got a good line and length here. So perhaps it's, you know, we were saying we thought it's, well, and I still think it is a very good pitch, but perhaps there's just a little bit there for the seam, whereas Villas just does a little bit of gardening. Baking hot afternoon here in the Yorkshire Dales as Sarrow is on his way. In bowls, and Villas clips this down to fine leg, and he'll pick up a single. They've taken 1, they're thinking about 2. The throw comes in. They'll need to be quick here. Throw comes in. In fact, it was well run, but just for a moment, I thought Dane Villas was struggling, but he got back for a couple of runs. Throw came in from Henry Crocombe. It's the end of Joe Sarrow's over, who's got very impressive figures of 3 overs and has taken 2 for 6. Lancashire are 15 for 2. Villas is on 2, Wells on 1.
Excellent start for him. Really well bowled. Mentioned before, I'm sure there's a few nerves around. That would be understandable. But he's settled into a really good opening spell, hasn't he? From the pole end.
Yeah. Graham's been in touch from Canmore in Alberta.
Oh.
And he says, a little late tuning in today. We are blanketed in heavy, choking smoke this morning from the forest fires just over the border in British Columbia. Bad luck would definitely be stopping play here. Count yourselves lucky to have proper cricket being played in such beautiful surroundings and, above all, clean, fresh air. Yeah. So sorry to hear about that. Sounds pretty awful.
There's Crocombe to Wells. It's punched to mid-off.
Shot.
And down the ground. And for 4 runs. And as Adrian described, shot. That was a lovely little punch through. Straight mid-off for 4. Yeah, well, let's hope everyone stays safe over there. Some of the scenes that we've seen on the TV news have not been good, have they?
No, not at all. That does sound pretty miserable. But thanks for listening, Graham, and I wish you well. Let's hope it all clears up soon. Lovely shot from Luke Wells there, beautifully timed.
What? Crocombe into Wells. Looks to try and cut the ball, but playing a miss.
He sort of indicated maybe it kept a bit low, did Luke Wells. Sam has been in touch from home. He says, thanks for the commentary. Sedbergh looks marvellous in the sunshine. Is there any news on when Sussex will be back playing at the Outgrounds? It's been great to be back at the county ground of late, but a change of scenery is always welcome. Thanks, and up the youngsters. Good old Sussex by the sea, says Sam.
Well, from the end where the flag says Sussex by the sea, here's Crocombe bowling to Wells. He's edged. Lancashire 3 down in the 6th over. And the kids at either end are doing the damage here for Sussex. It's a great start. Catch by Tom Clark. And Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket, 19 for 3. Wells departs in the 6th.
Wow. Well, when I was looking at the Sussex side, I was a bit concerned about the lack of seam bowling options, but Crocombe and Sarrow have given Sussex a terrific start here, and that was a good catch by Tom Clark at first slip. It went very fast, sort of knocked him back off his feet, but he clung on. And this is a wonderful start as far as Sussex are concerned. So, now Lancashire in a bit of trouble.
Lancashire 19 for 3, and the incoming batsman, number 12, Rob Jones.
So Rob Jones, he's the new batsman. He was fielding in front of us during the Sussex innings. I know he's got a chance, probably a little earlier than he was expecting, to show what he can do with the bat.
Absolutely. Yes, he's down here nattering to us for large parts of the
he was
Sussex innings. But this is a great start, isn't it? Terrific from Crocombe and from Sarrow.
In terms of outground cricket, Sam, I mean, nothing this season. Sussex were due to play at Arundel, Horsham and Eastbourne. But I just think the logistics, and we've seen the amount of work involved bringing this game here is huge.
Oh, it's a big job.
And it was just decided that it just was, I think, probably too expensive, too uncertain. And hence, it's not going to happen. Hopefully next year, let's hope this is all a distant memory.
Fingers crossed, yeah. Get back out to some outgrounds. Crocombe balls to Jones. Oh, that just balloons up and down towards fine leg. Up comes the Will Beer. And Jones off the mark with that. You know, knew a great deal about it. He moves to 1. Score moves on to 20 for 3.
Well, we were speculating, weren't we? Was 270 anywhere near enough? And it may still not, you know, but it may prove that it isn't enough. But I have to say, Sussex have really come out the traps here.
Needed a good start, didn't they? Try and the youngsters here settle a few nerves, get back into the game with the ball. put Lancashire under pressure. They've done that. Little flick away through the onside by Dane Villas. Pick up and throw by Archie Lenham. Trying to run Villas out, but he got through. 21 for 3.
Tried to tot up the Sussex ages at lunchtime, and I worked out the average age is 20.
Okay.
So I may be a few months out either way, but essentially that's about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Crocombe into Jones. Oh, that gets big on Rob Jones. Blimey. And the ball again deflecting down towards fine leg, but he didn't know a great deal about it. He did well to kind of not balloon that up towards the slips, but well, that's a couple, isn't it, from that Evans end, which have caused the batsman a few problems. We've had 6 overs, 22 for 3.
Great start for Sussex.
It certainly is.
If you're listening down on the south coast, plenty to cheer you up. But can they keep it going? That's the question. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to send emails, you can tweet us at BBC Lancs Sport. Is it, Scotty?
It is, or BBC Lancs Cricket.
Lancs Cricket.
It'll get through to us here.
22 for 3 on the scoreboard. The scoreboard out in the far distance, which is Sedbergh School Cricket Club on the top of it. But it's going to be Joe Sarrow who's going to carry on. Very impressive figures. 3 overs, 2 for 8. And he's going to be coming into bowl to Rob Jones, who's 2 not out. Sarrow's in. The 2 slips go down. Sarrow, that's a full toss and clipped away by Jones. Might feel he rather missed out there. Played that straight to mid-on, fielded by Will Beer. And there is no run.
A few ice creams being consumed in the press tent now, Adrian.
Not for us.
Well, our colleague Kevin Howes has got one. He's got an enormous ice cream that he's trying to tackle. He's trying to eat it before it completely melts and dribbles down his fingers.
Simon's been in touch with quite a lengthy email that I'll read in a moment. As in comes Sarrow bowls down the leg side. That'll be signalled a wide as well by umpire Baldwin. Simon says, firstly, gentlemen, I concur with other listeners in complimenting the quality of today's live stream from Sedbergh. I have to own up to being a Yorkshire lad, an ardent follower of the magnificent Jonathan Doige, who was tempted to watch your coverage as I noticed it was coming from Sedbergh, not Sedbergh School. As a pupil at prep school in God's Own County in the early 60s, we would sometimes bust up to Sedbergh, particularly if one of our old boys was playing in the first 11 in a local derby, e.g. versus Giddleswick.
Great name.
In comes Sarrow bowls and played into the offside by Jones. Cole's very quickly in from cover fields and there is no run. He says, I was somewhat fuming at the discussion earlier about why Lancashire were playing at home at Sedbergh. To me, it's total sacrilege, given that until 1974, Sedbergh has been part of the West Riding of Yorkshire. We were talking about this earlier on, weren't we? So
we were, yeah.
Sarrow on his way again, bowls, and Jones clips this to mid-wicket. Good delivery by Joe Sarrow, right up in the block hole, fielded by Ward on mid-wicket, and there is no run. These two are bowling a very good line and length, Joe Sarrow and Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, a good opening start, isn't it, with the new ball? These two young bowlers. There's an out there, really, for Lancashire to try and score from, so... One of the beauties about this format, the 50 over format, is you can give yourself a bit of time. Go on, you can build, you can absorb a bit of pressure. This period belongs to the bowlers. Let them have it and then get through it, capitalise a little bit later on.
And comes Sarrow bowls and driven by Jones straight back down the track. Sarrow fields of his own bowling and there is no run. I thought it was my phone for a minute, but it wasn't. He finishes by saying, many thanks to Sedbergh for nurturing Harry Book and George Hill, surely mainstays of Yorkshire cricket for years to come. Someone said that Will Carling went to Sedbergh School as well.
Right, okay.
2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a fine leg, and is there a third man? Yes. Archie Lenham on his birthday. All the way down the distance, a third man. In comes Sarrow bowls and driven again firmly down the track. Sarrow again fields off his own bowling, and again there is no run. I'm sure we'll get to see a bit of Archie Lenham a little bit later on. So in terms of spin options, 2 leg spinners, Will Beer and Archie Lenham. James Coles can bowl his left arm spin. Travis Head bowled against Oxford the other day in the warm-up match. So plenty of options for Tom Haynes, but in seam bowling, other than these two, really, Ibrahim, who bowls medium pace, and perhaps Tom Haynes himself. So we'll have to see what Tom Haynes decides to do. As in comes Sarrow over the wicket, bowls and clipped by Jones to mid-wicket. Fielded there by Harrison Wall. Good over from Joe Sarrow, just costing the 1 run. And Lancashire at the end of the 7th over are 23 for 3, with Villas on 3 and Jones on 2.
Yes, there we are in our little media marquee.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Good job we put a decent shirt on today, Scott.
I am the shirt today.
Yeah.
Talking about the spin options that Sussex have got, Lancashire of the 50 overs. Well, it wasn't quite. Was it? It was exactly 50 overs. Lancashire had 20 overs of spin, 10 from Morley, and then 5 from Croft and 5 from Wells. Crocombe to Villas, who defends, and there's no run. There's 20 of the 50 overs with spin from Lancashire. Lamb bowled 10, then Hurt bowled 10, and Bailey bowled 10 as well. Looking forward to watching Archie Lehman have a bowl.
Yeah.
Is 17 today, is he?
17 today, yeah.
Good, okay.
So I'd like to give the ball a bit of air.
It's Crocombe. Villas on strike. Eases the ball out towards square leg. Picked up by James Cole. And there is no run. I was watching on the live stream, you can see plenty of people in the background there, having a little natter and a bit of a refreshment, maybe an ice cream. I bet they sell out today. I bet the ice cream van sells out. I feel that's cutting for 4 runs. Banged in a bit short, little wide. Villas up onto his toes, just leans back a fraction, cuts the ball to backward point. Gets himself 4 runs. The Lancashire skipper slashed away with a bit of a flurry as well, wasn't it? At 27 for 3 with that boundary to Villas. He moves to 7.
I've just been sent, I think this was a while ago, a rather cruel picture of the DJ at the Oval last night and me at Sedbergh.
Doing a fine job.
It's just been pointed out to me, Josh Bohannon is out now, but thanks very much, Mark, for letting me know that Crocombe hit Bohannon with one, which is why he was suffering a little shot.
Villas drives beautifully down the ground. Glorious straight drive for 4. I mean, leant back and cut Crocombe out to backward point. This time, he just drives beautifully straight. Holds the pose, and the ball reaches the boundary rope. And he moves to 11. The score moves on to 31.
Almost the shot of the day, actually.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
On drive, beautifully played. Textbook stuff from Villas, who Sussex will know all about after that innings at Old Trafford earlier on this season. But he's just a little bit of pressure here with 3 wickets already down for Lancashire. I think Henry Crocombe just wants a change in the field as well. He's looking at Tom Haynes to say perhaps we don't want 2 slips anymore. Tom doesn't look too keen on changing. No, he's saying, no, you stay as it is. And I think that's Travis Head there in the gully. He said, no, you're not going to change it.
He brought, he's dropped square leg back, hasn't he? He's brought fine leg in. It's Crocombe to Villas. Ball just deflects out into the onside. He's gone through for 1, Villas. Oh, they're going to come back for a second. It's a little bit tight, but the throw wasn't the greatest, and he managed to come back and run 2. But it felt like it was a really tight second, but in the end he's made it.
I thought he was really struggling. I thought when he set off, I thought, well, he's not going to make that. But he just say it took a little longer to get to the ball. And the throw wasn't the best. Gary's been in touch. Hello, Gary Knight, who's in Horsham, I think. It's Gary, where you are. I'll read your email in a minute.
Yeah, we've got 1 ball left of the 8th over.
Aggressive running from Villas, wasn't it?
It was,
turning the 1 to a 2.
You get a lot of that from Villas. He runs pretty hard. Up onto his toes to defend this next delivery. Decent over that from Lancashire point of view. A couple of 4s in it, a couple of runs. Run 2 as well. So that's decent stuff. 8 gone, 33 for 3. Villas 13, Jones on 2.
Gary says, hi Adrian, looking at the beautiful setting for today's game, I wondered if you and your fellow commentators could nominate the most picturesque grounds you've been lucky enough to visit. Now that I'm recently semi-retired, I will hopefully have more time to get to some of them. Well, it's very easy to say today, but I've got to say I don't think I've been anywhere to such a beautiful cricket ground as this. This is right up there, at the top. I mean, Arundel's a beautiful cricket ground, but this is it's spectacularly beautiful. I think the fells in the background, if you're watching on the live stream, Gary, it just looks magnificent.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
But thank you, Gary. Recently retired, that's nice.
Oh,
or semi-retired, I think he says.
Get out and watch a bit of cricket this summer then.
In comes Joe Sarrow running in bowls and clipped nicely by Jones. Through one that's going to race away. Will Beerer's in hot pursuit. I don't think he's going to cut it off though. The ball is racing away down the hill to the far end of the ground. And that's a nice shot by Jones, a nice on drive. He goes to 6. And Lancashire to 37 for 3.
Do you have a 3:30 to do?
I will in a second, yes, I will.
Do you want to take a break after that?
Yeah.
Actually, Kevin's finished his ice cream.
Has he?
Oh, no, he's not finished his ice cream yet.
Sean's been in touch. Sean Sullivan says, regards to the Sussex team today, I noticed that 6 of the squad for this game are from or affiliated to Eastbourne. As in comes Sarrow over the wicket bowls, and Jones is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run. That must be some kind of record. It's a shame there's no cricket at the Saffrons this year, but let's hope we see Sussex there next season. The future's looking bright regardless of how they do this season. Good old Sussex by the sea, says Sean. Ian in Findon says, is Sedbergh in Cumbria? My atlas says it is.
Yes, it is, yeah.
In that case, it's not too far away from the wonderful Settle to Carlisle railway line, which I've been on with wonderful views. And comes Sarrow again, running in over the wicket bowls, and Jones plays to mid-wicket. They're going to take a quick single. The throw comes in from Harrison Ward, but Jones was already there, well backed up by Tom Haynes, the skipper. One more to Jones. He goes to 7, the total to 38 for 3. He says, I fancy Sussex to defend a pretty good total. Maybe I've missed something, but why aren't Salt, Brown, Robinson, Archer and Jordan playing? Well, most of them are involved in the 100, Ian. Certainly Ollie Robinson is, I think, at the Manchester Originals, I think. Phil Salt's there as well. Chris Jordan's playing for the Southern Braves. So they're keeping busy. And someone else here. In comes Sarrow bowls and played into the offside by Villas, and there is no run. What was that? Someone's laughing at?
Kevin Howells has just eaten the biggest ice cream I've ever seen. I think he's about to have a sleep.
Clifford's been in touch. He says, I believe Daniel Ibrahim was born in Burnley. Another one who got away. Disgruntled Lancastrian living in Eastbourne.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I better go because I've got to do this update.
Okay, mate. Yes, he was born in Burnley, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. Burnley lad. He batted well today, getting Daniel Ibrahim. As did Ollie Carter. 2 really important knocks for Sussex. Villas looking to chop this ball away. It bounces up towards James Cole at extra cover. And there is no run. 38 for 3, 2 balls remaining of the 9th. Villas 13. Jones on 7. Sarrow in and balls, and Villas reaching for it down on one knee. This will be an attempt to run Villas out. Cole trying to scoop up the ball with his fingers and underarm throw it, but it's going to race between the fielder and the batsman who could get there first. 9 overs gone. 39 for 3, Villas 14, Jones on 7. Thanks to Carl, who's been in touch, listening to us in south of Peru. Excellent. Wonderful to be able to watch the players from so far away. And Phil says, watching from the Bricklayers Arms in Beckenham. Lanky here next week. Sent me a picture of what appears to be kind of Spider-Man clinging onto the wall, I presume, of the pub. Looks like quite an interesting pub. The Bricklayers Arms in Beckenham. Yes, Lancashire there on Wednesday. Before that, it's Gloucestershire on Sunday in Bristol. Before all that, we've got this terrific game bubbling up here at Sedbergh. We see Crocombe continuing. Dane Villas on strike. 14 not out, making that 15 as he just leans into it and rolls the ball, or the bat across the pad, and the ball disappears to backward square leg. James Cole has seen quite a bit of the ball in the field on this leg side so far. Looking at mid-wicket, deep square. 40 for 3. Villas moves to 15. And this is Rob Jones, who's on 7. Crocombe in and bowls to Jones. And he's happy to leave that through to the keeper. And there is no run. Chance for Jones to play a big part this in the course of the next few weeks. Had a good year actually as Rob Jones. Got himself back into the championship team. He started the season, thought, pretty well. A bit unlucky to lose his spot in the Lancashire championship side. He defends his next delivery to mid-wicket and there's no run. Played a bit of T20 cricket as well. So why this competition I think is crucial for county cricket, for a lot of cricketers who are not involved in the 100 to try and impress. Jones on 7. We're halfway into the 10th. And it's Crocombe for Sussex and bowls. He plays forward in defence, Rob Jones. And it's just pushed out into the onside. Daniel Ibrahim fields at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Are you okay?
I've never been better. I'm a bit sticky on the old fingers there, I tell you.
That was a monster ice cream, that, wasn't it? Blimey, that took some tackling.
Anyway, I'm here to work.
Excellent. There's Crocombe to Jones. And then let's play back down the pitch and there's no run.
I wouldn't have bothered, but Ken over there, he was begging me to go and get one. So I thought, well, I better had, and it'd be rude if I hadn't got one for myself, wouldn't it?
Well, exactly, yeah.
So.
Was it vanilla, just a vanilla?
No, Ken went vanilla.
Right.
I went raspberry ripple.
Oh, right, well, why not? Yeah.
2 scoops.
Excessive, isn't it? I mean, when in Sedbergh, have raspberry ripple.
Yeah.
Crocombe to Jones, short ball, which he bends his knees and gets out the way of that. Through to the keeper, end of the over, so 10 gone. That is the end of the power play. And Lancashire are 40 for 3 in pursuit of 271 to win.
And the game here, because for all the experience there is in that Lancashire batting and relative inexperience in the Sussex bowling, there's some work to be done here by the home team.
Mark is listening to us in Washington DC. Hello, Mark. Says, have you had a ride on that big tractor on the far side of the pitch?
Yeah.
No, I've not had a ride on that big tractor on the far side of the pitch.
You had to go on the old sopper.
I was on the heavy roller, wasn't I? Was that the sopper I was on?
I think it was the sopper.
Was it the sopper I was on?
Yeah.
Bowling for the Sussex Sharks at the whole end.
Yeah.
Placing number 29, Joe Sarrow. Number 40, Daniel Ibrahim.
A name we already know so well, and that says something for the start he's made to his career. He's had a mention or two on the old TMS podcast, hasn't he? We've given him a mention a couple of times.
Absolutely have, yeah. Rightly so.
I'm sure he's very grateful for it. And he's about to bowl now. And he bowls right to left in front of us, and a little bit of width though. But it's, I say straight to the field. Well stopped, actually. Very well stopped at backward point. So Villas remains on 15, 40 for 3. Starts this 11th over. We've got some county news from Middlesex that Stuart Law, former Lancashire player of course, and head coach at Middlesex, next delivery worked away on the onside by Villas. He'll get a single through square leg. He'll move to 16 and the score up to 41 for 3. So we've been given more responsibility for signing players and that sort of thing, whilst Angus Fraser, who was sort of in that role of doing that sort of thing, is sort of going into the academies and age groups and fostering relationships with the clubs in the Middlesex area, that sort of thing. So more responsibility for Stuart Law, and a slight change in his job. It's not been a great season result-wise for Middlesex. They made some changes. Here for Lancashire, that ball is pushed back to the bowler, and there will be no run. Rob Jones, who did a lovely little turn when he was fielding in the bit earlier.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Yeah. Like a bit of
oh, look, I've got ice cream all down me. Every bit the man you told me he was. Good lad. Ibrahim in the bowls and pushed into the offside, and no run, so he remains on 7. Oh, that's embarrassing at my age to have ice cream, but all down the trousers. But it was very difficult. I don't know if you noticed, because there was quite a lot of ice cream, and because of it's so hot out there, it dripped quite quickly.
I could tell it was a race against time.
Yeah. Ibrahim, he has that little shuffle. He's only he's not that tall figure, but his bowling will result in a single there, so it's worked way onto the onside, and board just ticking along here now, but they need to make it tick. Chasing down this target, which at one stage it looks like it's going to be a real struggle for Sussex to set anything competitive. I think even at the halfway point we're thinking maybe they're going to be a little bit short, and it may well turn out that way. But they have given themselves something to work with here, and bowlers now in the form of Ibrahim will try and make another breakthrough, but that's a lovely, glorious shot from Villas. Extra cover drive, and that's going to be 4 runs. So in the end there were, I think, 6 runs coming from that over. Just have a look. It's a glorious piece of batting, that brilliant stroke play, immediately past 2 fielders close in, and a vacant area behind. So that now is 46 for 3, and Villas is on 20, Jones on 8. 11 overs gone.
Good shot, wasn't it? He's probably played the shot of the day as Dane Villas with that on drive, a few overs ago. That was nicely played as well. Yeah, that's a lovely looking shot from the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas. 46 for 3. Jones on 8. Villas on 20. 11 overs gone.
Ball change for the
have a bit of
Sharks at the Evans end.
Spin.
Replacing Heavy Crocombe, number 30, James
Evans.
Cole.
And we'll have James Cole. I mentioned that Lancashire used quite a bit of spin. 20 overs of spinning from the 50. So James Cole comes into the attack. Here he is, left arm around the wicket. That's chopped away into the offside by Rob Jones, and there's no run.
I mean, they look young to me, Scott. You're a younger man than myself. I mean, they must look young to you as well, some of these boys, don't they?
Calls in, forward goes Jones and defends into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, they do.
I mean, some of them are on their summer holidays from school. I don't know if they've ever been here to play school cricket. So.
Calls to Jones. That's worked through mid-on for a single. Just pushes at the ball and jogs through for 1. Moves to 9. 47 for 3. Brings Villas on strike. Going through his ritual, Dane Villas, as he faces James Coles for the first time. A few stretches and settles into his crease. He goes back, he looks to cut with a degree of risk in that. There's a short third man, there's a gully. Stopped inside the circle, short third man. And there's no run. Coles into Villas, looks to try and sweep. That's speared in down the leg side, so the umpire signals are wide. Score ticks along to 48 for 3. 2 balls left of this first over from James Coles. Also to Dane Villas. Eased safely, calmly through the onside for a single. Walks through for 1, Villas. And Lancashire to 49 for 3. Villas moves to 21 not out. Rob Jones on strike. Final ball of the over. Just a couple off it so far. Oh, and that's disappeared down towards the fine leg boundary. Leg byes. There's been signalled from the umpire, and that completes the over. It also brings up the Lancashire 50. Giles just trying to work the ball off his pad, but the umpire said that just deflected down towards the boundary off the pad. So 53 for 3, 12 overs gone. Lancashire looking to try and chase down a target of 271.
My Nan Howells, she used to say to me, self-praise is no praise at all, she used to say. But I'm still going to read out Annie Chave's message here, which is a very nice one. She says, it's an absolute joy to watch the Royal London Cup on the fantastic live streaming and listen to the wonderful commentary, which is of us all. But, she says, makes me feel at peace with the world momentarily. Sedbergh looks glorious. Looks like a good game shaping up. Lucky crowd with a smiling emoji.
Oh, that's lovely.
And Annie, you're not wrong. I mean, it's a long way for you to travel if you're down there in the beautiful West Country, but one day you may just want to do that, because I'm telling you now, it is every bit as good as you think it might be. Ibrahim in and bowls and into the offside, and there should be no run off the bat of Villas, who is on 21. Although you say making me feel at peace with the world momentarily. Let it be longer than that. Give yourself longer to feel at peace.
At least another hour.
Well, 2 or 3.
Oh, why not?
The rest of the day.
Oh, well, yeah, why not?
I tell you what, I'm struggling to think of a better day's cricket I've had in a long time. And it's not finished yet. Ibrahim in, bowls, an edge, but it flies past the man at backward point and go through for a single, and the score moves up to 54 for 3, and Villas is on to 22 off that single off the second ball of this over, the 13th over of this innings. And Ibrahim again runs from right to left in front of us into bowl, and defensively played by Jones for 9. It's that sort of an atmosphere, that sort of a day, that I'm having to stop myself from saying Rob just plays it into the offside, just using his first name.
Very relaxed, aren't you?
Very well, and because he was such a lovely man in front of us, you know, he was a super chap. You heard what he said about the Western Terrace, didn't you?
I didn't catch it, no.
He's never received so much abuse. This one is played square behind on the onside. He'll go through for 1, and he moves on to 10, and the score is 55 for 3 in this 13th over. And I was there with you. You were there with me, just in case you can't remember, for that T20 game. And you recall, we knew he was getting abuse.
He was getting a bit, wasn't he? Yeah.
Down there.
And it wasn't full, obviously, neither, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Maybe that made it worse, because you could actually hear everything that was being said.
Did you spot that second cricket ball coming onto the field of play?
I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't know where it's come from.
It just appeared from nowhere.
It may be the nets.
Ah, yeah.
Mark Chilton and a couple of the Lancashire batters, perhaps one came out of the nets there. Pushed into the offside. No run. So the score remains on 55 for 3. After Sussex scored 270 for 9 from their 50 overs. A lot of cricket still to go, but alarming start for Lancashire, losing Jennings for 2, Bohannon for 8, a couple of wickets for Surrow, and Wells for 5. Next ball bowled in and worked on the onside. They'll have to be quick, scampering through for a single, and that they do, and Villas will get 1 to finish off that over, so he'll keep the strike, and it's 13 overs gone at 56 for 3. Oh, that's a bit of pleasant breeze.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
I don't know where that's come from, but I tell you what, we'll have a little bit of that this afternoon. We're starting now to see. You were here the other day. Does it work like this, that the shade comes across here? Did it make a marked difference or not the other night?
No, Tuesday was boiling, wasn't it?
Well, I understand it was hotter Tuesday than today, yeah.
It was baking on Tuesday. Yeah, the sun goes up and in the end behind the tent here. But yeah, it was too hot on Tuesday. Blimey. Yeah, it's a much more pleasant temperature today.
Annie says she's about to interview, I don't know if it's about to, but soon to, Barry Richards.
Oh.
So it's a big interview Annie's preparing. That's why she's... Annie, don't get nervous. You're talking cricket.
Nervous, yeah.
And there's nothing that players, past or present, like doing more than talking cricket, so you'll be fine. You'll just be fantastic.
But he's got some good stories to tell. James Cole will come in and bowl to Villas. Villas gets forward, punches into the offside, and there's no run. Picked up by Tom Clark, who's lurking around at short extra cover. Cole's off a few paces. This is one in. Slug swept. And Slug swept for 4 runs.
That wasn't too far from clearing the boundary, and it didn't go particularly high.
Good looking shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Into the crowd.
Oh, they need to be watchful out there as well. There's a lot of them. They nowhere to move quickly in that lot. Do you know what I mean? I'm pleased we didn't, but you could easily see 4 or 5 of those small deck chairs going in any direction, right and left, people falling off them, but no, they remained very calm.
Or there was an announcement before the start of play for people to move further back.
Oh yes, get back 2 metres, wasn't it? 2 metres back.
Coles to Villas, sweeps behind square on the leg side. Ibrahim will try and get across the ground. Oh, that's good work. Archie Lenham saving in the end a run. They've run 3, but he's saved 1 run for his team. But it's a great effort from the young man. It's only 17. Using all his energy.
It's a shame he's turned 17 during the season. It'd be nice if he could have been 16 throughout, really. It had a certain ring to it.
Coles to Rob Jones. It'll skip down the pitch and then teases the ball away through the onside. Pick up and throw. But they're through for 1. Score ticks along to 64 for 3. Jones moves on to 11. Villas on 30. Coles past the umpire and balls, and Villas content to just clip it away towards square leg. Ibrahim comes up from deep backward square, throws it on the bounce to the keeper.
Do you like their tops? I do.
Yeah, I said this to Adrian before, big fan of that.
Yeah, good colour.
Liking that.
What about me today? Do you think my green suits? Because this is the colour the Lancashire used to wear one time, it doesn't it? My colour of my shirt.
Chopped away by Jones, picked up at backward point, no run, end of the over. 14 gone, 64 for 3. You're quite right, Lancashire had a season, in fact it may have been 2.
Or it was easily 2 if not 3.
Well, you could be right, where their one-day strip was basically the same colour as your t-shirt.
And you're always picking me up on the fact that I tend to wear the same blue top all the time, but it's been too hot for that.
It has. Well,
as you know, last week I was wearing it. Oh my gosh. Oh my days. Do you think we'll ever get like that?
Well, I mean, there's some...
That's more me.
Yeah, there's a bit.
That's more sensible. That
bit of flesh on the show, isn't there?
Yeah. They are having a whale of a time. Not always easy to spot.
No.
But they are having a fantastic time. And how can you not?
I don't have a go.
Plant yourself at the ground like this for the day. Brilliant.
I don't have a go at you for your colour that you wear.
Yes, you do.
Oh.
You say have you not been wearing that top every day of the season so far? Oh, in the air! Is that caught? Yes.
Great.
Oh, now he's just wondering. The catch has been taken by Tom Clark in the covers, and it's been confirmed by the umpires. He was just waiting for the confirmation there that ball did carry out to be caught there, and it's Villas who's gone, and. Well, it looks clean from what I'm looking at there. It does, and the fielder claimed it. Villas just waiting to see if the umpire was of a similar opinion to the fielder. But that's a big blow. It's a 4th wicket down, and it's the very important Dane Villas who makes his way off the field.
It is. It's a terrific catch, isn't it? It's scooped up. Oh, that's a really good catch from Tom Clark. To get low down, to get his fingertips on it, and then to actually not just get to it, but to keep it as he hits the deck. As you say, Kevin, it's a big wicket that for Sussex. Dane Villas, arguably Lancashire's best batsman when he's on form.
Called by Tom Clark off the bowling of Daniel Ibrahim for 31. Lancashire 65 for 4.
Stephen Croft,
number 15, Stephen Croft.
Well, that's more experience again coming out to the middle for Lancashire, but their experience so far hasn't necessarily provided the goods here today.
Well, Sussex have been excellent with the ball, haven't they? I mean, they set off superbly. The opening pair with that new ball. It's Sarrow and Crocombe bowled superbly, and then the change bowlers have backed that up as well. Ibrahim 1 for 19. Lancashire 4 down, 65 for 4, so in the 15th. Stephen Croft joining Rob Jones. 271, don't forget, is the target for Lancashire. This is an excellent start with the ball for Sussex.
Well, Mark Chilton's just walked past. He's head of operations, isn't he, during this competition?
Yeah, he's the gaffer. Yep.
He's just come back out of the nets, and his eyes might have popped out of his head when he's seen that score. 65 for 4. Ibrahim bowls. Oh, and that very nearly get a nick through to the keeper. I'm telling you now that Tom Clark thought it might have done. And he's buzzing here in the covers following that catch. But that was through to the keeper.
That was a good catch.
Tails up here. Ibrahim with 1 for 9 so far. And he has bowled 2 overs into his third. Sarro 5 overs, 2 for 15. He got things off to a great start. Crocombe 1 for 25 from 5 overs. Ibrahim bowls. Oh, and look, we're not behind the bowler's arm here, but I can make myself be by just looking at this screen, and these look really, really good deliveries.
Good stuff, isn't it? I think
pitching it up just a little bit of movement.
Yeah, I think the way that Coles and Ibrahim have backed up the opening work from the bowlers, the 2 opening bowlers, has been really impressive. This lad's 16, isn't he? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I know. How can it be allowed? Oh. There are some whose the highest excitement in their working day today would have been to deliver newspapers this morning. This kid, he's out in the Royal London One Day Cup and performing brilliantly. Croft, it is facing that wide leg position of his, and he's pushed back up to the bowler and right hand down to it and stops the ball from racing away. So 65 for 4. We're in the 15th over.
What were you doing at 16?
Me, I was out there. Oh yes, I was out there.
Graphing?
Oh, I had to. Oh, we had it tough in my day, my friend. I had no choice but to go out there and earn some money.
Yeah.
I think I was in a radio station by then. Ibrahim bowls. Oh, flourish of the bat over the top and through to the keeper. Yes, I was at the age of 16. Radio Shropshire. I was already, but anyway, you don't know this. But first shift, cleaning cars. 15 quid a day for going in, cleaning cars and saving some old tape. Instead of the old tape being thrown in the bin, I had to put it all together again. Had it tough. That's what I was doing at 16. This is what he's doing at 16. Ibrahim, he's bowling to Croft. I suggest he's under more pressure than I was. This ball is pushed into the offside and there'll be no run. It's 66. A loss of 4 wickets. Croft is off the mark with 1. Jones on 11. 15 overs gone. And still they need to score 271.
We've got, as you say, Stephen Croft's experience. Rob Jones. 2 batsmen out there at the minute for Lancashire. George Lavelle and Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt and Jack Morley. All still to come.
People will want me to ask you what you were doing at 16.
I was also working in a radio station at 16. Yeah.
That's 2 of us who've had no lives at all.
Yeah, no.
No wonder we are as we are.
Goals to Croft. Slaps the ball away through extra cover. He'll come back for a second. Stephen Croft moves up to 3. The score ticks along to 68 for 4.
Was that when you won your competition?
Yeah.
You were 16 when you won your competition?
Yeah. Commentating on Burnley games. Calls to Croft. Gets onto the front foot. Steers it out to backward point and there's no run.
You must have been excited.
I was nervous.
Winning a competition at that age. Fantastic.
And Croft, batting in front of his pad, pushes away, back to the bowler, no run.
They look very composed with such a young group of players.
They do, yeah. Impressive. And a 4 defensive from Croft. Actually, it's impressive the way they put their innings back together as well, because it was a shaky start. They've lost I mean, Haynes and Head had a good partnership, but when that ended, they got a lot of kids to come. Coles and Carter and Ibrahim. They put it back together again. Got runs on the board as Croft works it into the onside, straight to the mid-wicket. And there is no run. Back in the hands of James Coles, who's coming in from the Evans end of Sedbergh School and bowling to Croft. Ooh, beaten through to the keeper. Great way to end the over, as Kevin described it. It's a terrific delivery. 16 gone, Croft 3, Jones 11, 68 for 4, with a target of 1 of 271.
Special mention to Robert Mitchell, who is in the crowd with us here at Sedbergh today.
Robert Mitchell?
Recovering from a shoulder operation, I'm led to believe.
That's not him.
Looking forward to being back on the golf course very soon.
No.
Hope you enjoy your day, Robert.
Yes, indeed, Robert Mitchell. He's had a, did he say a shoulder operation?
Shoulder operation.
Yeah. They've been shorn. Can you see they've been shorn, ready for the summer?
Is that what happened?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's more there. Look, it's like trying to go to sleep. You start off with 3, and then you see a 4th, and then a 5th. They're low on the fell, the way to our left-hand side. Some sheep we see on the stream as Ibrahim comes in past the umpire in and bowls, and pushed on the onside for no run.
That was your shoulder, by the way. Haven't you got a dodgy shoulder?
Well, it's funny you should ask. It's a bit rubbish at times, to be honest. Yeah, I know. It's age, boy. It's age that. Yeah. It's going to get better. They tell me it's going to get better.
Good. Okay.
Maybe another. This is not. Maybe another year. Seriously.
Another year.
Could be another year.
Blimey.
But it's going to get better. Ibrahim bowls full. Oh, and I'm playing a miss. Oh my gosh. Jones playing at that one, and well, he looks now to shadow a shot which perhaps wouldn't have had a heart in the mouth quite so much if he'd cut the ball, but he was looking to drive at it, and very nearly got a nick through to the keeper. He's sitting there still on 11, not out. A little shuffle again from the bowler. And very correct as he's in and bowls and gets more bat on it this time. Is that going to get the better of the fielder? No, good tumbling stop there down at third man. And they'll go through for 2. Jones will move on to 13. That's right, yeah, picked up a couple there. And the score on to 70 for 4. Are you doing a...
Not yet. I think you certainly get one more in.
One more delivery?
I reckon so, yeah.
Okay, for those that we speak in code, that's Scott about to do an update. And then I shall move out and Adrian will come in. If Scott wants a bit of a break, he can have one. If he doesn't, well, I might have another ice cream. Ibrahim bowls full, worked away very nicely. There's a bit of a gap out there. He's found it very well through mid-wicket, and is he going to get to the boundary? No, just pulled back inside, and a very fine piece of fielding. Chased it down well, which prevents the boundary, but it is 3 runs, 73 for 4. And Jones has moved on to 16. So I'll let you do your update, and then Adrian will come and join you, and I may join him later.
Ibrahim in and bowl. It's wide to Jones, who tries to take it on and drive it away through extra cover, but a bit of swing away from Rob James. Jones into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. Well, the target for Lancashire is 271 to win this game, but they have lost 4 wickets. Keaton Jennings for 2, Josh Bohannon for 8, Luke Wells for 5, and Dane Villas for 31. Rob Jones on 16, Stephen Croft on 3. Lancashire looking for 271, have had 16 overs, and they're 73 for 4. That was the end of the 17th, in fact. As you can see. The wickets to go. Villas 31, Wells 5, Bohannon 8, Jennings 2. 2 not out batsmen. Rob Jones, Stephen Croft. Jones on 16, Croft on 3. Jones 31, the deliveries for his 16 runs. And he will be on strike for this next over from James Coles. Resting his bat on his right shoulder. The Lancashire batsman still got his sun cream caked across his cheeks and covering his nose. taps his bat, bends the knees. Here's Coles in to Jones. Just trying to force the ball away, but one bounce. Picked up by Coles off his own bowling, and there's no run. Adrian Harms is back alongside me. Good afternoon. Yes, Coles is in once more and bowls to Jones, who plays forward and nudged in towards the onside, and there is no run.
Oh, you can hear me now.
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
You can hear you now.
That was a really good catch by Tom Clark, actually.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I was standing watching at the far end of the ground.
Goals to Jones, but down the leg side. Good take from the keeper, but a wide has been signalled by the umpire.
I was standing next to a gentleman, he said he hasn't caught that, but my immediate reaction was I thought it was a good catch.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, looked good in real time. And Jones just flicking it out towards mid wicket. And again, there is no run. Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, look at a short mid-on. Mid-wicket position. He's floating around on that leg side, on trying to save the one. It's a good shot off the back foot by Jones, cut out through extra cover.
Well fielded.
Fielding's been good, hasn't it? I mean, everything's been good. It's been I said to Kevin before that the way that Sussex were able to piece together their innings after when the Haynes partnership finished. Yeah. It could easily have unravelled pretty quickly.
Well, I agree. I must be honest, I was quite concerned there. 134 for 5.
He's
good
cut
shot.
Down to third man, 4 runs for Stephen Croft. But they were able to get it back together again. It was excellent from Carter and from Ibrahim and Beer. And then the bowling's been excellent. These young guys at the top with a new ball. I think Sussex supporters watching and listening must be really impressed, must be really pleased with what they've seen from this young team. And they've been excellent.
Yeah, and they are young. I mean, James Cole says the two bowling at the minute, a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old. This is, I mean, Daniel Ibrahim does look older than 16. I have to say, 17 next month. But he's bowled at a lively pace, hasn't he? He's above medium.
James Cole slowly creeping in, left arm around the wicket. Stephen Croft goes back and cuts the ball, but picked up at backward point. And there is no runs. It's the end of the over. It's 18 gone. Croft has 3. Jones has 17. The score is 79 for 4 after 18.
Yeah. Keaton Jennings 2, Josh Bohannon 8, Luke Wells 5, Dane Villas 31, Rob Jones 17, Stephen Croft on 7, 79 for 4 after 18 overs. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Lancashire. And we're going to see the introduction of the first leg spin of the Sussex innings, or Lancashire innings. And it's going to be Will Beer, who's going to be coming from the pole end of the ground. I think Scott is leaving us for a minute, and Kevin Howes is going to rejoin us. So Daniel Ibrahim out of the Sussex attack. 4 overs, no mains, 1 for 15 for Dan Ibrahim. Picking up the poor wicket of Dane Villas, really well caught by Tom Clark. In the covers, just sort of millimetres off of the ground. And that's always a big wicket to get Villas. I don't know if you had a good view of the catch. I mean, he probably had his back to you, I expect, Tom Clark, didn't he, Kevin? But I had a good view of it. I was watching from behind the bowler's arm. And
so there was no doubt in your mind that the catch was taken cleanly?
I thought it was a clean catch. The gentleman who I was standing next to said he didn't think it was.
Oh, I think on the screen it looked as if it was.
Yeah, I thought it was a clean catch. I mean, I'm not sure whether Villas was just disappointed in his shot or whether he was querying. But either way...
Oh, no, I think he was just checking with the umpire what the umpire thought, yeah.
In comes Will Beer, running in over the wicket, pulling his leg spin, and it's played straight down the ground by Jones, and Beer fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Will Beer, the senior member of the side, 32, made a very good 40 down the order for Sussex today, just when those runs were needed. And he's coming with this very straight approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and swept by Jones. It doesn't time it, he's going to get a single as Joe Sarrow comes running around from short fine leg to field. So one more to, is it Jones or Croft? They're both of similar stature, aren't they, these two? I think that was, just wait for him to turn around.
This is Croft facing now.
There we are. So he's on 7 as In comes Beer again. Bowls and just played with soft hands down in the offside, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. So Daniel Ibrahim, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. Henry Crocombe, 5 overs, 1 for 25. Joe Sarrow, 5 overs, 2 for 15. Jane Coles, 4 overs for 20. Haven't seen Archie Lenham yet, as in comes Beer. Bowls and cut away to backward point, fielded there by Travis Head, and it's another dot ball.
Is he all wide-eyed and very young, or is he very, you know, for a very mature teenager?
There's
nothing wrong if he's all wide-eyed.
I don't think he can quite believe it's happening, really.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Lovely.
you know, he just
Lovely.
can't believe it's happening. As in comes Beer and Bowls and played into offside, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. Yeah, particularly his debut down at Hove when he got a wicket in his first over. It's just
I was there for that.
Remarkable stuff.
That was the night where I turned up and had to go away early. But I saw it.
In comes Beer and Bowls and driven straight down the ground by Croft, who goes to 8. And the total goes up by 1 to 81 for 4. Nice tidy over from Will Beer. Yeah. Tom Haynes turning to his experienced leg spinner just to keep things nice and quiet. Sussex made a really good start here. I think we're going to get a change of bowling and it is going to be Archie time on his birthday.
Archie time.
Yeah, Archie time.
So he's 17 today.
17 today, yeah. And I love watching him bowl.
I didn't realise it was today. I knew you told me he was turning 17, and we were a bit disappointed he couldn't stay 16 until the end of the season.
Went off for the Sussex Sharks. On his 17th birthday as well, number 41, Archie Lenham.
I bet he didn't want that. He didn't want that, did he? That being announced. Although he looks to me as if he didn't hear a word of it.
But he's
fantastic.
Yeah. So let's see how he goes. He's got himself a long off and a long on, giving him some protection if Croft decides to hit him down the ground. I love it when the spinners bowl.
Well, he's bowling from left to right, from the Evans end, in and bowls, and the delivery which Croft puts his front pad out to, and then looks as if it's a fairly comfortable leave. I mean, we're side on here, we're what a square leg, just behind square on the leg side actually, so we haven't the greatest view from our commentary position, but we've got the stream we can look at as well, but we like to watch it live, and that's full and driven on the offside. There will be a single off Lenham's second ball. Croft moves on to 9 with Lancashire here. A lot of work to do. We're only in the 20th over, but they've got those 4 wickets down at 82 for 4. In this opening match for both these teams, it's only the second day of competition in the Royal London One Day Cup. Lenham bowls. Oh, on the edge. That maybe got turn and bounce there, but it came fairly high off the bat. It's safe for Lancashire. And towards short third man.
Harry's been in touch, Harry Turnbull. He says, I gather this young Ibrahim is from Burnley. How did he slip through the talent pathway? I think his family moved to the south coast pretty soon after Daniel was born.
And again, enough width for Croft to punch that one square on the offside for a single. He moves to 10. Lancashire to 84 for 4 now. We'll be welcoming listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra for a bit of an update very shortly. They're taking the 100s today, of course. The women's 100 competition moving on to Birmingham. And this one's along the ground here towards square leg. The aforementioned Ibrahim with the right arm throw. A single. So Jones will pick up one more run. He moves to 20 and 85 for 4. There's the score. Sun continues to shine on an absolutely glorious day here amongst the fells in the Dales Park. 2 runs this time into the offside, and that's the completion of that first over from Archie time. And he's gone for 5. No, he's gone for 6 runs.
6 off the over.
6, yeah. And the score is 87 for 4 after 20 overs.
And the live stream is showing the Sussex by the Sea flag.
Ah, yes.
With the Sussex martlets and the Brighton and Hove Albion Seagull.
So we've got the flag, but does anybody actually shout it out now or sing it like they used to many years ago when I first went down to Hove? Is there still something they'll sing out?
What, good old Sussex by the Sea?
Yeah.
Well, you hear the music played often on T20
But
nights.
there used to be somebody who used to shout it out. Does that not happen now?
Not that I've
No,
heard.
seriously, yeah. I mean, I am going back a few years, but if you went down to Hove, it would happen. I swear it would happen every day. You'd get somebody with a marvellous baritone voice. I'm not going to do it now because it'd be embarrassing, but would sing and go, Sussex by the Sea. They used to do it, and that's got, well, sad to say, maybe passed on, but nobody's taken it on.
Not that I'm aware of. I guess we're sort of closeted away a bit in them, but
Well,
not that
maybe
I've seen.
so, but that used to. I don't think I'm making that up. I swear it happened.
In comes Will Beer, bowls, and hit on the pad is Rob Jones. The ball ricochets to backward point, fielded there by Archie Lenham, and there is no run. So 87 for 4. Jones on 20, Croft on 12, 30 overs left. Lancashire still needing another 187. Is that right? No. 177. About 6 and over as in comes Beer and bowls, and played comfortably down the ground by Jones. He goes to 21, fielded in the distance by Daniel Ibrahim. These two just looking to repair a bit of the damage after Dane Villas was out for 31. That was when the total was on 65, so a partnership now worth 23 between this pair. Will Beer in his second over. Comes from the pole end of the ground, comes in and bowls and driven into the offside. That's a nice looking shot. They've taken one, but that's all it'll be as James Coles is very quickly round, sweeping on the cover boundary, gets in a left arm throw, and one more to the total. Jones on 21, Croft on 13.
Some good numbers watching on the stream and listening as well. Over the 4,000 mark on the stream, over 1,000 on the audio only service. Good afternoon to you all.
In comes Beer and bowls and just played quietly onto the leg side by Jones. He picks up another single. He goes to 22. Lancashire to 90 for 4 in the 21st over. Lancashire needing 271 to win, but they've lost 4 wickets. 2 of them to Joe Sarrow. One taken by Henry Croker, one by Daniel Ibrahim as Will Beer, with the breeze just rustling his shirt. The glorious blue skies, comes in and bowls and clips around the corner again by Croft, who picks up another single. He goes to 14, and Lancashire to 91 for 4. So they've picked up 4 singles so far in this over. One more ball to go in the over. Croft on 14, Jones on 22. Will Beer one more ball to bowl his second over. You can contact us if you're having a watch and let us know what you're up to. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Will Beer over the wicket, bowls and trades straight down the track. Will Beer is a very good fielder off his own bowling. Prevents a single, so a good economic over from Will Beer, which just conceded the 4 runs. 2 overs at no wicket for 5. And Lancashire at the end of the over are 91 for 4 with Jones on 22. Croft on 14. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Sussex, myself Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Howells. We've got drinks, I think. Drinks or sanitise, one of the two.
And if you wouldn't mind getting in touch, just to tell me whether I've gone off my head or not. I mean, I now, and you have to be a bit careful saying this because they'll kick me into the long grass sooner rather than later if I'm not careful. But I'm talking over a 27-year period. But I swear that on my trips to Hove, every day there would be somebody
singing good old Sussex.
Being the same person.
Okay.
At some point during the day,
right,
would have a burst of the chorus.
Right. And where would they be sitting? Would they be
top end.
Okay.
What do you call that? Cromwell Road.
Cromwell Road, yeah, where the deck chairs were.
Yeah, top end.
Right, okay. Well, I wonder who that was.
Yeah.
Perhaps someone could let us know. Perhaps one of the regular, or perhaps someone in the office might know who that might have been, or
just say,
or whether they do it now.
Or just say that Howells has lost it. It never happened. Nobody's ever heard of it. He's dreamt of it. But I don't think I have. I honestly don't think I have.
So we're going to get
part of the fun.
So leg spin from both ends now with Archie Lenham and Will Beer bowling in tandem.
Indeed. And Archie's just obscured from my view at the moment behind one of his teammates. And they've got this lovely scoreboard which is into some of the proper Dales Park stonework at the top corner there. Electronic scoreboard, but it's built into the stonework. Reaching for it, hammered down into the ground. This first ball of this next over, the 22nd over. Croft will move to 15 and the score up to 92 for 4.
There are people listening to us. Graham Parr has been in touch about the booming voice.
Oh, the boom! Oh, good.
So I'll read you the email in a minute.
As he said, Howells has lost it. Definitely lost it. We all suspected it, but he definitely has lost it. Lenham in, bowls full, worked away through mid-wicket, and there will be another single to the total. I tell you what I am dreading now. The score moves on to 93 for 4. It was something pre-recorded and played over the tannoy or something, and I thought it was live.
I'll wait till the end of the over.
Oh,
just to keep you hanging on.
Let him in past the umpire. Bowls a little quicker. Goes back to that one. Croft pushed back up towards the bowler. No run. Trying to mix it up here a little bit. I thought that was the other thing we thought about Carlson when we watching him bowl over 2 or 3 days back there in Durham. And he's still very early in his career. Fantastic bowler. He's taking wickets. Brilliant. Just a little bit of variation maybe. Which comes in time. Comes with time. He's still so young. He's only 20. Oh, he's got a little nick. Yes. Oh, let him struck and he's got rid of the experienced Croft. He's gone for 15. Caught low down in the slips. Let's take a look at this again. This delivery just goes forward to it. Caught at slip. And the catch is taken by Travis Head. And a good catch, but a wonderful piece of bowling. And it's undone. It's undone Croft. He makes his way and it's 5 wickets down. And despite the inexperience, the young age, the youth of Sussex, they are well on top in this game against a team from Lancashire which has young players in it, but the experience bears no comparison, does it?
Well, we worked out the average age of the Sussex side is 20. There are 7 teenagers in the side, including Archie Lenham, so nice to get a wicket on his birthday as well.
Yes.
Good catch, wasn't it, by Travis Head? Sharp catch.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you would say at this level you would expect it to be taken, but nonetheless, a good smart catch and a good bowling change from Tom Haynes. Archie Lenham picks up a wicket. And you would say, well, Sussex don't want to count their chickens here because there's still plenty of batting to come for Lancashire, but 93 for 5. Sussex in a good position here. So I'll just read some of these emails that have come in about Sussex by the Sea. So Graham says, there was a man who boomed out Sussex by the Sea. I never saw him, and given the echo, assumed he was at either side of the pavilion. He always seemed to do it when Sussex was struggling. That was Graham. Roland says, hi Adrian, I'm listening sneakily at work. Your co-commentator is correct.
Hey.
An ex-army chap used to banner out Sussex by the Sea for many years. He sat by the scoreboard. He did this for many years, and the crowd would all roar when he did it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Simon Higgins says, you're quite right. He shouted Sussex by the Sea usually daily, often when the game was going well for us. I haven't heard it for 10 to 15 years, I reckon.
Oh, well, we fear the worst.
We fear the worst. Simon.
But some should take it on again, shouldn't they? Please do that. Anyway, back to the cricket, because Lavelle is the new batter. And he will work that one away on the onside. There won't be a single here. Well, whether he's 16 or 17 years of age, it doesn't matter. Archie Lenham is a talent.
He is.
Who will, from here until who knows when, help Sussex win matches. Because he is a wicket-taking bowler and he is just terrific. And his age is just amazing. That one's pushed defensively into the offside. And no run. So completing an over in which he took a wicket, conceded just 3 runs, 1 for 9 his figures at the moment. And Lancashire are now at 94 for 5. Keaton Jennings 2, Josh Bohannon 8, Luke Wells 5, Dean Villas 31. Jones is on 23, not out. Lavelle is out there with him at the moment. But the score at 94 for 5. Trying to chase down this 271 needed to win. Martin Emerson's been on, by the way, our colleague. So he had a lovely day here on Tuesday. He said, we happened upon a steam train, the Tornado, at Garsdale on the way home. Best setting in the country for cricket on a nice day. I suppose that does have to be said. It is a beautiful day.
In comes Will Beer, running in over the wicket bowls and driven straight down the ground by Rob Jones. Picks up a single down to long on, fielded way down in the distance by Daniel Ibrahim. Gets in the throw, 1 more to the total. The scoreboards are out of sync now because one's showing 94 for... Oh, no, they've caught up. 94 for 5 is the total. Steve's been in touch, Team Steve Tyres. He says, you're correct, Kevin. Many years ago, the sound would come every game when the person was there, loud, and could be heard all over the ground. Not heard it for years, though, says Steve, so thank you for getting in touch. Sally Manning's been in touch. So lots of people are talking about this, about your loud singing man at home. You're correct, Kevin, about the singing of Sussex by the Sea. I attended from 1998 to 2015. I assume the gentleman no longer attended, as I don't recall him singing that last year when I went.
Nobody knows who it was. Or if there was a character that somebody would know who it was.
In comes Will Beer, over the wicket bowls and driven straight to short extra cover by Lavelle, fielded there by Travis Head, and there is no run. Peter Turner says, hello team. Will Beer back to his mark, just break off. Lancashire 94 for 5. In bowls to Lavelle, who works this through backward point. They were looking for a single, but it wasn't there. Sarrow was very quickly in to prevent the single. It's a dot ball. I visited Hove in the 90s and can remember hearing the singer. I do not recall seeing him, but it definitely happened. He's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Peter. Ray says, dear Adrian, Kevin is absolutely right. It was a very welcome sound to all the Sussex supporters who responded with a massive cheer.
I've forgotten the cheer, but everybody's got great memories of it. Brilliant.
In comes Beer and bowls. Forward comes Lavelle, plays into the offside, fielded by Clark, who's taken a couple of good catches for Sussex, notably that of Dane Villas. Unfortunately, he's long past, and I can't remember his name, says Ray.
That's a shame. On 2 counts. Nice to have said who it was.
Beer again, in and bowls, and forward comes Lavelle, plays to short extra, fielded by Head again. There is no run. Michael says, I remember Sussex winning a major tournament. I suspect the 40 over competition under Chris Adams' captaincy, and Sussex by the Sea being sung by some stalwarts. Changing the field, Head has now gone to backward point from short extra cover. Will Beer tosses the ball from hand to hand, 94 for 5 in the 23rd over. Beer is in and bowls. Forward comes Lavelle. Lavelle plays onto the onside. And there is no run. And a good over from Will Beer. Nice, tight, economical. 3 overs for 6, Will Beer. And Lancashire are 94 for 5 with Croft on 24. Jones on 24. Lavelle is yet to score. The Sussex spinners have certainly got the shackles on here, Kevin, but it's difficult for Lancashire because they won't want to lose any more wickets. Already 5 down.
It's, it's the fact that so much experience has been lost there in the top order. And now we're going to be looking at, there's experience pretty much all the way through. But some youngsters, Lavelle, of course, is a youngster, and he works that ball toward long on. He'll get just 1. Rob Jones is the more experienced of this pair, but gosh, they have got some work to do. Lennon bowling from the Evans end. He comes in now, having got a wicket with his last over, and this one is driven, not necessarily well timed, into the offside for 1. Right arm throw, and the score moves up to 96 for 5 now.
I guess the important thing here for Sussex is not to get too carried away. I mean, they're in the box seat here, but there's still work to be done.
Yeah, well, okay, well, you're right. Going back when I went back to cut it, and actually straight into the pads of Jones, who's on 24. But that's what's hitting me at the moment from this group of young players, that they don't look as if they're getting carried away.
No, they don't.
They look as if they're so calm and composed. And 17 years of age, Lennon. Well, that one's a little bit quicker and shorter, and that's been pulled away. That was too short. He'll know it. It's 4 runs. And Jones and Lancashire are very grateful for that opportunity to pick up a boundary through mid-wicket. And the score now moves on to 100. 100 is brought up, 100 for 5 in this 24th over. With so much to do if this is Lancashire to get the competition off to a winning start, and wickets to be taken further here by Sussex if they're to get their campaign off to a winning start. Reaching for it a little, that's out into the offside, and there will be 1 more run to the total. Just remind us about, for those maybe joining us late on, it's 4:30, weren't able to be with us at 11 o'clock this morning. Jofra Archer not in the team. Maybe just a little reminder about what's going on there with Jofra. Some might expect,
sure,
because
he's
still coming back from injury and has played some cricket. Again, a little bit short, and that's been pulled away. So another 4, just not getting the length right now. And Jones is making the most of it. A 4, he'll move to 33. And the score will move on to 105 for 5 after 23 overs. But yeah, Jofra Archer.
Yeah, so Jofra played in the T20 game at Kent last Sunday. We spoke to him after the game, and he was explaining that this was the next stage of his rehabilitation, and he felt that he was probably about a month away from bowling sort of unrestricted. He did play in the 50-over game against Oxford on Tuesday, where he bowled 5 or 6 overs and looked to be bowling at a pretty decent pace from the Cromwell Road end. And I would imagine, I'd imagine a lot of that recovery is being governed by England, Kevin, as to when and where he plays.
I agree, yeah.
So whether he will play in any of these 50-over games as more preparation, or whether he's going to the 100, I'm not sure. But he's certainly back and bowling, albeit sort of fairly limited spells at the moment. I might leave this with you, because I'll do an update, Kevin, if that's all right.
Well, it most certainly is. This next delivery, the start of this next over. Worked onto the onside. Lavelle is on 1. Jones on 30. Lavelle facing at the moment. And this will be bowling from the pole end, which is the right-hand side as we look out ground level. And we're here out at deep extra cover on the boundary. If we look in with the batsmen at our left-hand side at the batter's end, and played along the ground all the way up to, well, about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary there for a single. So the score moves to 106 for 5 now. I think on the streaming service the score board may have got stuck, so we'll if you're up to date, but the board on the ground here says 106 for 5. That's pushed square on the offside. They'll have to scamper through really quickly, and they make their ground. In the end, the ball wasn't picked up cleanly anyway, so there was no attempt at the stumps. 107 for 5 in this 25th over, chasing down 271 to win. This is Beer bowling his spin. For a spinner, he has quite a long run up. Past the umpire now. And in, and looking to sweep LBW appeal. He swept across the line there, but whether he got some sort of bottom edge into his pads, I'm not too sure. But either way, the umpire not interested in the appeal. We're up to date here now, 107 for 5. Jones on 31. Beer is to his mark, spinning the ball from right hand to left. One big stride and then loping strides, 3 or 4 of them, and away to the square leg area for a single. So the repair job still needs to be done here for Lancashire, and quite a serious restoration project in front of them, to be honest with you, if they're to get these runs. Needing 271, we're approaching the halfway point of the reply in the 25th over. Jones is now on 32 not out, and again Beer bowls driven firm, and that is back at the bowler. So actually I think that's Lavelle. One way or another we'll get it right. 108 for 5 the scoreboard to my left says. 32 to Jones, and Lavelle is on 6. So midway through right now, 108 for 5, there we are. 32 to Jones. A lot now depends on the innings he's going to produce and perform here. Lavelle on 6. He'll need plenty of support, obviously. He'll need plenty of support. And if you take a look at that DLS part, just if you're watching on the stream, that bottom left, never, I would imagine, on a day like today, has that ever been less useful in terms of we won't be needing that today, unless this real sharp thunderstorm comes in from somewhere. But that shows 165. Compare that with the 108, just a little bit further to the north of your screen, and you will see the size of task of restoration needed here by Lancashire to get back into this game. But they're not out of it yet. Sarrow, who bowled so well and caused the early problems. Just comes down actually just in front of our key area here as the shadow just cast off the fantastic pavilion behind and the trees as well. That's a low full toss and it's been dispatched, but just for a single out on the onside. One more to the total, 109 for 5. And Jones has moved on to 33. So Lavelle is on 6. And Sarro just called to move in now, just inside the circle. Ibrahim thought he may be required to come more square here on the onside, but no, he's told to stay where he is at deep mid wicket. Lennon bowls, fall, oh, and driving at that. Wasn't taken clean, but I didn't get anything on it, but these are very tense times. And terrific bowling from Lennon. He is causing some problems out there. He's still a teenager and will be for 2 or 3 years to come still, believe me, but he turned 17 today, and that one taken always a wide. I say, look, I sound surprised because we've no idea really from our side on position, but the umpire, Neil Pratt, raises his arms to tell us so. 110 for 5, therefore, in again, bowls and driven on the offside to long off for a single. Bell will take his score. On up now to 7. I think it might actually be 8. Sorry, we're getting a little confused. I've got bought so many different things in different places. Anyway, what we do know is that one is that wide again? No, he's reaching for it this time wide of the off stump, but not signalled to. So Rob Jones perhaps takes a little bit of a look at that and thinks, well, that might have been a possible candidate for a wide, but once again Sarro is called inside the circle, so he's going to be fielding down here at short fine leg now. 111 for 5 as Lennon is in, bowls and leans back, chopped into the ground to short third man this time, looking to get it away. Both the batters will be aware that they've got a big task in front of them, but equally they've got to try and be measured about it. Can't be panicking, because that's likely to lead to a downfall. Full, fast delivery and faster ball from Lennon. Gets through his overs, as often spinners do, quite quickly. 111 for 5. And 33 to Jones. And Lavelle on 8. And that's 26 overs. And the target they're chasing, 271. Adrian's going to come back and he's going to take up the mantle of trying to work out which score is right. And I reckon at this stage it's going to be, I think they're both the same now. So 26 overs, 111 for 5. Lavelle on 7, Jones 33. And one thing that definitely hasn't changed is that target, which is a long way away. That's 271.
It is. It's Will Beer into his 5th over. Excellent figures. 4 overs, 0 for 10 for Will Beer as he comes in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Jones, who placed that firmly to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding there by Tom Clark. I have to say, the Sussex outfielding has been excellent. I don't know, perhaps that's through having so many young players in the side, but they're throwing themselves around in the outfield. They've caught well as well.
Oh, it's the way of things now, isn't it? I mean, you're right. I mean, they have got a lot of energy at their age, but it's the way that it's what's expected.
And actually, I think you get a better idea of the fielding when you're ground level, like we are today.
Yeah.
As Beer again is in and bowls, and Jones drives firmly straight back down the ground, but Will Beer is quickly down to field, and there is no run. 111 for 5. Jones on 33, Lavelle on 7 in the 27th over. Sussex are rattling through their overs with the spinners bowling quite a bit. James Coles has bowled 4 overs. Will Beer is in his 5th over. Beer in again, bowls and driven down the ground by Lavelle, and he picks up a single fielded down in the distance there by Dan Ibrahim. One more to Lavelle. He goes to 8, total to 112 for 5.
We may be in that territory here, you know, where you talk about this, the way that the bowlers are getting through their overs. The momentum is with them. They're taking wickets. Lancashire is struggling to keep up tall with the rate. And an over goes by and they've only got a couple of runs, something like that. Perhaps Lancashire could do with just slowing this game down a little bit.
Yeah, it is rattling along.
And rattling along in the visitors' favour.
In comes Beer, over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Jones. It's one of the thigh pad bounces in the air, no run. Derek's been in touch. He says, thank you for the coverage. I'm watching as a casual observer, being an Essex boy living in the south coast in Dorset. This being the only game of interest going on today, I would have more interest if our prodigal Barbara had been playing, but he's still an engaging spectacle on a sweltering day by the sea. Yes, he doesn't play in this format, Rafi Barbara, as in comes Beer and bowls, and driven by Jones, straight to mid-on. There is no run.
But he's in action today, I think, a London Spirit player, isn't he? I think he is.
Right,
I think he is, yeah.
So he wants to make 2 points.
Cool dude. Look at this cool dude walking into town. He's had a raspberry ripple.
In comes Beer, over the wicket bowls, and played by Jones to mid-wicket, fielded there by Sarrow. And it is 1 run. Total goes to 113 for 5. The end of another very accurate Will Beer over, who has bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 12. And Lancashire 113 for 5 with Jones on 34, Lavelle on 8.
Behind Adrian, I'm surprised you can't see him because he's had 2 scoops of an ice cream. Is Scott Reed? He's just come back from the ice cream van. Are you the only one now not to have had an ice cream?
Yeah.
That's poor. He's the visitor. We've got to sort that out.
So Derek was saying he's Essex supporters are very well provided for in video streams, but this is as nothing to what Lancashire fans are treated to. The camera operators are doing particularly well, and as previously stated, the video quality is immaculate, says Derek. The surrounding scenery is absolutely stunning. I've never seen a more beautiful, archetypal English cricket ground.
There isn't one, that's why.
Your average cricket fan is increasingly well provided for. I'm dreading that some will soon want to modernise these broadcasts more directly. Well, they have done a wonderful job, the people providing the stream here. In terms of the scenery, Derek, well, it's, as you say, you've seen it on the stream. It is just fabulous. So, Archie Lennon was going to carry on. 1 for 22, and he's coming into bowl to the right-handed Rob Jones. He's in and bowls, and Jones works this quietly into the offside and picks up a single fielded there by Tom Clark, who fields some extra cover, and there is no run. Ian Clifford's been in touch. He says, how about a shout out for Father Neil and Grandfather Les, who I watched playing for Sussex between 1956 and 1970. We also got a shout out earlier on today for Archie's mum, who'll be very proud of her son today as he comes in and bowls down the wicket, and the bowls are whipped off, and Ollie Carter on his 17th, Archie Lennon rather, on his 17th birthday picks up his 2nd wicket, and that was a smart bit of wicket keeping by Ollie Carter. He drew Lavelle down the wicket, the bells were whipped off, and a 6th wicket has gone down, and Lancashire now in all sorts of trouble on 114 for 6, and that was excellent cricket.
Brilliant, and Lancashire know they've got a lot of catching up to do, you see. But yeah, he's come down, he's tried to take it back to the spinner, but even at that young age he's having none of it, and he's beaten the bat, and he was well out of his ground. I'm not surprised that you're somehow getting your teenagers mixed up out there, the younger players.
That was dreadful, wasn't it? Carter bowling.
No, it's not dreadful. I've just told you, I'm not surprised. Keep up with all these young players. But you just mentioned his mum. What's his mum's name then?
Earlier on.
I don't mean. I thought you perhaps should still have it somewhere. Anyway, to his mum, hello. Because on the kids' birthdays, the dads have to play it cool. They're not bothered. But on a mum, on a child's birthday, it doesn't matter whether they're 17 or 57 or whatever it is. If they're still, 57, you know what I mean. It's a very special day, very special. So hello, mum.
Yeah.
Hello, Archie's mum.
Actually, I think it's a good bit of captaincy by Tom Haynes to keep Archie Lennon on, because he'd gone for a couple of boundaries. It had been very easy just to whip him out the attack.
Yeah,
but he's kept him on.
But I don't suppose that's not the first time he will have come back after having a couple of.
Yep.
Mind you, he's only done T20, I suppose.
Yes.
But after a dodgy over, he's seen a good response from him already, albeit maybe in the shorter format. But he trusts him.
He does.
Already trusting him.
Yep.
Fantastic. Yeah, you're right to point that out.
The new batsman is Danny Lamb. As in comes Lennon bowls, and Lamb is forward, plays quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Roland's been back in touch, and he's talking about our singing man at Hove. And Roland says, I'm very sorry I can't remember the Sussex by the Sea man's name. He was interviewed on the television and had articles in the local papers many times.
Okay.
In comes Archie Lennon, over the wicket bowls. Lamb just plays that quietly through the offside, picks up a single, fielded sweeping on the cover boundary by Ward, 1 to Lamb. He's on his way. Total goes to 114 for 6. I seem to remember he was actually from Surrey and moved to Hove when he retired from the army. I'm sure he was some type of drill sergeant in the army, hence why he was able to do this.
Oh, he was a big voice. It was a massive voice.
In comes Lennon Bowles, and he sits on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and he's given out, and it's a 3rd wicket for Archie Lennon, who jumps in the air. He punches the air with his fist, and what a birthday this is turning out to be for the 17-year-old. He's picked up his 3rd wicket, and Lancashire now in all sorts of trouble on 115 for 7.
Ooh, he gave the umpire a bit of a look there. He wasn't happy with that one. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see it again. I know we just had a replay of it there.
Rob Jones is...
yeah, I mean, we had a nice bit of a laugh with Rob there, but I don't think I'll be shouting out to him now, Adrian, because I don't think he's best pleased with that one. Let's have a look at this. Well, it looks a good call. It looks a close call, but I can't be certain, because laying out excuses for us, the umpire was in the way almost there. But it looked a decent enough call. But I'm not too sure Rob was...
He looked best pleased, but then perhaps you never are as the batsman.
Well, no, but this way you look back at the ump.
I just finished this. He goes on to say, Roland, I always think of Windsor Davis from an 8.5 hot one when I recalled him.
Exactly.
Not sure many people could replace his volume and tone. I've heard many try since and always foul. Perhaps we need an ex-town cry to become a member. Thank you, Roland.
I'd like to have a go.
Would you?
Oh, I would. Not now, because it'd be embarrassing. But I'll next time I'm down, I'll position myself somewhere on the ground and have a go. Anyway,
okay, well, we'll keep that offer open. Anyway, Lancashire need someone to play a big innings here because they're in desperate trouble. 115 for 7, 3 wickets for Archie Lennon. And he's coming again to bowl to the new batsman, who's Tom Bailey. He's in and bowls, and Bailey is beaten. Did he get a nick on that? We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal, or is it run away for byes? They are byes. And the total goes up to 119 for 7. Kevin has gone away to practice his singing of Good Old Sussex by the Sea, which he's going to make sure he delivers in person when he's down. Next time, it's the end of Archie Lennon's over, and he has taken 3 for 24, has Archie Lennon in his 5 overs. And that's not a bad birthday for Scott.
He's a joy to watch, isn't he? Blimey, great to watch some of these young lads performing so well for Sussex. I mean, Sussex supporters watching and listening must be really proud of some of these young guys. Just a great performance. Lancashire on the ropes. Lancashire heading, as it stands, to potentially sizable defeat.
Well, it's never done until it's done. Danny Lamb's a decent bat, isn't he?
He is, yep. Bailey can bat a little bit as well. Will Beer in and balls. It's left by Lamb. And through to the keeper. And there is no run. So Beer's got a backward point. Short third man, short fine leg. Deep point, mid off. Mid on, long on. So if the back foot is played away back down the ground, and the long off as well. Lamb on 1. Lancashire 119 for 7. Live from Sedbergh School in the Royal London One Day Cup. Beer balls to Lamb, who works it back down the pitch and gathered by Beer off his own bowling. And there's no run. Beer drifts in and bowls, and that's punched back towards him. And again, there's no run. I mentioned the amount of spin that Lancashire used. 20 of the 50 overs were bowled by the spinners. Well, Beer's into his 6th. Archie Lennon's bowled 5. James Cole's bowled 4. And Lamb can tickle this ball away through mid-wicket. Comes back for 2. He actually kind of turned and wanted to come back for a 3rd, but Tom Bailey wasn't massively interested, so just the 2. Score moves on to 121 for 7.
So that's what exactly 150 needed in 21 overs after this one.
Keeper crouches down. Will Beer balls, and Daniel Lamb plays a 4 defensive. Rolling back down the pitch and gathered by Will Beer off his own bowling. So that's the end of the over. 29 gone. 121 for 7. And as Adrian mentioned, Lancashire needing 150 runs from this stage to off what 21 overs. 7, 8 and over, something like that.
Yeah, that's about 7.5 and over, isn't it?
Only 3 wickets remaining.
Hello, Adrian and team, says Neil Hartley. I'm watching from a very hot southwest France again. Just wondering why Kevin Howells is wearing his hat in your little marquee. Is he hiding a new Phil Foden-style hairdo? I don't think so. As in comes Lennon bowls to Bailey, who plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm aware. Are you aware?
No.
It's all the rage, isn't it, that haircut?
He's wearing it as a fashion statement, I think.
Right, okay. In comes Lennon again, twirling away, bowling his leg spin. Gives that plenty of air. It's played firmly by Bailey to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Clark, and there is no run. He says, nice to hear the chap who used to sing God Old Sussex by the Sea get a mention. Lennon in again, bowls, driven away again by Bailey without timing, fielded by Lennon off his own bowling, there is no run. He used to sit under the scoreboard on the east side of the ground. Anyway, good to see the youngsters doing well today, he says. Neil, thank you for getting in touch. Lennon tosses the ball from hand to hand and is on his way again. Slipper's the only close field he's in on bowls, and Bailey punches this down the ground. Nice looking shot. Fielded by James Coles. Down at long on. One more to the total. Throw comes in. Carter fields on the bounce. The total goes to 122 for 7. Bailey goes to 1. That was his first run. Apologies, I thought he already had one. As in comes Lennon again. Forward comes Lamb, played into the offside. Fielded by the alert Clark at extra cover. And it's another dot ball.
It's a lovely piece of bowling, wasn't it, by Lennon to dismiss Rob Jones. I was just watching it back on the replay at the back of the box, and beautiful piece of bowling.
And he comes again, bowls just slightly wide and cut away by Lamb. He's going to get a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's, I think, Travis Head out there. Is it Travis Head? No, it's Harrison Ward who gets in the throw. So the end of a very economic Archie Lennon over, which just cost a couple of runs. Figures of 3 for 26 for Archie Lennon. And Lancashire are 123 for 7 with Lamb on 4, Bailey on 1. So exactly 20 overs left for Lancashire, and they need 158 to win.
48.
148. So that's at what? 7.5 and over?
Yes, it's in that region, isn't it?
Okay.
He's not shy of giving the ball a bit of flight, is he?
No, he's not. No, absolutely. I think that's what, you know, we've seen that several times during the T20 when Luke Wright has had the confidence to throw him the ball on difficult occasions, and it hasn't asked him to push it through or bowl negatively, but to get wickets.
Oh, impressive. The wicket of Jones had a lovely bit of dip. Jones looking to try and sweep it. It's pretty plumb, really. Cheeky single here. Pushed into the offside.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, pick up and throw, and that's going to disappear out down towards the boundary, and they'll actually come back for a second on the overthrow. Yeah,
it was initially a good bit of fielding by Tom Clark. He got to the ball quickly, but it wasn't the best throw. He was aiming at the stumps. It was miles wide, and there was no one backing up. But fortunately, Harrison Ward was backing up on the boundary, prevented it going for 4 overthrows.
125 for 7. Got Will Beer bowling, and that's nicely driven through mid-off. Henry Crocombe comes up from the boundary to field, but Lamb gets a single. So he moves up to 7. Score to 126 for 7. Brings Tom Bailey on strike with Liam Hurt and Jack Morley, the only 2 remaining batsmen. He comes in and a little shuffle down the pitch and ease through mid-on for a single. Daniel Ibrahim up from the boundary to field. Score ticks over to 127 for 1. Brings Daniel Lamb back on strike. play back down the ground and gathered by Will Beer. Did well actually, low down to his right to stop the ball. Struck pretty neatly by Lamb.
He's got a bit under the radar today, Will Beer. He made a very good 40 late on, just when Sussex needed a bit of an injection, you know, to get themselves some sort of a defendable total.
Into Lamb, worked off the pad into the onside for no run.
He hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's in his 7th over and he's only conceded 18 runs, so he's had a good game, Will Beer.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, isn't it? That the contributions he made with the bat, and this is really good stuff, isn't it? Barely going at 2.5 and over, really, isn't he? Just because you can't get him away. Lamb rocking back, trying to pull the ball through the onside, but makes no clean contact with it. That's the end of another over. 31 ticking over now. 31 overs gone. 127 for 7. A target of 271 runs. He's 144 runs away with 19 overs left.
And you're listening to live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Lancashire, myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Scott Reed and Kevin Howells on, so as not to rub it in too much, the most beautiful day at the most beautiful cricket ground in the shadow of the fells in the grounds of Sedbergh School. It is absolutely idyllic. Archie Lenham is going to carry on bowling from the Evans end of the ground. Is that right, Scott?
It is, yeah. Over number 7 for him as well. 3 for 26, blimey.
He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Tom Bailey, who's got a couple of runs to his name. In comes Lenham, the leg spinner, bowls and driven away by Bailey with a nice-looking shot to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Harrison Ward.
Has he had a chance to bowl with Rashid Khan yet?
Has he had a chance to bowl with Rashid Khan? He hasn't, because he didn't play in the game at Canterbury.
Okay.
In comes Lenham, bowls and cut away this time by Lamb, getting another single out to the sweeper on the boundary again, who's Ward, who comes in. I'm just trying to think, actually, he's played in 2 T20 games. He played at Canterbury when Sussex won, and the game before that they lost a game, and I think he might have bowled in conjunction with him then. So yes, I think he has played 1 game. In comes Lenham, bowls, and forward comes Bailey. Is that a leg by? I didn't see the umpire. So yes, there we go. It's a leg by. Danny Lamb clean to get on strike. This isn't done yet for Sussex. I know it's a tall order for Lancashire, but Danny Lamb won't give this up.
No,
he's a fine batsman. 130 for 7. Lenham again, wheeling away, comes in and bowls down the leg side, and that'll be signalled a wide. Carter doesn't take it cleanly. Another run to the total. Another ball to be bowled.
Quicker that, wasn't it? From
yes. People who are sitting behind the fence over there, presumably they're watching for nothing, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Yeah, you sit on the bank outside the ground and watch for nothing.
There's a few people on that little bank out towards our left.
Comes Lenham again, bowls and cut away by Lamb. He gets a single again to the sweeper on the cover boundary, so a run off every ball of this over so far. Total goes to 132 for 7. Lamb goes to 9 and brings the tall Tom Bailey on strike. Still the slip in place. Lenham in again, bowls, and Bailey drives firmly through the offside. This could go for 4 runs, actually. It's a nice looking shot, well timed. It's racing away, and nothing that Ward can do. Chasing that around, sweeping on the cover boundary. So a nice shot by Tom Bailey. An authentic cricket shot, drilled away through the covers. Nice shot. He goes to 7, and Lancashire to 136 for 7.
Pushed it forward, didn't they? Yeah, full and wide. And they wanted to nail it, really, through the offside. Cross with himself, isn't he? Don't be too cross, mate. 3 for 34.
Yeah. Comes in over the wicket, bowls, and maybe tickles this one away down the leg side. More runs here. So if you've got a tickle on that, they are giving us 4 wides down the leg side. So total will go up to 141 for 7. And Archie Lenham just getting some running repairs, I think, to his shirt. They're trying to tuck something in. Maybe the labels come out the shirt or something. Tom Clark helping him out.
I presume this will be kind of the most overs he's bowled in succession in his Sussex career.
Yeah, because generally it's been,
4 overs, yeah.
And he comes again. Bowls driven by Bailey, straight back to Archie, who's annoyed, isn't he? He's annoyed he bowled over wise, and he fielded the ball, he threw the ball, he held the ball. But Ollie Carter, he's not happy with that over, is Archie Lenham, 3-4-39 in his... How many overs has he bowled now? He has bowled 7 overs. I just wonder whether he might be taken off here by Tom Haynes. We'll have to see.
It looked like 1 or 2 slightly tired deliveries.
Yep, no, I would agree.
Which is understandable for the 17-year-old. But blimey, he's had a good day again. Exciting young cricketer.
John's been in touch. He says, hi Adrian and Scott.
Replacing will be at number 62, Travis Head.
He says, I'm very impressed by Archie Lenham's bowling. How old is he? He looks about 14 on the stream. Is he a relation to Neil Lenham? Yes, indeed. He is his son. And the grandson of Les Lenham. He was 17 today, if you didn't hear that, John. He says, Scott, having emailed JD in the Roses match, to which you gave an answer, I'm not surprised to hear that Alex Davis has decided to leave Lancashire. He says, despite protecting the hand issue with not wicket-keeping recently for me, Lancs have messed him around regarding batters' orders. To remind me of Durham's poor handling of Keaton Jennings. I can't really comment on that. But
yeah, Davis leaving at the end of this year. So Travis Head comes into the attack. This is slapped out towards square leg by Daniel Lamb for 1 run. Moves to 10, 142 for 1. Signed a 3-year deal with Warwickshire. There's Alex Davis. Onto a different challenge. That's what he'll have at Edgbaston.
Oh, well footed.
Yeah, it's a good stop actually, isn't it? Bailey was going back, and nice piece of work by the skipper there, isn't it? I think at mid-wicket, Tom Haynes.
Gives a bit of stick for his fielding. That was a good stop.
He was, yeah, low down to his left. It's a nice little late dab down to third man. Might run all the way to the boundary. It does. Flicks over the rope and it crashes into someone's lunch box, or just a few empty.
I think it is. Yeah, they've gone flying, haven't they?
Yeah, someone's gone flying. There's a ball went rattling towards the rope. There it goes. Watch out your flask. Oh, into the little plastic cups.
Our colleague Martin Emerson has been in touch. Hello, Martin.
Hello.
I don't know where you're listening from, Martin. You were down in Beckenham yesterday. Durham had a very good win in the competition, and they're due at home on Sunday. I hope the weather forecast is wrong, because the forecast isn't great.
Head balls to Bailey. That's worked back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Martin says those sitting in the free seats next to the church are in the Yorkshire standing, according to the Lancashire faithful.
And Bailey off the front foot, just jabbing the ball back down the pitch, and there's no run.
We were talking about the man who sings down at Hove. We used to sing at Hove.
Travis Head comes in and balls, and Bailey goes back and worked past the bowler, and Crocombe comes round to complete the fielding. No run, end of the over. 33 overs gone. We'll just update BBC Radio Manchester listeners. Adrian, you're about to join us for the latest. There's your scorecard, which has some starts in it, some 30s in there, but it's going to need something special here from Lamb and from Bailey to get Lancashire somewhere near this total of 271. Yes, they are. Lancashire are 7 wickets down. They're after 33 overs. Their target is 271 to win the game, and they're 146 for 7. Still need 125 more runs to win.
So it's going to be James Coles. Is it you or me?
I've forgotten.
Okay.
I'll do it. And you can read through that message from your correspondent as Coles comes in and balls to Lamb, who crunches his way through the offside for 1.
Yes, so John Barnett's been in touch. Hello, John. He says Sussex by the Sea man was called Nick Bartlett. He lived in Hove near the ground, but I don't think I've seen him since about 2001. So there we are. Thank you, John. He's the Sussex by the Sea singer.
Coles with his left arm spin, fizzes one into Bailey. And that's played through mid-on for a single.
Without taking any risks, you know, these two have very quietly added 33 for this wicket. Experienced campaigners, they're not going to give it up here without a fight.
33 off 33, yeah, on the ball. Yeah, Lamb off the back foot, trying to force the ball away through the offside, but can't pierce the infield. There's Tom Clark. There's another teenager, James Cole, bowling. That's cut. It is a good shot to backward point. He might get 4. In comes the dive. Oh, that's terrific. Out on that deep backward point boundary.
Well, I thought I had gone for 4 runs.
Me too.
That was a very good bit of fielding.
Probably Lamb thought he'd gone for 4 as well, but nicely stopped. Made up a lot of ground to get to it from kind of extra cover to backward point. Brings up the 150 that for Lancashire, 150 for 7. Again, Lamb driving, square of the wicket for a single. 151 for 7. What's Lamb up to now? Lamb moves on to 14. Tom Bailey back on strike, 2 balls left. James Cole's back into the attack. After back foot played away down to gully by Tom Bailey. In fact, forget 2 balls left. That was the final ball of the over. So 34 gone, 152 for 7 after 34, target of 271.
Brian Owen's been in touch as well. Hello, Brian. He says,
contain 21 extras and 12 balls.
He says, hi Adrian, someone did used to sing out Sussex by the Sea at certain points in matches. I think he was a professional singer, but your sometimes commentary colleague Bruce Talbot would know more. So we'll ask Bruce next time we see him as well. But thank you everybody for getting in touch about that. It was Kevin Howells who mentioned it, and we got a great response, so thank you everybody.
Superb.
So 16 overs to go, 152 for 7, so Lancashire needing 119 to win in 16 overs. With 3 wickets remaining, as in comes Travis Head to bowl his second over, bowls to the tall Tom Bailey, who plays down the ground, fielded by Crocombe at mid-off, and there is no run. Travis Head in his second over, his first over cost 5 runs. Bowling is off spin around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Bailey plays this to short fielder. Good tumbling stop by Archie Lenham, who gets in the throw. Picked up 3 wickets as Archie Lenham won the result of a very good stumping by Ollie Carter. He'll probably be celebrating his 17th birthday on the coach, making its way back down the M6 tonight, as in comes Head around the wicket bowls, and attempted reverse sweep by Danny Lamb. Sarrow fields at backward point and is 1 more for the total. And he'll hope that he'll be celebrating the Sussex win, but this is not done yet. 154 for 7. Lamb on 15, Bailey on 14, in comes Head and bowls. He's hit on the pad, there's a loud appeal. Travis Head pleads with the umpire, but it's given not out. Tom Bailey looks like, you know, he's a tall man, isn't he? Looks like the sort of batsman who's just, in fact, he's coming down the wicket and hammering the ball over long off. He's probably restraining himself a little. They're picking up the 1s and 2s here, are Lancashire, as in comes Head again. The ball hits the pad and bounces out into the onside, fielded by the eager Sussex skipper, Tom Haynes, setting an example to those around him. It's another dot ball. Head again, around the wicket, bowls, and Bailey tucks this one nicely down to deep backward square, fielded all the way in the distance over on the far side of the ground by Ward, who gets in the throw. Travis Head is rattling through his overs, as indeed Sussex have done actually, with all 4 spinners are bowled now, Colesbeer, Lenham and Head. That's the end of Travis Head's second over, and he has taken no wicket for 8. Lancashire 155 for 7, with Lamb and Bailey both on 15, so they need, Scott, another 116 to win in 15 overs, which is about 7 and a bit and over, I reckon. It's a tall order, but it's not out of the question.
If he does, well, he will be celebrating his birthday today, obviously, and that will be on the coach journey back home. I hope they buy him a cake or something.
Yeah, I think I'll put Brian a cake, I should think, yeah.
A little celebratory cake. Sing him happy birthday, embarrass him. Be a pretty enjoyable coach ride back. Barely going back and just working the ball off his pads into the onside as James Coles continues from the Evans end.
Mark Judges has been in touch from down in the Sussex office. Good afternoon to you, Mark.
Coles left arm around, forward goes Bailey. Ball deflects out into the onside. I wonder whether maybe a little bit of inside edge on that.
He says Nick G is the professional singer who's sung it at times in recent years, but in no formal capacity. Not the same chap your co-commentator is referring to. Thank you, Mark.
Coles to Bailey. That's eased into the onside to the Sussex skipper. Tom Haynes, no run. In once more, and Bailey meets it with a half step forward and drives nicely through mid-on for a single. 156 for 7.
Richard has rather saved my bacon in Malvern. Thank you, Richard Ross, who's been in touch regarding Archie Lemon and Rashid Khan.
Calls to Lamb. He plays back and pushed to the bowler, and there's no run.
Archie played alongside Rashid in our defeat to Hampshire on July. That was the penultimate game of the group matches.
Again, Lamb off the front foot, pushing it back to the bowler. No run. End of the over. 36 gone. Getting through them quickly with spin from both ends. 156 for 7.
Tidy over, just conceding the 1 run, James Coles. His figures were 0 for 17 off 2 overs, where Rashid's were 0 for 41 off 4. Yes, that was a defeat. After which James Kirtley spoke very strongly about the Sussex performance, but they then went on to beat Kent at Canterbury last Sunday to secure their place in the quarterfinals and a visit to Durham at the end of August. So we've got a drinks break here with Lancashire 156 for 7. So 14 overs left to go in the match, and Lancashire needing another 115 to win by my reckoning.
Yeah, just try and take it as deep as they can, Lancashire, I guess.
Yeah, they are, but these have been a good partnership between these two. I mean, clearly they're going to need to step on it, but they've added 35, they've added 41 runs, largely untroubled. They've picked up the 1s and 2s, they've kept the scoreboard ticking along. Sussex still very much in the box seat, but, you know, these two and the Lancashire Tales certainly won't give this up. I've noticed quite a lot today that Tom Haynes has been sort of chatting away to Travis Head, who's the captain of South Australia, and I'm sure he doesn't. It's quite difficult, isn't it? I guess when you're a captain of a state side, you're not captain of Sussex, and you don't want to seem to be sort of poking your nose in too much. But I think Tom's been very receptive to, Travis Head coming up and saying, well, how about making this fielding change, or perhaps suggesting that. Yeah, he's doing it again there because he's actually bowling now, Travis Head, and he's just sort of a couple of suggestions to Tom Haynes.
Well, he's a pretty experienced guy, isn't he?
Yep.
Blimey, he's played a lot of cricket in different formats and franchises all around the world. International cricket, test matches, ODIs.
Yeah.
Good man to turn to get some advice.
Yep, and he's coming in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Bailey, who takes a run off the first ball of the over, plays it to deep backward square, picks up a single. Does Tom Bailey. He goes to 17 and Lancashire to 156 for 7. Hasn't scored the runs he'd have wanted to, Travis Head, although I thought he batted very nicely here today, top scoring for Sussex with 56. Comes around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Lamb, who drives nicely straight down the ground, fielded long on by Daniel Ibrahim.
Is he here for the whole competition?
He is. I'm not sure quite when he goes back to Australia. We were discussing this earlier, that I think the Australians get them back reasonably early for pre-season, as in comes Head again, played by Bailey straight back to Head. There is no run, and I also wonder with the quarantine issues in Australia, maybe that may prompt a slightly earlier return, I don't know. In comes Head again and bowls, and Bailey again drives down the ground without timing. Head fields and makes as if to shy at the stumps, but then decides not to. It's another dot ball. 2 runs off the over so far, 158 for 7. Head is already back in, bowls, and Bailey plays this back to the square on the offside. Surrow is quickly round and fields and keeps it just to a single. And Bailey goes to 18, the total to 159 for 7.
Yeah, it's quite a lengthy quarantine process, isn't it? For
2 weeks, and it's very strictly.
Yeah. Yep.
His in comes Head, bowls, hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, but turned down by umpire Baldwin. Yeah, and that's the end of another over. And Travis Head has been. Sussex have got through their overs really quickly. What are we? Nearly 5:15, and there's only another 13 overs to be bowled in the match. So Travis Head, no wicket for 10 in his 3 overs. Lancashire 159 for 7, with Bailey on 18, Lamb on 16. Lancashire needing 111 in 13 overs, so the run rate going up all the time. That's up to about
8.5.
8 and a bit and over.
I suppose from Lancashire's point of view, just try and take it. The game as deep as you can, really. Just
Yeah, I'd hope there's an expensive over somewhere along the line.
Yeah. Start taking risks, well, obviously, when things can unfold pretty quickly. And Tom Bailey leans forward into this next delivery from James Coles. Play back to the 17-year-old, and there's no run. And Bailey works it to the onside this time.
One thing about the spinners bowling here is they are rattling through their overs. They're not really giving the batsman any peace.
No. And plus you look up as a batting side and you quickly running out of overs left. It's a nice shot, forcing it back down the ground. Picked up by Will Beer, but good looking kind of punch by Bailey for a single. He moves on to 19. The score moves on to 160 for 7. Cole's left arm around the wicket, just angling it into Daniel Lamb.
Well fielded actually off his own bowling. He was very quickly round Coles there.
He was, yeah, darting out towards his leg. He's a big lad, isn't he? He's a well, strong built lad. Pretty agile though. Again, he's getting across the ground to field off his own bowling. Another dot ball, just the one run off the over so far. Back in to Lamb. And let's play back to Coles. Just a single off the over, so good stuff by James Coles. Good stuff by these spinners for Sussex. Coles, Beer, Lenham, Head, who's been probably a fraction more expensive, but it's been excellent by the spinners, all backing up the work set up by Sarro and Crocombe a little bit earlier on with the new ball. Did the damage there at the top of that Lancashire batting card. Jennings for 2, Bohannon for 8, Wells for 5.
Yeah, and Lancashire at that stage when Luke Wells was out reduced to 19 for 3. But perhaps the prize wicket was that of Dane Vellas, who was really well caught by Tom Clark of the bowling of Daniel Ibrahim. Such a dangerous customer, Dane Vellas. He was out for 31. And you just felt then that maybe Sussex were in the ascendancy. 12 overs to go, 160 for 7. So 111 needed to win as in comes Head and bowls to Bailey, who just turns that to short fine leg. They're going to go for a single. If the throw hits, he's out, but he doesn't hit.
He'd be well gone, wouldn't he?
Bailey's long legs carried him through, but if that throw from short fine leg had hit the stumps, I think he'd have been a goner.
Yep.
I think that's Alistair Orr is on the field, which suggests Sussex might have a 12th man on as in comes Head and bowls and played by Lamb to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex have got a 12th man on, so I'm not quite sure who's left the field. In comes Head again, bowls, and Lamb again works to mid-wicket. That's a brilliant bit of fielding by Tom Clark. He really has been excellent in the field. He didn't make any runs opening the batting, but that was a fine scrambling stop and prevented a single. Another dot ball, Head in again, bowls, and now again works this to Clark, who's quickly in from mid-wicket throws, gets in the throw, hits the stumps, and that's close. But given not out, another really good bit of work by Clark. He was very quickly to his right-hand side. And he only had one stump to shy it, but he hit the stumps. And I suspect that was probably one of those, if we had TV replays, they might have had a quick look at that. Well, I think probably Bailey was in, and certainly the umpire said he was, so that's the end of the debate. 162 for 7. Head again around the wicket, bowls. Bailey stretches forward, hits him on the thigh pad. Carter runs from behind the stumps to field and throws at the stumps. The ball hits the batsman, Tom Bailey. Accidental, and the ball just runs away. It's one more to the total. 163 for 7. Bailey on to 21. Lamb is on 17. Travis Head with the final ball of the over. It's cost 3 runs in a miles. Reverse swept. Nice little shot. That's going to get runs down towards third man. Or finally, Joe Sarro is in hot pursuit. He won't cut that off as Joe Sarro runs between the spectators who are in their deck chairs and little foldaway chairs at the far end of the ground. So a boundary to finish off the over. Nice reverse sweep from Danny Lamb. Nicely played. He goes to 21. He joins Tom Bailey on 21. And these two have now added... that's the 50 partnership, I think, between the two. I think they've now added 52 for this 8th wicket. And it's been a good response from the lower order.
Yeah, 52 from 67. Yeah, good spot.
Yeah, a good partnership between these two. More drinks being bought out for them, and certainly these two will be saying, come on, let's just keep picking up. That was 7 off of that over. A little below the rate, but I think you're quite right, Scott. They'll just feel if they can just keep going here, picking up, 4, 5 and over, and then there might be a big over somewhere along the way.
They've looked to be a little bit more aggressive to head, haven't they? 4 overs for 18. Travis Head. He's been slightly more costly than the other spinners.
So 104 needed in 11. It's a tall order.
It is.
Going about sort of over 9 and over now, but look at the camera showing panning around. It really is that beautiful, isn't it? If you're watching on the stream, that's what it's like. It's just magnificent. That
little hill to the left there, where people were dotted around, that's the... you can get yourself up there and watch the game for nout. So I think he's only a tenner to get in anyway, but Bailey working the ball away through mid-wicket for a single.
Well, I think everyone at Lancashire Cricket Club can be very proud of this event they put on. I think it's been terrific. Scott, well done to the club.
Cole's left arm around, driven by Lamb, back down the pitch, no run.
See, Archie Lenham is warming up again, so perhaps he's going to get another go. He's picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, just had a bit of a breather, hasn't he? His last over looked a little kind of like a ball quite a bit. Lamb cutting out towards the offside, no run. Maybe bring him back into the attack. Bouncing around at short fine leg. There's the teenager. Coles to Lamb. Right back into his crease. Drives down through the mid-off region. And the score moves on by 1 to 169 for 7. Lamb moves up to 22. Both on 22 now. Bailey back on strike. Foolish ball from Coles, which he squirts back down the pitch. Brings his bat down, looking to try and flick it to the leg side. It comes off a little leading edge and deflects along the ground back to James Coles. Already through his over. This is the last ball of it. Nudge to mid-wicket. No run. 10 left. We've rattled through the 30s there, haven't we, in those overs? Blimey, from 30 to 40 in a blink of an eye, with spin from both ends. 169 for 7. 50 partnership between Lamb and Bailey. That target is 271 to win the game, so still require 102 off 60 balls.
Yeah, 10 and over. The new gloves being bought out by both batsmen, but these two at least feel they've given Lancashire some sort of a shout.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a long shot, but you never know. A couple of big overs. Good over though from James Coles. I don't know whether he's turning the ball a lot, but he's bowling a very good line and length. He's given the batsman very little to hit. Travis Head is going to carry on. 4 overs, 0 for 18. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Danny Lamb. His head around the wicket comes in and bowls, and Lamb drives firmly down the ground, too long on. Just pick up a single, fielded right down there by Dan Ibrahim, who gets in the throw. Lamb goes to 23. That brings Tom Bailey on strike, just surveying that leg side field. Travis Head is in again, bowls, and Bailey down the wicket driving. Is he going to be caught? No, that's a big hit. That's gone for 6 runs. Well, I said he looked like the sort of player who might want to get down the wicket and hit the off spinner. That's exactly what he did. Long levers. That's a big hit over long on for 6 runs. So 7 off the over.
This is the bowler that they've looked to try and target, isn't it, more than the others? Travis Head, and they might look to try and have a go in this over in particular.
Well, good response from these two, who came together when it looked as if Lancashire were slumping to defeat at 115 for 7. They played very sensibly. That's a big 6 down the ground. Bailey goes to 28. Head in again, bowls, and Bailey just turns that through the leg side. Picks up a single, fielded by Tom Clark at mid-wicket. 1 more to the total, which goes to 177 for 7. And Bailey to 29. Danny Lamb back on strike. Travis Head in, bowls, Lamb stretches forward, again just eases that down the ground to Ibrahim. Comfortable single.
This is the beauty about this format, isn't it? And this is still a long shot from Lancashire from this stage because of Obviously, they've only got 3 wickets left, but it does allow the ability to absorb a bit of time. You can rebuild an innings in 50 over cricket, which you can't in T20.
Heading again, bowls to Bailey, who flicks that down to short fine leg. We'll have to wait and see if that's a leg bye or not, fielded by Archie Lenham. It's a leg bye, but another run nonetheless. By my reckoning, that's 10 off the over so far. That's exactly what Lancashire need.
Yeah, well, I think they've just looked to try and target this over from head.
Head in again, and Lamb plays quietly through the onside, picks up a single to the mid-wicket boundary, fielded up there by Ward. It is the end of the over, an over that cost 11 runs, so good over as far as Lancashire are concerned. 180 for 7, needing another 90 to win in 9 overs, so still needing to go at 10 and over. The 2 batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the pitch, and this partnership is now worth 65. It's been a very fine partnership indeed. Just giving Tom Haynes something to think about, the Sussex skipper. You're nattering away there to Will Beer, who has got overs left to bowl. Beer's got 3 to bowl. He's bowled 7 overs for just 18. He will be his experienced leg spinner. I'm just wondering, just having a natter away to Will Beer, whether he might just want to bring him on just to keep things quiet again. James Coles is going to carry on bowling. He's bowled 8 overs for 30.
This is quite a lengthy spell, isn't it, from Coles since he's come back into the attack. Must be 5th over maybe for him from this end.
Yeah, and he's still got his seamers with overs up their sleeve. So Sarrow has only bowled 5, Crocom's bowled 5, Ibrahim 4. So he's got plenty of options. He's used 7 bowlers so far.
Interesting with how he goes about it, because as Coles comes in and they'll skip down the pitch by Lamb, the ball squirts out to deep square leg for 1 run. You wonder whether the captain's content just to keep pace off the ball at the minute, just to keep the spinners in. Lancashire aren't really going anywhere. Yes, there's been the odd over where they've tried to attack, but just bringing the 2 young quicks back on, would that potentially allow Lancashire better scoring options?
Yeah, well,
with a bit of pace on the ball.
Good conundrum for Tom Haynes in his first game. I mean, he captained against Oxford in the week, but this is his first list day game he's skippered in.
Coles to Bailey. Cuts the ball out to deep point for a single, 182 for 7.
In fact, the first list day game Tom Haynes has played in.
Yes, it's 9 debutants.
Yes, yeah. The only 2 who have played are Beer and Head.
Well, Archie Lenham's going to come back on. He's going through a pretty vigorous warm-up. Coles fires one in, quick and full. And Lamb brings the bat down, squirts it away into the offside, no run. 42nd over of the Lancashire innings at 182 for 7. Oh, he's going for a big shot out towards a long on boundary. It's cleared the man there, and then towards the brick wall. Spectators ducking for cover. And the ball was belted up and over long on for 6 in towards that. The spectators, people in the deck chairs.
Yeah,
and
get out of the way a bit sharpish, didn't they?
Get out of the way of that, yes.
Well, they're picking that. They're needing 10 and over, and every time they hit a 6 and over, and then a few singles. But if the ball's been damaged at all, it looked like it hit the wall, actually.
It did, didn't it? Yeah. Watch, there we go. See it on the replay. Dropping down, bang, yeah.
Ooh, hit that gentleman's green deck chair. Lime green deck chair.
Good shot for 6, 188 for 7. Single this time, just clipped out to deep square leg. Ibrahim fields for Sussex, 189 for 7.
9 off the over. So they're keeping up with the rate at the moment, are these 2?
Again, Bailey.
There's the 10th.
Yeah, just turns it out towards mid-wicket for a single.
So end of the over, 190 for 7. 32 to Bailey, 33 to Lamb. Judy's been in touch. He says, hard to believe Sussex are without 13 regular and experienced players. Archer, Jordan, Salt, Wright, Mills, Robinson, Khan, Garton, Papara, Rawlins, Brown, Visa and Carson. She's enjoying the commentary. Judy, thank you for your email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That is a long list of players who are missing. Not all of them would have played in this competition. It just... This rally by these 2, this partnership now is worth 75 between these 2. It's just giving Tom Haynes a little bit to think about.
Just keeping the game alive a little bit, this, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think this is a good bowling change. Will Beer coming back in. He bowled 7 overs for just 18 runs at the leg spinner. So 8 overs to go. Bailey and Lamb are giving Lancashire just a little bit of hope here. 80 needed of 8 overs. The last 2 overs have produced 10 in each of the overs, and in each of the previous 2 overs there's been a 6 hit as well, which certainly helps. So what can Will Beer do? Coming from the whole end of the ground, comes in and bowls, and Bailey plays firmly down the ground to Ibrahim, who comes running in off the long on boundary. Picks up a single. Bailey goes to 32. Lancashire to 191 for 7. Archie Lenham's warm-up becomes even more vigorous at short fine legs. So I think we're going to see Lenham back into the attack. No sign of pace returning yet for Sussex. As Beer, experienced leg spinner, played a lot of T20 cricket over the wicket bowls and reverse swept, or an attempted reverse sweep from Danny Lamb. The ball hits the thigh pad and bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. The first Sussex bowler to 100 wickets in T20 cricket, Will Beer. He'll be using all his experience here as he wanders back to his mark, deep in thought. In that salmon pink top. Comes in again over the wicket bowls and thrashed away by Lamb, but only as far as long off. Was fielded out in the distance by Ibrahim. 1 more to the total. Lamb goes to 34. And Lancashire to 192 for 7. I'll have to do an update in a couple of moments' time, Scott. Not just yet. Should be able to get this through this Will Beer over. He's back to his mark. Coming into bowl to the right-handed Tom Bailey, who's on 32. He's in a bowl short. Bailey using his feet. Good bit of cricket there, actually, because I think Beer saw Bailey coming and just decided to drop it in a bit short.
Yeah, Lancashire just starting to put together a partnership which potentially could keep them in the game. 77 runs added for this 8th wicket between Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey. There's more there, clattered away through extra cover for 4. Lancashire edging up towards the 200 mark. They're 197 for 7. We're in the 43rd over, and the target is 271 runs to win. That's a good shot. Bit of width, and he slashed that one away through extra cover for 4 runs. What's this partnership now? 82? Yes. It's off the back foot again, trying to whack it away, but to Tom Haynes at short extra cover. No run. End of the over. They're ticking away, aren't they? They're still in the game. It's a good shot. Clattered that one, didn't they, out through the offside. Into the public address box. Lamb and Bailey just giving Lancashire a sniff here. 74 off 42 balls.
Number 41, Archie Lenham.
Yeah, they're going to go out to their kind of ace in the pack. The birthday boy, 17 years of age today. Archie Lenham, who has got 3 for 39. He's had such an exciting start to his Sussex career. 7 overs, 3 for 39. So Archie Lenham reintroduced by captain Tom Haynes at this stage. Start of the 44th over. It's pulled out through mid-wicket. Bailey gets 1. Score ticks along to 198 for 7. Again, Lamb drives towards the long on boundary for a single. 199 for 7. Lennon in, balls. Down the pitch comes Bailey. Beats the ball top of the bounce and swats it out towards the long off boundary for 1 run. Crocombe on that boundary, front of the little hill with the flags behind him.
Could be in for an exciting finish here, Danny. Lancashire are 200 for 7 and indebted to a
200 up now.
7th wicket of 85 now between Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey.
Richie Lennon twirling his way back in. Clubbed away through extra cover. 1 bounce out towards the boundary. Just picked up in the deep.
So another run there for Lancashire. Good bit of fielding. Archie Lennon, the young 17-year-old.
201 for 7.
3 of the wickets to fall. So Lancashire needing another 69.
Well, this partnership now is keeping Lancashire in the game, but still a pretty tall order. He's heaved away through the onside by Bailey, just dragging it out towards deep mid-wicket, where James Coles fields. And there is 1 run. Sussex still favourites to win from here, and it's been a tremendous performance, Danny. Tap of the bat from Danny Lamb. Oh, he's gone big. He's gone out towards this long side, the onside. Blimey, that's halfway up the hill. That's gone for 6. A big blow off the bat of Danny Lamb. 208 for 7. Lamb, I think, with that big hit, moves on to 46. The partnership now to 93. 6 to end the over. 63 off 36 is the equation. It's a hot day and Danny Lamb needs a towel. Mop the brow, Danny Lamb. Have a slurp of energy drink. And 2 of the Sussex players in conversation as well. But this is a partnership that's just keeping Lancashire in the match, isn't it? 63 off 36, 93-run partnership now. Well,
I mean, we said when we got to 10 overs, they needed 100, didn't they? And every over, they've picked up 10 and over.
They have. Yeah, the partnership between Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey worth 93 runs off 97 balls, just keeping Lancashire in with a sniff here. Are 208 for 7, 44 overs gone. Their target is 271 to win, so they require 63 more runs off 36 deliveries. Lancashire 208 for 7.
So, Will Beer is going to carry a few more emails. Andy's been in touch. Andy Peart, he says, we're talking about the Sussex by the Sea singer. He was a legend at Hove during the Chris Adams years. It'd be very difficult to find someone to replace those tones. This is a great performance by the youngsters. I can't see any of the 100 players getting back in. Looking forward to Durham on Sunday, weather permitting. Surely we can't lose another game at Hove due to rain. Well, let's hope not, although I don't think the forecast is the best across southern England for the weekend. But this is the here and now, and Lancashire are making a fight of this. As in comes Will Beer over the wicket, bowls and hit firmly to extra cover. Good tumbling save by Tom Haynes, the skipper, setting the example. Dot ball.
This is the highest Lancashire 8th wicket partnership against Sussex. Bring you details of the previous best.
In comes Beer again over the wicket, bowls down the wicket coming. No, is he going to be caught at long on? No, he's not. That's gone all the way for 6 runs from Tom Bailey down the wicket using his feet, and he's drilled Will Beer straight back down the ground, and he goes to 42 and Lancashire to 214 for 7.
Yeah, edging towards a century partnership. 99-run partnership between these two.
So Will Beer in again, bowls, and Bailey's at it again. He's hammered that one away through the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more. Is it beat the fielders over there? No, that's a brilliant bit of fielding, a really good bit of fielding by Harrison Ward. Running around the boundary, dragged the ball back, got the throw in. That looked as if it was going to be 4 runs, but it's just a couple. Good shot, good bit of fielding, good cricket all round. 216 for 7.
Yeah, that's a century partnership too.
Wonderful partnership between this pair. Have really brought Lancashire back into the match. Bailey on 44. Will Beer is in bowls, but he plays that in the air through mid-wicket, but he's going to get a single. Fielded by Ward on the boundary. One more to the total. Bailey goes to 45, 217 for 7. 54 needed to win. 5 overs remaining after this one. This could be a very tense finish on this lovely day at this beautiful cricket ground. Beer with the wind just ruffling his shirt. He's on his way. He's coming into bowl to Danny Lamb, and Lamb ramps that overhead. That's a terrific shot by Danny Lamb. He's going to run away for 4 more runs. Well, that was a terrific piece of batting. The ramp shot overhead of the wicketkeeper. Round of applause, and the round of applause is not just for the shot, but also for the 50 as well for Danny Lamb, who raises his bat around the ground, gets a good round of applause as well. And Lancashire go to 221 for 7, and now needing another 50 to win in 5 overs and 1 ball. That was a super bit of cricket.
Superb, wasn't it?
Beer again. Over the wicket, bowls short and played by Lamb down the ground. He picks up a single, fielded out there by Tom Clark. 1 more for the total. End of the over, 222 for 7. So what a partnership between these two, a partnership of 107, Tom Bailey 45.
He came up off 52 balls, contained 3 4s and 2 6s.
There we are.
And the 100 partnership between Danny and Tom Bailey came up in exactly 100 balls. Danny Lamb contributing 45, Tom Bailey 44, and there were 12 extras.
Well, that's a terrific performance by those two, isn't it? Really good.
Yeah, and this partnership, the 8th wicket partnership, the best for Lancashire again. Sussex beating 55 put on between Jack Simmons and Chris Maynard at Hastings in 1985. And these are also list A best scores for both batsmen as well. I mean, the records are flooding in.
The records are tumbling. You're being bought all sorts of bits of paper, Scott.
Very grateful for Ken, who's had an enormous high screen, so he's full of beans. New Lancashire 8th wicket record partnership in list A cricket this now, beating 105. I'll come back to it. Archie Lennon comes in and bowls to Lamb. And that's smashed away through extra cover for 4 more. Lancashire move up to 226 for 7. So the previous best 8th wicket partnership in list A cricket was between Warren Hegg and Ian Austin. He put on 105 against Middlesex at Lord's in 1991. And these two have gone past that.
Well, it's been a terrific partnership, isn't it? And that was a lovely shot, and all of a sudden, Sussex under real pressure.
Archie Lennon comes in and bowls, and Lamb goes right back. Guides the ball up to long on for a single. 227 for 7. 44 off 28 needed.
Neil and Jill are listening in Stranraer on the coast of Scotland.
Lennon bowls. Oh, he's come down the pitch. Bailey's been stumped. And look at the celebration from the teenager, from the birthday boy. He enjoyed that, didn't he? Picked up his 4th wicket, gives it the big yahoo at the end of it, bringing Bailey down the pitch. Big swing and a miss, taken by the keeper, flicks off the bails. Bailey departs. A record-breaking 8th wicket partnership in list A cricket for Lancashire comes to an end. And Archie Lennon has another wicket. He's got 4. 4 for 55. Lancashire lose their 8th. 227 for 8, required 44 of 26.
Well done, Archie Lennon. We know that they were looking to get after him, weren't they, after the 17-year-old, but he's picked up his 4th wicket, and it's just what Sussex needed, because all of a sudden you're beginning to think maybe Lancashire are batting themselves into a winning position here. But a super partnership between Tom Bailey and Danny Lamb. But that has now come to a partnership, by my reckoning, of 112 for the 8th wicket. So 4th wicket of the day for Archie Lennon. So Neil and Jill in Stranraer, I just wanted to say how much we're enjoying the commentary today. As someone who grew up in Cumbria and lived for 37 years in Brighton, it's great to see Sussex playing in my home county. Now living in Stranraer, Scotland, and the neighbours are starting to worry about the good old Sussex by the sea shouts coming from our kitchen. So thank you for listening, Neil and Jill, and keep listening, because I've got a feeling this could go all the way to the wire. All the time Danny Lamb is there for Lancashire, there is hope for the hosts. But that's a big wicket for Archie Lennon. And a bit of credit actually to Tom Haynes for keeping him on. It would have been very easy to have turned to his seamers here, but he didn't. He's kept faith with the young man.
Yeah, and he got smashed for 4 his first ball back,
Yeah,
didn't he?
did.
And he's come back superbly, slipping place as well. Liam Hurt, the new batsman, looking for a fifer. Archie Lennon nudged away into the onside. He goes flying out to his right, trying to stop the ball, no run.
He's so enthusiastic, isn't he? It's just fabulous to see. Phil's enjoying the coverage. Phil Tibbs, he says, congratulations to all for such a great feed from such a remote venue.
Lennon bowling to Hurt. Cries of yes from Danny Lamb as they cross. It's a leg by. Hurt remains on 0. Score moves on to 228 for 8 in the 46th over.
I can see Joe Sarrow is warming up now for Sussex, who picked up a couple of wickets early on. The right arm seamer.
Lennon bowls. Oh, that's a
Nice shot.
clever shot from Lamb. Yeah, just kind of ramping the ball over his shoulder, over the keeper, down towards the boundary. Clever looking shot for 4. Where can I get a 4? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just scoop it over the keeper's head. Full face of the bat, opened it up, and then just flicked it like he was tossing a pancake in the frying pan. Flicked it over his shoulder, down towards the boundary. 232 for 8 at the end of the over. So 39 needed off 24 balls.
Yeah, 4 and over. Sorry, 10 and over for the last 4 overs. So, although Archie Lennon picked up a wicket, that boundary off the last ball. Now, we are going to get a change in bowling, and it is going to be, I think, Joe Sarrow who's going to come on. So Archie Lennon has picked up the 4 wickets. He's been more expensive than the other bowlers. He's gone for, I think, to make for his stats to tick over, I think that's 9 overs, 4 for 59. But it is going to be Joe Sarrow. So 39 or 4. It's been done before, Scott. I don't know much about Liam Hurt's batting, but you can rest assured that Danny Lamb, who's now moved on to 60, will be desperate to get on strike. And Tom Haynes, equally desperate to make sure that he doesn't concede a single early on in this over.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You would think that Lamb would need to face the majority of these final 24 deliveries if Lancashire are going to get the 39 to win the match. I've not seen much of Liam Hurt bat, really. He's not really had to. He's not been required to bat too much in the T20 games he's played. He played a handful of 50-over matches, but
it's been a terrific game, though, hasn't it? I mean, you wouldn't have given Lancashire too much of a prayer. 115 for 7, but Bailey and Lamb batted really well, picked up the 1s and 2s, then accelerated when they had the opportunity to do so. I think Sussex still marginal favourites, but only just. A couple of lusty blows here, and Lancashire will fill their in with a real chance.
A lusty blow or 2 here, and it's game on, isn't it? I reckon Liam Hurt can probably give it a bit of a lusty blow.
He's a big fella, isn't he? Yeah, I reckon he can get a bit of a lusty blow.
Smack it a bit.
In comes Sarrow over the wicket, bowls to Hurt, who helps that one down towards backward square leg. It's going to run, it's going to go away for 4 runs. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding. Superb. Absolutely brilliant down there by Harrison Ward. He's prevented that going for a 4. Now, is he saying it went for? No, still 3 runs.
He's been superb,
He has been superb. Boundary. He's been herring around that boundary all afternoon. Well, he saved a single, but it's 3 off the first ball of the over, and Lancashire would have taken that. And it brings Danny Lamb on strike. Now I can see Travis Head is in deep conversation with Tom Haynes about where the field's going to go. They've still got to keep the 4 fielders inside the circle.
Yeah, Harrison Ward, he's fielding on that, the boundary directly opposite to where we are. Square of the wicket. He's got loads of ground to make up, hasn't he, to his left and to his right, behind square, in front of square. He has been superb. He's saved loads of runs for Sussex there.
Well, Tom Haynes is now going across to have a word to his bowler, Joe Sarrow, as we're joined by listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra with a really exciting finish here at Sedbergh.
Could be a stonker.
36 needed for Lancashire to win. They've got 2 wickets left as in comes Sarrow, bowls and Lamb with a swing and a miss. And if he connected with that, Scott, that would have ended up in the next village. But he didn't. He's gone rattling through into the gloves of Ollie Cars and a dot ball, and a welcome dot ball as far as Sussex are concerned. Because Lancashire at one stage here were 115 for 7 and seemingly completely out of it What a wonderful partnership of 112 between Tom Bailey, who's now gone for 45, and Danny Lamb, who's still there on 60, have given Lancashire a real shout. 22 balls remaining. They need 36 to win. As in comes Sarrow over the wicket bowls. Attempted ramp by Danny Lamb. It doesn't succeed this time, and the ball goes through to Carter. 2 dot balls. Just what Sussex wanted.
Done well since he's come back into attack here, hasn't he? They've run 3, but that was some great fielding to deny the boundary. Interesting to go back to the seamers now. It was going to happen, bowling at the death. He's going to back his young seam bowlers, isn't he? But do you stick with Archie Lennon at the other end? He's got 1 over left, hasn't he? He's got 4 for 59.
Here comes Sarrow. That's a slower delivery. Hammered away over extra cover. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Is it? Yes, it is. There it goes. 4 more to Danny Lamb. He goes to 65, and Lancashire to 64. I'm sorry, 239 for 8. So 32 needed to win. Good shot, wasn't it?
Super shot, yeah.
The extra cover is up inside the circle. Once it was past, it just raced away across the outfield. So off of this over, we've had 7 off the over so far. Lancashire needing to score roughly 10 and over. And Danny Lamb, the danger man. All the time he's there, Lancashire have got a real shout. In comes Sarrow again, and Lamb just plays his quiet less. Good batting through mid-wicket, picks up a single, fielded by Ward, who comes running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Lamb goes to 65, and Lancashire to 240 for 8, needing another 31 to win.
Do you bowl your young leg spinner out? 1 over left, 17-year-old Archie Lennon. It's his birthday today. 9 overs, 4 for 59. Do you give him 1 more?
Well, it's a real conundrum. Tom Haynes, this is his first List A game, Tom Haynes, and the first time he's captained the side, so it's going to be his decision as to how Sussex go about this.
I think he's worth it, because they're going to try and hit it out, aren't they? They're going to try and take him on.
There's lots of people giving Tom Haynes advice. I'm not sure that's a good thing. You've had 1 or 2 players saying, "Oh, this might be an idea, Skip." But now, you see, he's not sure whether to bring Archie Lennon up inside the circle or keep him down at fine leg.
He's dropped him back.
Yeah, he's dropped him back, and he's brought the mid off inside the circle. So Sarrow, on this glorious late afternoon in Sedbergh, comes in and bowls, and helped away by Hurt down towards fine leg. It's running away. Is it going to go for 4? Lennon stops the ball. That's a good bit of fielding round there by Archie Lennon. It prevented it going for a boundary, but it is 2 more nonetheless. And Lancashire are 242 for 8. Danny Lamb is on 65. Liam Hurt is on 5. Lancashire needing 29 to win in 3 overs with 2 wickets in hand.
Don't think he's going to go to his young leg spinner. Don't think he is. No, looks like Crocombe's going to come back into the attack. That might well be it for Archie Lennon, perhaps. He's still got 1 over left. He's 17. I think every wicket taker has been a teenager, haven't they? Yes. Sarrow's picked up 2, Crocombe 1, Ibrahim 1, and 4 for Lennon. All of them teenagers. Yeah.
And just for new listeners, Sussex have got 7 teenagers playing in this match. At an average age of 20. They made 270 earlier on today. Travis Head, the Australian, top scoring with 56. And it looked as if Sussex were cantering to victory when Lancashire slumped to 115 for 7, but a terrific partnership. It really was by Tom Bailey and Danny Lamb, picking up the 1s and 2s, then accelerating towards the latter part of their innings. And this game is right in the melting pot.
Yeah, it's 18 off 29. Correction, it's 29 off 18.
And it is going to be Henry Crocombe who's back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 25 for Henry Crocombe.
Bowled well, didn't he?
He did.
At the top.
So Tom Haynes, the skipper at mid-off. He's got Will Bear, that's the senior member of this Sussex side at 32, is giving Tom a little bit of advice. But all the time, Danny Lamb is there. Lancashire have got a real shout here. He's on 65. It's been a terrific effort. But he's now going to face Henry Crocombe, who's coming in from the Evans end of the ground. The fells, the dramatic fells behind him. And here comes Crocombe.
He was pushed back down the pitch by Danny Lamb, fielded by Crocombe off his own bowling, and there's no run, so a dot ball to start the over.
Yeah, just have it. I mean, he hasn't faced Henry Croker yet, has he, Danny Lamb? So maybe just thinking, well, I'll allow myself a sighter.
Yep.
But he won't want to hang around too long.
This really is outstanding by these young Sussex players. Really impressive. Croken bowls. Was that run off the face of the bat? That's what they're asking. And his Lamb kind of squares himself up and aims to try and flick it over his shoulder, but nothing on that. Straight through to the keeper, no run.
He was looking for the ramp shot again, wasn't he, Danny Lamb? He's played it very successfully and he's practicing it again now. But 2 dot balls, invaluable as far as Sussex are concerned. What a finish.
Superb, yeah. I mean, and don't forget, for the new listeners who are with us, Sussex at a shaky old start with the bat as well. Crocombe to Lamb, that's muscled out towards the onside. Long on and deep mid-wicket, try and get around. That's good work, adding the deep throw, eventually come back in. And they've come back for a second. I think Sussex fielding, their ground fielding has been outstanding in this match. Tom Clark, I think, there with a stop, and then the throw came in. Yeah,
James Coles and Tom Clark out there. That was a very good bit of relay fielding.
244 for 8. Yeah, Sussex were in all sorts of bother, weren't they? They lost early wickets. They were 100 for 4. Crocombe pulls away as he just as he comes into ball. I think there was a bit of a fly or a wasp or something buzzing around Danny Lamb. So he's either that or he's just kind of swinging his bat into thin air. But I think he's trying to swat a fly or a wasp away.
Not a good time for a fly to make an appearance.
No. So the kids had to perform with the bat, didn't they? Carter and Ibrahim. Carter 55, Ibrahim 46. Got to 270, Sussex, from their 50 overs. Crocombe balls. Oh, that's a swing. It's gone past the keeper. Gone down towards the boundary.
4 byes.
4 byes.
Did he give byes or did he get a little tickle on that?
I couldn't see because Daniel Ibrahim didn't.
Did he get a little tickle on that?
No. Either way, it's gone for 4. 4 runs. I didn't see the signal from the umpire.
I think they were runs because Danny Lamb's got to 71.
Right, a little thin edge then. 248 for 8. Crocombe from the Evans end. Sedbergh village centre behind him. He balls to Lamb. He's up onto his toes and just eases the ball through the onside. They kind of flirt with the idea of a second. And I think wisely decide against it as James Coles gets around pretty quickly from the boundary to field. So the score moves on to 249 for 8, so 22 needed, 13 balls left.
7 off the over, Scott. I guess to an extent Danny Lamb may not be too bothered here because there's 1 more ball to go in the over and then he'll be on strike. And he's the danger man. What an innings.
Yeah, 72 not out from 64 balls, 7 4s and 2 6s. Here's Crocombe to hurt. Swatted out through mid-wicket. Gets through for a single, brings up the 250.
Oh, now, was that a no ball?
I think he did signal that as a no ball, yeah. Yeah, and it's a free hit, that, isn't it? Yeah, there goes the sign. No ball and a free hit.
And it's Danny Lamb on strike. So what are we now? 19 to win off 13 balls, and this is a free hit.
Lamb 72 not out. No ball, free hit. It's Crocombe for Sussex. In and balls to Lamb. Hits it back over his head. It's a great shot. Oh, it's cleared the ground. That's over the sight screen, over the little mound, the brick wall, over the public path, and into the churchyard. That's gone for 6. That's an outstanding way to make use of a free hit. Blimey, 258 for 8. And we have now had 48 overs, so 258 for 8 is the Lancashire total. Their target is 271 to win the game, and there's 2 overs left, and Danny Lamb is 78 not out.
Well, what an extraordinary over that was, and what an extraordinary recovery from Lancashire, because they now need 13 off the last 2 overs. Just a reminder to listeners probably joining us all the time that at one stage Lancashire were 115 for 7 in the at the end of the 28th over. And Sussex looked to be almost cantering to victory, but now there's a real council going on between the Sussex players. There's Tom Haynes talking to bowler Joe Sarrow, Will Beer, the experienced leg spinner, is joining that conversation. Travis Head, the skipper of South Australia, about to join the conversation as well. And from here, Scott, you'd have to probably say, needing 13 off 12 deliveries, the Lancashire are favourites here now, with 2 wickets in hand. Joe Sarrow is going to bowl the next over. On the most glorious evening, if you're just joining us, we're at Sedbergh School in Cumbria, and it is the most fabulous backdrop to a cricket match. Lovely fells away to our left-hand side, beautiful blue sky, a few cotton wool clouds. It's a picture postcard ground and a wonderful game of cricket as well. Sussex, as Scott was saying, making 270, and now Lancashire 258 for 8. So 13 needed to win, 12 balls remaining in the match. Joe Sarrow is going to bowl the next over. He's bowled 6 overs and taken 2 for 25. Archie Lenham is warming up down at fine leg. I wonder whether the leg spinner is going to bowl the last over, if indeed it gets that far. We'll have to see. In comes Sarrow, coming in to bowl to Liam Hurt. He's in and bowls, and Hurt drives down the ground. It's fielded by Ibrahim at mid-off. It's a single. Good bit of fielding by Ibrahim. He had to make a lot of ground to his right-hand side, and he saved the boundary, but it's a single to Hurt. He goes to 7.
Yeah, 16 off that last over from Henry Crocombe. It was a call, wasn't it, from the captain to make.
Yeah.
He had 1 over left, and still does, of his young leg spinner, but he went back to his young seam bowler. A couple of dot balls to start the over, but it went for 16 in the end.
259 for 8. In comes Sarrow over the wicket bowls and pulled away onto the leg side. Is it going to be caught, or is it going for 6? It's gone for 6. That's a huge blow over deep backward square. It was too short from Joe Sarrow and pulled away by Lamb. That's a mighty blow. He goes to 84. What a shot that is. It went sailing over the head of Harrison Ward. What a shot from Danny Lamb. And all of a sudden, Lancashire needs 6 to win off 10 balls. And it would be an extraordinary recovery if they were to win this game. I think you better take over the commentary here, Scott, because if Danny Lamb does that again, then Lancashire are home and dry. In comes Sarrow over the wicket. He's in and bowls. And Lamb hits this one away, and is it going to go for 4 more? No, it's not. It's fielded by Ward. On the boundary, gets in the throw. It's a good piece of fielding out there by Harrison Ward. He's done really well. So a single to Danny Lamb. He goes to 85. Lancashire to 266 for 8. So needing 5 to win off 9 deliveries. Sussex need a wicket.
It's outstanding knock from Danny Lamb. Partnership, wasn't it, between Lamb and Bailey? That's what's kept Lancashire in the match, really.
Well, it's a partnership of 112.
Yeah, Daniel Lamb's 85 not out. Lancashire need 5 off 9 balls to win the game. A brilliant partnership between Lamb and Bailey, worth 112 for the 8th wicket, keeping Lancashire in the match. Lancashire require 5 runs to win, 9 balls left and 2 wickets in hand.
As in comes Sarrow, running in to bowl to Hurt. He's in and bowls, and he drives down the ground. He's going to pick up another single, maybe more. Ibrahim has missed it. He's racing away towards the boundary. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding down there by Tom Clark. Prevents the fall, but he's coming back for 3 is Liam Hurt. That's a wonderful piece of running. And applause all the way around the ground. Lancashire go to 269 for 8, and now just leading 2 to win. And there are another 8 balls remaining. And this is an incredible recovery from Lancashire. 115 for 7. And Danny Lamb, very much the hero of the hour. He's on 85. And he's on strike. And Tom Haynes is, well, you'd have thought now he needs to call his fielders in and prevent the single, because just 2 needed to win for Lancashire. I don't think the Sussex youngsters can quite believe what's happened here.
I don't think they've done a great deal wrong. I mean, they've come up against an outstanding partnership, haven't they? But
in comes Sarrow in lovely late afternoon sunshine. Comes running into bowl to Danny Lamb, who digs that one out. Manages to get the ball to mid-wicket, fielded out there by Henry Crocombe, but it's another single to Danny Lamb. He goes to 86, and the scores are level. Lancashire 270 for 8. Danny Lamb on 86.
It's a fabulous effort if
it is.
If they do go, if they're going to pull this off, because they've got, from where they were, they've got no right to, really, to get to this stage, but it's that Lamb-Bailey partnership.
Yeah, come on, Scott, you see Lancashire home here, because this has been a terrific recovery.
This is the final ball of this over. 1 to win. Hurts on strike, that'll do it. Hit back over the bowler's head, 1 bounce and 4 runs. Hurt and Lamb embrace. Lamb unbeaten on 86. That's a fabulous game of 50 over cricket. Lancashire have chased this target down with 2 wickets remaining in front of a wonderful crowd at Sedbergh School. In the most idyllic conditions, the most beautiful backdrop. And this has been a magnificent game of cricket. Thoroughly enjoyed it with Lancashire. In the end, thanks to Lamb and Bailey's partnership, seeing the Red Rose home, but take nothing away from the Sussex youngsters who performed brilliantly with the bat to begin with, to recover for Sussex, in particular Ollie Carter and Daniel Ibrahim. Carter 55, Ibrahim 46, Will Beers 40. The youngsters there for Sussex putting something on the board. And then a sensational effort with the ball as well. All teenagers, these. Joe Serro, 2.
And Danny Lamb knocked out 86 of 69 balls, 7 fours and 4 sixes.
2 wickets for Joe Serro, he's a teenager. 1 for Henry Crocombe, he's a teenager. Daniel Ibrahim's about 12, he picked up 1 for 15. And the 17-year-old Archie Lennon, 4 for 59. Take nothing away from a magnificent effort with the ball and in the field by Sussex. But a sensational partnership between Lamb and Bailey has seen Lancashire to a 2-wicket victory here in Sedbergh.
And for those listening on 5 Live Sports Extra, just to say that we will be going back to Birmingham in the next 4 or 5 minutes from now for part 2 of today's double-header in the 100. But, there's plenty for us to look back on there. And you have to say, what a showing from Sussex. Now, there is so much danger in sounding patronising here. I hope that they're going to feel gutted by that, aren't they? But to actually push a Lancashire side with that experience the way they did, it really was a fantastic performance, Adrian Harms.
Well, it was, but I think they're going to be really disappointed. You're right, but 115 for 7, Sussex looked almost home and hosed, didn't they? But that was, you've got to say, credit to Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey, because they started off just picking up the 1s and 2s, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. When they got to 100, needed to win, they then really stepped on the accelerator, and they were scoring at 10 and over all the way through and putting the Sussex bowlers under pressure. And it's a tough game. 7 teenagers, as you say, in this Sussex side, and for a long while it looked as if the youth was going to win the day. But I think you just have to tip your cap to what was a wonderful match-winning performance by Danny Lamb. And it's a hard game, and I'm sure some of these Sussex youngsters will learn a lot. I think Scott made a very good point, actually. I don't think Sussex did an awful lot wrong, to be perfectly honest, but I think that was a match-winning innings, and some by Danny Lamb.
Scott, what is your take on that? I mean, obviously it was one standout performance with the bat. There seemed to be quite a lot of relief in the Lancashire camp as they came out and grated Danny Lamb off the field, didn't they? Well,
yeah, I mean, they've got probably no right really to win it from the position that they're in. They're in a bit of a mess, weren't they? They were 60 for 4, 90 for 5, 100 for 6, 120 for 7. I mean, 120 for 7 in the 28th over. They're cooked, aren't they, really? That's probably game done, but they've managed to drag themselves by. Lamb and Bailey with a wonderful partnership, a record 8th wicket partnership for Lancashire in List A cricket. That gave them a chance. They're able to take the game pretty deep, keep the game alive, put pressure back on the Sussex youngsters. I don't think they did a great deal wrong. I thought they were outstanding, to be fair. I thought all of them were terrific for Sussex, these bowlers and in the field. It's just that sometimes you get a partnership that you can't find an answer for, and that's what Lancashire were able to do.
For those that perhaps have joined us late on Sports Extra, Archie Lenham turned 17 today, so he's becoming an old man now. Actually turned 17, but what a performance and what a return of wickets for him.
Yeah, tremendous performance. Picked up 4 wickets. He went for a few at the end, didn't he, Archie? But he's a young bowler, you know, gives it plenty of air. He was supported a couple of terrific bits of wicket keeping by Ollie Carter as well. He's a young man who's come into the side this year, Kevin. He's played, you know, T20. Luke Wright, the skipper, has trusted him on a couple of occasions when the ball's been going around the park. He's a wonderful prospect. Getting those 4 wickets on his 17th birthday is a great achievement, but you could tell how disappointed they were when they came off, and it's a harsh lesson. I'm sure Ian Salisbury would be saying, well, that's the way that it goes sometimes, but they'll learn from this. And as you say, 7 teenagers in the side, they did wonderfully well, but on the day, undone by a quite brilliant innings.
Competition under a little bit of pressure, a little bit of scrutiny for the age of the players, the experience of the players, but if Sussex and other teams could turn out performances like that, the competition may do all right. Obviously, we've got the dreaded COVID still hanging over the country, and hopefully that's not going to affect it, but that was very encouraging, very, very encouraging.
Well, it was just a great game of cricket, wasn't it? I mean, I know we're in a wonderful setting here at Sedbergh, and that makes it even the better, but it was a wonderful game of cricket that ebbed and flowed. Scott was making the point that Sussex were in trouble in their innings, 13 for 2. They battled away some good partnerships, and it ebbed and flowed as well during that Lancashire innings. So I think anyone here today has had a real treat, a terrific game of cricket, and a real advert for the 50-over game. Even some of the stars were away with the 100, plenty of young players really trying to make an impression, and I thought they did that magnificently.
Again, without getting too political, there couldn't be a sharper contrast just before we hand to Birmingham from what we can see in front of us in terms of the wonderful fells, the fantastic Yorkshire Dales in front of us, the National Park, and this wonderful cricket ground. Just a quick word from you, if I may, Scott. I mean, Lancashire, how many visits now? Is this technically the 3rd visit?
Well,
but
yeah.
sort of 2 or 3 years. They missed last year because of the COVID, I imagine. What's the plan here? Because on a day like today, can there be anywhere better? Apparently the players think facilities are fantastic here at the school and in the pavilion, and obviously on a day like today, it's wonderful for the spectators, isn't it?
It is. I think the plan is just to try and get county cricket towards the north part of the northwest. It's kind of North Lancashire,
because technically we're in Cumbria today, aren't we?
We're in Cumbria, yeah. In the Yorkshire Dales, it has kind of received some mixed reactions from Lancashire supporters because they think they're taking the cricket out of the county. But the idea is to try and get towards the northern parts of Lancashire, you know, Lancaster and Morecambe, which the distance from those towns down to Old Trafford is 60-70 miles. So it brings in a different part of the northwest. I understand the reasons behind it. And you'd be hard-pressed in the 2 visits they've had now, the Championship game in 2019 and this match here, to find too many people who wouldn't say they've enjoyed the day.
Well, we all know that a certain Ben Stokes was born in New Zealand, but raised in Cumbria. So on that note, we'll say we've had a terrific time, and thank you if you've been listening not only on Sports Extra but online throughout the day as well. Thank you very much for that, and well done to Lancashire for their victory. More coming up from the Royal London. Every ball of every game you can find on the BBC Sport website and app, and when we can, you're on Sports Extra and BBC Sounds as well. We already know this afternoon that London Spirit women won their game by 3 wickets, but it's now time for part 2 of the double-header there at Edgbaston. It's time again for the 100.